Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Ambrose wasn't exactly friends with Flynn. Their only real connection was an alchemical debate more than a decade ago, one that had led Ambrose to a startling realization: among humans, there were people who looked even scarier than he did as a skeleton. Gustavo Flynn wasn't ugly. On the contrary, his features were well defined, the sort of dignified handsomeness that came with age. But his skin was dark, and when his face went slack, utterly devoid of expression, he radiated a natural, oppressive authority. There was even a rumor that once, without saying a single word, he had stared an alchemist into a fatal heart attack. Couple that with Flynn's near-fanatical strictness toward alchemy, and it was said that many alchemists who had worked under him would have their legs turned to jelly at the mere sound of his footsteps. Privately, plenty of people whispered that Gustavo Flynn was a lich in human guise. Otherwise, how could he possess such an innate aura of terror? When Ambrose named his price of 20 million gold, Flynn countered without hesitation. 500,000. 18 million. 800,000. 17,990,000. Now you're just being difficult. You're the one slashing 2 digits off in one go. Who's being difficult? The tug-of-war continued in front of the castle. Alchemia was flat broke. Ambrose certainly wasn't expecting his initial offer of 20 million gold, but there was no chance he'd ever drop the price below 1 million. At that point, he might as well turn Alan Watson into an undead. A paladin devoted to the Lord of Dawn had a very valuable soul. Ambrose had seen others offering high prices for paladin souls via the necromantic codex. If the soul was tortured until it transformed into a vengeful wraith, that would only make it even more valuable. It'd fetch a price of 7 or 800,000 gold, easy. You should know very well that we don't have tens of millions of gold right now, Flynn said, his face still expressionless, though impatience had crept into his voice. Ambrose shot back without yielding an inch, and you should know just as well that offering a few 100,000 is an equal waste of my time. Flynn replied blandly, in my opinion, a mere paladin isn't even worth 100,000. I came today only as a formality so that we can say we tried. Whether this deal goes through is irrelevant to me. Ambrose burst out laughing. Oh, stop pretending. A single paladin may not matter to you, but the goodwill of the Lion Empire certainly does. Whatever's festering down in your sewers, you're barely keeping a lid on it now, aren't you? That finally wiped the calm from Flynn's face. His expression darkened. How much do you know? He asked coldly. Not much. But I know enough to be certain it's already beyond your control. Otherwise, when the court of the Silver Moon started jacking up prices on magical materials, you'd have had the time to negotiate with those high elves. Instead, you didn't. You've already decided to seek outside help, and the Lion Empire is your chosen partner. Alan Watson, that paladin, is the perfect opening gambit. So, Master Flynn, stop trying to be a penny pincher. When it comes to money, I won't budge even if the god of alchemy himself comes at me. Show me some sincerity. Flynn fell silent for a long while, then sighed with something like resignation. No wonder the chairman personally invited you to join the Alchemists' Council. A genius like you. If you'd accepted back then, perhaps. Ambrose shook his head vigorously. No need to reminisce. Even if the old chairman had come knocking in person, I still wouldn't have joined. I'm not insane, and I have zero interest in blaspheming the gods. Now hurry up and make an offer, or I'll turn that paladin into a zombie. He's nearly eaten me into bankruptcy these past few days. Flynn's face twitched. This lich was truly shameless. You know I wasn't exaggerating about Alchemia's financial difficulties, Flynn said stiffly. We simply cannot give you 20 million gold. Sensing Flynn's tone soften, Ambrose immediately pressed on. I know. I'm not trying to make things hard for you. How about this, 10,000 magical automata with enhanced firepower? I'm willing to count that as 10 million gold. Fair. Flynn exploded in anger. So you can pocket 90 million gold in profit? You've got some nerve. Even the lowest grade magical automaton cost 3,000 gold. The enhanced firepower models were premium goods that went for no less than 10,000 gold each. 10,000 of them would cost 100 million gold, all to offset a mere 10 million. This was worse than daylight robbery. You said you had no money, Ambrose replied calmly. Goods are all I can ask for. Alchemia's magical automata are its best sellers, after all. Flynn answered flatly, no matter how poor we are, we won't sell magical automata as scrap. Don't even dream of it. Besides, you don't even have the workforce to maintain them. Buy that many and they'll just be oversized decorations. All right, Ambrose said magnanimously. For the sake of our friendship, I have a win-win proposal. You won't spend a single gold coin. You won't give me any physical goods. And I'll still hand over Alan Watson. Flynn frowned. You want alchemical formulas? Ambrose gave him a thumbs up. Smart. Isn't that perfect? You don't have to pay a thing. Just copy over some data, and you'll get a crucial political bargaining chip in return. But I don't just want potion formulas. He produced a sheet of parchment. After he drew a small circle over it with his finger, the parchment folded itself into a small bird, flapping its wings as it flew into Flynn's hands. Flynn unfolded it, his frown deepening with every line. Bone proliferation virus extract, Magitech airship blueprints, living mercury formula. He looked up sharply. Do you have any idea what you've written here? These formulas and schematics together are worth more than 10,000 golem puppets. The list was densely packed, filled with over 100 items in total. Ambrose shrugged. But you're not paying in materials. You're just sharing knowledge. Knowledge is the most valuable thing of all. Relax. I won't resell them, Ambrose said reassuringly. We can sign a contract. I guarantee they're for my own research and use only. Flynn sneered. You won't sell the formulas, but you'll sell the products. You think I don't know what you're planning? Ambrose didn't deny it. Of course I'll manufacture goods to sell. But Alchemia has countless laboratories. In terms of production costs, do you really think you'd lose to a little workshop like mine? If we're both selling finished products, you should be confident in a price war. Flynn didn't answer. Alchemia could absolutely crush any competitors, but they didn't want to. A monopoly would give them 10 times the profit. Why introduce a competitor and force prices down? Even if Ambrose couldn't meet the full market demand, handing over their formulas and schematics was like giving away a golden goose. Yet Flynn had no better option. At this point, the only valuable thing Alchemia possessed was knowledge accumulated over countless years. This Lich was as troublesome as ever. Back when the chairman had personally written to invite Ambrose into the Alchemists' Council, Flynn had thought his praise excessive. Now, in hindsight, perhaps if they'd dragged him in at any cost, Alchemia wouldn't be trapped in its current crisis, besieged from within and without. Fine, Flynn finally said. You can choose 3 formulas from this list. He'd given ground, but only grudgingly. Ambrose wanted over 100 formulas and schematics, he would only receive 3. Can't you show a little sincerity? Ambrose protested. There are 132 items here. I'll round it down for you. How about 130? And so, the two of them plunged back into another round of haggling. In the end, Ambrose sold Alan Watson to Alchemia for the price of 30 formulas and schematics. He even forcibly saddled Flynn with the Iron Slag Tavern and wrung out 2 extra formulas on top of that. Flynn was anything but happy about the conclusion of the deal, especially about that wretched tavern, but he could only grit his teeth against the immovable force that was Ambrose. Once you deliver what I want, I'll release the man immediately, Ambrose said. But Flynn shook his head. No. There's no need to rush. As for Alan Watson, I'll need you to help me put on a little performance. As for Alan Watson, Gustavo Flynn said slowly, I still need you to cooperate with us in staging a little performance. Ambrose didn't even hesitate. A performance? That's going to cost extra. Flynn forced down his anger. You haven't even asked what kind of performance. Any performance costs extra. That's not aimed at you. It's a principle that I live by. Flynn sneered. Liches have principles. Ambrose chuckled. Racial discrimination. In that case, we'll have to renegotiate the price. Grinding his teeth, Gustavo Flynn had no choice but to continue bargaining with him. The Alchemists' Council had made Flynn aware of their final decision even before he set out. No matter the cost, Alan Watson had to be secured. He could not be returned to the Lion Empire too easily. The City of Alchemists needed the Lion Empire's help, but simply returning the High Arbiter's son would create an ambiguous debt, neither a small nor overwhelming favor. At best, it might earn them the man's personal goodwill. It likely wouldn't be enough to push him into advancing an alliance between the two nations. After all, the High Inquisitor had chosen a hardline response to his son's capture. That alone made it clear he did not place much weight on Alan Watson's death. Under such circumstances, Alan Watson's value clearly had to be discounted. This was why the City of Alchemists needed Ambrose to help stir the waters. Hadn't the Lion Empire dispatched 10 members of the Knights Penitent to rescue him? The Knights Penitent were a force second only to the Lion Imperial Guard, a corps whose members could all be considered the future pillars of the Empire. If those Knights Penitent were also captured, and if the City of Alchemists then stepped in to ransom them, that favor would multiply several times over. If James Watson ignored his son's fate, people might praise him for lofty impartiality. But if he remained unmoved when 10 brilliant young paladins were at stake, public opinion would tear him apart. Ambrose flatly refused. It's a clever scheme, I'll give you that. But you want me to take on 10 paladins by myself? You think far too highly of me. The Knights Penitent were formed specifically to counter undead. They definitely have methods that can completely suppress us. I don't think I'm their match, castle or not. You think they won't come after you if you refuse? Flynn said, convinced he'd found Ambrose's weakness. The Knights Penitent had come for Alan Watson. Ambrose couldn't escape them no matter what. Trying to use this as leverage to raise the price was out of the question. Ambrose merely laughed and replied, in the worst case, I'd tie Alan Watson to the gates of my castle and run off. The world's a large place. Do you really think a legendary Lich can't find somewhere else to run experiments? It'd be a lose-lose situation. I don't get the formulas, and you lose your chance to ally with the Lion Empire. Flynn shot back, you wouldn't dare. 32 formulas and schematics, do you know how much that's worth? Of course I do, Ambrose said calmly. But if my phylactery were to shatter, those formulas would be meaningless. If you want me to take risks, then offer a price worth risking my existence for. You know me as well as I know you. The fact that you're standing here means the council has already reached a decision. There's no point dancing around it. Show me your final offer. Ambrose was supremely confident. The fragments of the prophecy he had seen proved that the Alchemists' Council was incapable of controlling the crisis in the sewers. They were cornered, not him. The City of Alchemists had roots too deep to abandon. Ambrose, on the other hand, only had to draw a teleportation circle, pack up the valuables in his castle, and vanish. He had an escape. They did not. That alone guaranteed his upper hand in the negotiation. Gustavo Flynn was no fool, but Ambrose saw through his bluffs. This had never been a fair trade. In the end, Flynn was forced to turn over his trump card ahead of schedule. This is what I can promise, Flynn said at last. If you cooperate and play your part well, the council will allow you to use the wish engine once. After saying it, Flynn visibly relaxed. That was his final offer. The ball was in Ambrose's court now. Ambrose's eyes widened. You actually succeeded in building that thing? Years ago, before the mysterious head of the Alchemists' Council had retreated behind the scenes, there had been a persistent rumor circulating about the City of Alchemists. The Alchemists' Council was intending to imbue the spell wish into a magical device, a wish engine that would be capable of granting desires. Wish was the most powerful non-divine spell in existence. In theory, As long as the wish was described with sufficient precision and as long as it lay within what the gods themselves could accomplish, it could be fulfilled. It could turn a lich back into a human. It could resurrect the dead even after their souls had dispersed. That was the most common application of wish. Reviving beloved family and friends was a dream held by many. Those who sought personal power could even use wish to elevate themselves into legends. Unfortunately, not even legendary spellcasters were necessarily able to cast wish. Its difficulty was extreme. Talent, effort, and luck all had to line up just right. Had these mad alchemists really succeeded in imbuing wish into a magic device? Wouldn't that allow wish to be used limitlessly? After only a moment's thought, Ambrose scoffed. I may be undead, but do you take me for a fool? If you truly had a wish engine, why would you still need me? Flynn explained patiently, the wish engine exists, but it cannot cast a perfect wish. After many years of work, we've managed to get it to the point where it can illuminate a path to success. I know you encountered an accident during your ascension to a legend. You abandoned the field of divination entirely. As far as legends go, you're at the bottom of the ladder. Insult me again and I'll raise my prices, Ambrose said coldly. Flynn rolled his eyes and changed his phrasing. As you know, having abandoned the school of divination, you're not at the level of most legends. The wish engine can help you find a way to resolve that flaw. It will guide you toward a new source of power. And if that wish doesn't satisfy you, you can ask other questions as well. The wish engine will provide the most accurate and comprehensive answers possible. Ambrose studied Flynn's expression closely. His instincts told him the man wasn't lying. After a long silence, Ambrose finally spoke. Deal. I'll hand over the Knight's Penitent, along with Alan Watson. Alchemia moved with remarkable speed. In less than a day, every formula and schematic Ambrose had demanded was prepared and delivered to him in full. Gustavo Flynn understood Ambrose's capabilities all too well, so he made no attempt to tamper with the materials. In that regard, at least, his sincerity was unmistakable. Along with the delivery, Flynn brought news. The Knight's Penitent had already dispatched an envoy. In 3 days, they would formally arrive at Alchemia. Given how long the usual diplomatic song and dance took, Ambrose would have at most 5 days left. By then, the Knight's Penitent would have obtained intelligence on Alan Watson. Ambrose sat in his laboratory for several hours, skimming through all the schematics and documents, then covering parchment after parchment with rough drafts. Fortunately, liches neither ate, drank, nor attended to bodily needs. Not a single moment had to be wasted. Staring at the mountain of drafts before him, Ambrose frowned. 5 days, that's a bit tight. Let's hope Isabel doesn't disappoint me. With that, he gathered a pile of items and went to find Isabel, who was in the middle of brewing potions. Put everything down, Ambrose said. Isabel jumped in fright. The glass bottle in her hand burst in a puff of smoke, its contents completely ruined. Before she could even apologize, Ambrose placed 2 glass containers and several sheets of parchment in front of her. Don't speak. Listen carefully. The task ahead is extremely dangerous. If you make even a single mistake, you're dead. His words were grave enough that Isabel's face went pale at once. She hurriedly pulled out a small notebook, ready to take notes. Pointing to the 2 glass containers, Ambrose said, these contain a strain of the bone proliferation virus. Have you ever heard of it? Isabel shook her head. No. You've got to read more books, Ambrose said, sighing. So, this is a failed alchemical product. He patiently explained the history of the virus to Isabel. The bone proliferation virus was originally meant to be a biological bone regeneration agent. It had been designed to treat fractures and disabilities by accelerating bone regrowth. Early trials were a resounding success. Too much of a success, as it turned out. Anyone infected with the virus could rapidly heal from any bone injury. Broken bones would knit themselves back together in seconds, even amputees could regrow the skeletal structure of a missing limb within minutes. But the effect was too good. A few days after the preliminary injection, every test subject began to show severe side effects. The virus had no concept of reasonable wear and tear. The human body contained over 200 bones. Merely lying still and breathing would cause subtle wear and tear via friction. This was why knees ached after too much running. This would normally be nothing serious if not for the virus. Any damage, no matter how trivial, triggered bone growth and repair. At first, patients merely felt joint pain, as if they were suffering from severe rheumatism. Over time, their joints would stiffen. Countless bone spurs would erupt from within, piercing muscle and skin, until their entire body calcified into a statue of bone. The process was irreversible and unimaginably painful. A perfectly good medical treatment had become a lethal toxin. If not for its high cost and stringent infection conditions, it would have been the perfect murder weapon for home use and travel alike. Your task, Ambrose said, is to cultivate more of this virus for me. I've written out an improved cultivation procedure. Follow it exactly. Don't make mistakes, especially when transferring the culture from vessel to vessel. If you infect yourself, you're beyond saving. Isabel's hands trembled. She was only an apprentice. Was she really being thrown into something this horrifying already? Seeing her expression, Ambrose added, "Don't be nervous. It's not that infectious. As long as you're careful, you'll be fine. And even if you do get infected, don't panic. Just come find me." She was just starting to feel a little touched when she realized that something was off. "Master, didn't you just say this virus was incurable?" "Yes," Ambrose replied matter-of-factly. "But that's fine. I can turn you into undead. Then, you won't feel any pain. As for the bone growth, once you're fully dead and cut off from nutrients, the virus will die soon enough." "Isabel." Ambrose patted her on the shoulder. "Relax. Skeleton, zombie, wraith, pick whatever you like. If you want to become a Death Knight, I can even look into that for you." With that, he left Isabel standing dumbstruck as he hurried out of the laboratory. There was no time to spare. He still had much to prepare. Casting flight, Ambrose headed straight to another laboratory. This one held no bones or herbs, only piles of mechanical components of every size. He spread out a thick stack of schematics and began selecting parts to assemble. What he was working on was the City of Alchemy's newest product, a portable Magitech cannon. Powered by compressed air, it could fire ordinary rocks as ammunition. The attack was purely physical, capable of bypassing many magical barriers and making it devastating in siege warfare. Ambrose had long been familiar with the device, but the cannons sold on the market were fitted with anti-tampering measures. If they were disassembled, they would self-destruct. Now, with the schematics in hand, he quickly identified the core of the design, a magical array designed to compress air. The array was exquisitely engineered, with low mana consumption, astonishing efficiency, and, most importantly, high stability. Barrel explosions were exceptionally rare. This design alone could sell for several million gold. If Alchemia weren't cornered, it would never have handed over such core technology. With the detailed schematic in hand, modifying it was simple. Within just a few minutes, Ambrose assembled a long, tubular device. The slender metal tube was a replacement for the original barrel, transforming the cannon into an oddly shaped Magitech rifle. With a snap of his fingers, a Jakix Type II skeleton appeared at his feet. Ambrose expertly detached the creature's scythe claws and mounted the Magitech rifle in their place. It fit perfectly into the bone mounts. Under Ambrose's control, the modified skeleton raised the barrel and fired. Whoosh! Compressed air hurled the bone projectile forward. It struck Ambrose's shield, spinning wildly before freezing in midair. The skeleton emptied its magazine. Every round was intercepted. Though none pierced the shield, Ambrose was more than satisfied. Excellent power. It's stronger than ordinary crossbows. Simple to operate, easy to aim, and no need to design arms to draw a bowstring. The downside is energy consumption. The array only supports 9 shots before it's depleted. It's a pity that I don't have time to design swappable energy magazines. There wasn't enough time to turn every skeletal aberration into a rifleman, but equipping a select few would create an elite force. Even so, Ambrose was desperately short on time. Against paladins, undead were easily countered. The ideal forces would have been living Mercury spirit golems, but even with all his experimental data, there was no way to create them on such short notice. Ambrose worked swiftly to assemble more Magitech rifles. There was still much to prepare, and he intended to ensure that those paladins wouldn't even reach the castle gates. Just then, the Dullahan walked in, smiling broadly. "Tiga, I've spoken with Una. The tavern's deed has been transferred to you, and she's ready to relocate." What are you busy with?" Without looking up, Ambrose replied, "The Knights Penitent will be here soon. I'm preparing for them." The Dullahan said confidently, "What's there to worry about? You've got me." Ambrose sighed. "I know. You wouldn't just stand by and let someone kill me, right?" "Of course not." The Dullahan thumped his chest. "A few paladins aren't worth mentioning." Ambrose replied calmly, "But even if you protect me with everything you have, I'll still end up decapitated." The Dullahan fell silent. The prophecy was terrifying. He immediately abandoned his earlier nonchalance. "That white-skinned woman is very likely one of the paladins," Ambrose continued. "Gareth, even if the future is already decided, even if my head is destined to be separated from the rest of my body, I want my phylactery to survive. You're my greatest hope and my final safeguard. I don't want anything to happen to you because of carelessness." He set down the parts in his hands and placed both palms on the Dullahan's shoulders, his tone grave and earnest. "Gareth, I entrust my phylactery to you. Please, protect it with everything you've got." Towering, majestic walls rose into view in the distance. Starfall, along with the other paladins, finally let out a breath they hadn't realized they'd been holding. After so many days on the road, they had at last reached Alchemia, the city of alchemists. Starfall raised his right hand in a brief signal. At once, the Knights Penitent slowed in perfect unison, then came to a crisp halt. They had come on official business and represented the face of the Lion Empire itself. It would not do to enter Alchemia looking travel-worn and dust-choked. Suddenly, rain fell from the sky, drenching the heavily armored paladins to the bone. This was no natural downpour, but a conjured shower that washed away most of the grime and dust clinging to their armor. Coupled with simple spells to illuminate and polish, the holy armor forged by the Lion Empire soon gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. In the blink of an eye, the group transformed from road-weary country bumpkins into dignified, awe-inspiring paladins. Only then did they proceed toward Alchemia at a measured pace. The closer they drew to the city, the more palpable its prosperity became. Though Alchemia was mired in an economic crisis, merchant caravans still came and went in steady streams, and the skies above were thick with airships crisscrossing in every direction. Yet amid such dense crowds, the Knights Penitent remained the most eye-catching presence of all. Before they even reached the colossal city gates, a massive airship forced its way through the throng and descended directly before them. A luxuriously dressed alchemist stepped down from the vessel and addressed the knights with a courteous bow. "Welcome, honored guests. I am Gustavo Flynn, 6th seat of the Alchemists' Council, here to receive the envoys of the Lion Empire." Starfall knew the name of Gustavo Flynn well. Though Flynn was an exalted personage, Starfall could not help but feel that Alchemia was slighting them by not sending out its mysterious council head. This suggested a lack of sufficient regard for the Lion Empire. Though the world nominally had 9 great kingdoms, the truth was more like one dominant superpower surrounded by many weaker kingdoms. The Lion Empire was that sole superpower. Inevitably, Starfall carried a trace of pride when dealing with representatives of other nations. Still, he did not let that arrogance show. He handled the exchange with Gustavo Flynn flawlessly, then led his teammates aboard the magical airship. After a brief round of pleasantries, Gustavo arranged for the paladins to rest inside the ship. Once they were alone, Starfall couldn't help but sigh. Alchemia's Magitech really is impressive. My family owns magic airships too, but I've never seen one this large. The vessel was enormous and could carry 100 or 200 people with ease. With minor modifications, it could even serve as a formidable airborne fortress. Another paladin shook his head. Size doesn't matter. Airships are too slow. On the battlefield, they're just targets. Starfall nodded. This was a fair assessment. Magical airships made for excellent transportation, but were ill-suited for war. Magitech cannons were commonplace across nations, and every race and faction fielded flyers. Against such threats, slow-moving airships were easy prey. If one were shot down, the losses would be catastrophic. It was hardly worth the risk. That said, they were quite useful for bullying monsters like goblins or gnolls in the wilderness. "I've heard of this Gustavo Flynn," another knight remarked. "He's a renowned alchemist. He should be able to speak for Alchemia, though it seems they're unwilling to commit to full cooperation." The moment Starfall boarded the airship, he had raised the matter of rescuing Alan Watson. The response he received left him deeply dissatisfied. Alchemia's position was that Alan Watson had accepted a private commission and voluntarily attacked the Lich's castle. Despite his defeat and capture, the Lich's actions had not violated Alchemia's laws. As such, the city had no grounds to demand Alan's release. This explanation infuriated Starfall. What sense was there in talking about laws with a Lich? The proper response was to march in, tear down his castle, shatter his phylactery, and scatter his bones to the wind. As expected of a land crawling with heretics, Alchemia possessed utterly incomprehensible rules. After Starfall lodged his protest, Gustavo Flynn hinted, very obliquely, that if Alchemia were to bend its own rules, the Lion Empire would need to pay a far higher price. A mere diplomatic communiqué would not suffice. After much hesitation, Starfall chose not to press the issue further. On the surface, he was the Lion Empire's envoy, but his purpose here was not to negotiate. The High Inquisitor had made his stance unequivocally clear: no conditions would be accepted. Even if the Inquisitor's own son were to die at the Lich's hands, the Lion Empire would not stoop to bargaining. Thus, Starfall did not insist on Alchemia's cooperation. Instead, he accepted the relevant intelligence from Gustavo Flynn. He now laid out the documents and discussed rescue plans with his comrades. After carefully reviewing the reports, Starfall finally relaxed a little. The records showed that the Lich's reincarnation had occurred not long ago. Though he was a legend, a young Lich was far easier to deal with. The reason was simple: a Lich's true power lay not only in spellcasting, but also in the vast undead armies it commanded. And undead required corpses and souls to create. In particular, high-tier undead such as Death Knights demanded a long period of time and energy to cultivate. This Lich simply hadn't had the time to create a massive undead legion. That meant the undead forces previously spotted in the valley could not possibly belong to this Megamantiga. This was the best news they could have hoped for. Without an overwhelming undead army to support him, the Lich's threat was significantly reduced. One paladin suggested, "Should we attack the Lich's castle directly? Alan has been captured for far too long. The sooner we rescue him, the better his chances of survival." Starfall shook his head. Even if Alchemia has permitted such a course of action, that would be reckless. We've traveled too far for too long. We're out of stamina. We need to rest to return to peak condition. And Alan isn't weak. He had over 1,000 militia and a priest assisting him, yet he was still captured. That Lich is not as feeble as we might think. Besides, that castle is riddled with magical traps. A frontal assault may not succeed and would almost certainly lead to unnecessary casualties. The Knights Penitent did not fear death, but every one of them was part of the Lion Empire's future. No one could be sacrificed needlessly. As their leader, Starfall had to bear responsibility for them all. First, we need to find lodgings in Alchemia. We'll split up to gather more intelligence and get a proper night's rest. Officially, Alchemia won't send troops, but isn't the city facing an economic crisis? We can put up some gold. I'm sure plenty of people would be willing to take risks for the right price. We'll recruit some wanderers or rangers to infiltrate and scout ahead. That may help us avoid many dangers. Starfall's careful, methodical plan earned the paladins' unanimous trust. With a leader this prudent, dealing with a mere legendary Lich was surely well within their grasp. On South Cross Street in Alchemia, once the liveliest thoroughfare in the city, a quiet chill had begun to settle in. The worsening economic climate was becoming impossible to ignore. More and more shops had shuttered their doors, and fewer employers could afford to offer work to adventurers. The Iron Slag, too, had seen its clientele dwindle. In the past, that alone would have sent its owner into a rage. An orc's temper was famously volatile, with calm moments few and far between. But these past few days, the tavern had been strangely peaceful. The reason was simple: the owner had changed. Una Hellfire, the former orc proprietress, had already packed her bags. Once she finished selling off what she couldn't take with her, she would leave the city for good. As for Iron Slag, it had changed hands twice in a single day and now appeared to have been folded into Alchemia's official assets. Private property becoming public was a rare sight indeed. Usually, the reverse happened, with public assets quietly slipping into private pockets. Whatever complicated maneuvering lay behind the scenes wasn't important. The orc bartender still stood behind the counter as always, polishing his glassware. But the dwarf singer, whose singing had been atrocious by any standard, was gone. With so few patrons left, the tavern felt oppressively empty. The orc bartender sighed, a hint of regret in his eyes. The dwarf had been a decent fellow, after all. With the weary air of someone who had watched his fortunes wax and wane, the bartender poured himself a mug of ale and savored it slowly. Clink. The tavern door was pushed open as a tall knight in heavy armor stepped inside. There was no need for introductions. The Rosandragon insignia etched into the armor marked him clearly as a paladin of the Lion Empire. The orc bartender set his mug aside and, by instinct, slid an empty bottle into the most convenient spot within reach. But once he got a proper look at the newcomer, he realized this was not the same paladin as before. Their auras were similar, but this one was, noticeably less impressive in terms of looks. Starfall seemed not to notice the bartender's small movements at all. He took a seat at the bar. A glass of rum. Starfall was here for information. The 10 members of the Knights Penitent had spread throughout Alchemia, gathering every lead they could find. The Iron Slag Tavern was a critical node. After all, it was there that Alan Watson had crossed paths with the Lich, sowing the grudge that later ended with Alan's capture in war. The orc bartender poured the rum and slid it over. Paladins can drink. The last one only ever had water. Starfall downed the rum in a single gulp, then said, "Alan Watson is an ascetic. I admire that, and I can't match it. But a drink like this, don't bother pouring me a second." The bartender shrugged. Most adventurers can't afford good liquor. They just want something cheap and plentiful. Sir Paladin, you're not really here to drink, are you? If you're after information, do you know the rules? Starfall produced a gold coin, flicked it with his thumb, and sent it neatly into the orc's vest pocket. The Lion Empire never mistreats its friends. The bartender maintained a polite smile, though inwardly he thought it was all nonsense. The Lion Empire was human through and through. Since when had humans ever considered other races their friends? And hearing a paladin lie so smoothly only made the bartender more wary. A paladin capable of lying had likely adopted the oath of vengeance. To eradicate all evil, such paladins were permitted limited use of deception and sneak attacks against their foes. They could even temporarily cooperate with lesser evils to destroy greater ones. Aside from their absolute intolerance for evil itself, their moral code was far more flexible. Outsiders sometimes sneered and called this sort of paladin black knights. Honored guest, the bartender said evenly, what information are you looking for? If it's the details of that bet, I can recount the whole thing. Starfall shook his head. No need. I'm already well acquainted with that scam. Alchemia had long since finished investigating how Alan Watson had been cheated out of several thousand gold coins. Starfall had the full report in hand. He was here for something else. What do you know about that undead? Starfall asked. The bartender thought for a moment. He wasn't a regular. He came by 2 or 3 times at most. Other than his name, I don't know much. Didn't he post a bounty here after swindling my companion? That's right. It was related to the sewers. One moment. The bartender retrieved the original bounty Ambrose had left behind, then explained everything that had happened in the tavern before and after the bounty was posted. Starfall listened carefully, interjecting now and then. What's in the sewers? Why did they become so dangerous? No idea. I'm just a bartender. I don't know alchemy. What did the Lich want slimes for? No idea. I'm just a bartender. I don't know magic. And the group of druids who were trapped there. If you repeat that line again, I'm challenging you to a duel. That won't be necessary. I do know them. They didn't leave. Rumor has it they're still in Alchemia. I just don't know where they're staying. The prolonged questioning hadn't been particularly effective, but Starfall felt that he had formed a clearer picture of Ambrose. The Lich seemed to be, particularly short on gold. That was odd, but given Alchemia's current circumstances, seemingly plausible. Undead didn't need food or drink, but even a single magical experiment could cost more than an ordinary person would spend in a lifetime. And a Lich never slept. A Lich alchemist would pour far more resources into experiments than a human one. His expenses would naturally skyrocket. Still, it wasn't particularly useful intelligence. You couldn't exactly dangle gold on a string and lure a Lich out. Starfall took out another gold coin and said, "Recommend me a few capable mercenaries." The bartender pocketed the coin and asked, "What kind of work? Assassination? Infiltration? Theft?" "No assassinations. I need experts at disarming magical traps. The job is to infiltrate a mage's tower, scout the traps, map the structure, and locate hidden chambers and secret passages." The bartender frowned. "That won't be easy. Most adventurers have already left Alchemia. Finding the right people won't be simple. Don't worry. The pay will be worth it." The bartender broke into a grin. "Your timing's perfect. I just happen to know the right candidates, and they're already here." Then he raised his voice and called out, "Hasten. Hares. Job's up." From opposite corners of the tavern, two figures rose to their feet and approached Starfall warily, eyeing him as if he were an old enemy. The orc bartender introduced them with enthusiasm. "This is Hasten, a veteran rogue that specializes in disarming traps. And that's Hares, a ranger. His raven's been specially trained and is very good at finding hidden rooms and secret passages." Starfall studied the two adventurers. The ranger, Hares, wasn't particularly remarkable, though his half-elven bloodline was mildly noteworthy. As for the rogue, Hasten, he was far too tall, built more like a warrior than a thief. More striking still was his aura, one that Starfall found oddly familiar, that of an ascetic. Hasten seemed as though he had already seen through life's suffering and entered a state of utter detachment. His eyes were calm, distant, and unfathomably deep. One could only wonder what he had experienced to reach such a state at so young an age. "I'm looking for someone to infiltrate a mage's tower," Starfall said simply. He avoided specifying which tower, then asked a few follow-up questions to confirm their competence. Both performed well. The rogue effortlessly cracked a magical lock Starfall produced, while the ranger's summoned raven quickly located a magical ring Starfall had hidden away. By any standard, their skills were first-rate. The problem was when they named their prices. The rogue Hasten quoted a flat 3,000 gold, and even then, he would only be responsible for infiltration. He would carve out a single safe route into the tower, but refused to explore any further inside. "No matter the type of mage's tower, the risk is too high," he said bluntly. "There's no way I can disable every magical trap and still get out alive. I'll be honest. If things turn dangerous, I'm gonna make a run for it." The statement was shamelessly irresponsible, and the price outrageous. While Starfall could afford it, he simply refused to be taken for a fool. The half-elf ranger, by contrast, seemed far more upright. His price was even higher at 5,000 gold, but his terms were reasonable. He guaranteed a safe infiltration route and promised to explore the tower from top to bottom. While he couldn't disarm every magical trap, he would mark every suspicious location and deliver a detailed map. Expensive, yes, but fair. If they could truly map out the Lich's fortress, 5,000 gold would be a bargain. Just as Starfall was considering whether to haggle further, Hastings suddenly asked, "Don't paladins usually cast Detect Evil on prospective mercenaries first?" Starfall glanced at him in surprise. "Some paladins swear stricter oaths, so they screen their allies that way. My oath isn't quite that rigid." Out of Starfall's sight, the half-elven ranger Hares sighed with a flicker of disappointment. He had hoped to pull the same trick the Lich had used and squeeze out a bit of moral compensation. Who would have thought this paladin operated with such flexible ethics? Still, it wasn't a real problem. Neither of them ever intended to infiltrate any mage's tower. Their only goal was to extort a sum of money from this paladin. Even a tenth of the payment as a deposit would be enough for the two brothers to leave Alchemia behind. The only reason they were still stuck in this cursed city was Ambrose. That damned Lich had cleaned them out completely. They didn't even have enough money left to buy a horse. If Starfall paid now, they'd flee the city overnight and never look back. The 9 kingdoms were vast, surely the Lion Empire wouldn't chase them across the world over a few hundred gold coins. It was a solid plan. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Starfall's caution. After a long negotiation, Starfall finally hired both of them together for 4,000 gold coins and tasked them with infiltrating Ambrose's fortress. A tenth of the payment was settled on the spot. But after handing over the gold, Starfall produced 2 alchemical vials and set them before the brothers. "These are magical potions I commissioned from the Alchemists' Council," he said calmly. "Once consumed, they'll grant you several defensive enchantments to ensure your safety during the infiltration. The effects will lie dormant in your bodies and activate automatically when you're in danger. They'll grant you Agathis armor, stone skin, and mage armor simultaneously. That level of protection is enough to withstand my full sacred slash. It's more than enough to keep you alive." The two exchanged glances, stunned. These potions alone were worth more than their asking price. Agathis armor would bolster their vitality and sheath them in frost, freezing any enemy that came too close. Stone skin needed no explanation, it made their skin as hard as stone. Mage armor would completely negate magic projectiles and provide excellent magical defense. Stacked together, the two brothers would be practically invincible. The brothers hurriedly pocketed the vials, already thinking about reselling them at a handsome profit. Then Starfall added, "No time to waste. Drink them now. The effects need time to settle. We're heading straight for the mage's tower." "We need to prepare," Hares said quickly. "I need to get biscuits for my pet." "Right," Hastings added. "My lockpicks are dull. I should sharpen them." Starfall smiled as the brothers put on their act, his hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. "Anything you need, handle it right here in front of me. If you leave my sight, I might get nervous. And when people get too nervous, they tend to become irritable." A faint glow of holy light flowed around his palm. His sacred slash was clearly primed. The brothers gulped. They instantly realized that the paladin had never trusted them. From the very beginning, he intended to march them straight into the tower. Should they resist here and make a run for it? There were 2 of them. Winning would be impossible, but slipping away, with the help of a few tricks, shouldn't be too hard. Hastings' hand drifted toward his smoke bomb. Hares prepared to summon a beast companion to cover their retreat. Then the tavern door opened again. 4 more heavily armored paladins of the Lion Empire stepped inside. Hastings and Hares. Where could they run? If they made a single wrong move, these paladins would carve them into mincemeat. The brothers could only plaster on forced smiles. "You're right. Time waits for no one. Let's depart at once." Starfall chuckled. "No biscuits. No sharpening your lockpicks. A hungry pet is more obedient. And lockpicks are easy enough to replace." Starfall nodded, satisfied, then turned to his companions. "Let's go. We're heading to the territory of the Lich known as Megamantiga." Hastings and Hares. Why did that name sound so damn familiar? Inside the castle, Ambrose gazed at a collection of bones soaking in a nutrient solution and nodded in satisfaction. The bone proliferation virus had been perfectly infused into the bones. Once the soaking process was complete, they would be capable of long-term repair and continuous growth. "Well done," Ambrose said. "You're close to being qualified to run a laboratory on your own." The praise brought Isabel no joy at all. Dark circles hung beneath her eyes, and her body swayed as if she might collapse at any moment. The experiment itself wasn't difficult despite its many steps. The only real problem was the danger. Throughout the process, Isabel hadn't dared make the slightest mistake, terrified that a single lapse might infect her with the virus and see her being turned into one of Ambrose's undead creations. The more nervous she became, the greater her mental strain. After forcing herself through an entire day and night, she felt utterly wrung dry, so exhausted she could barely remain standing. I'm going to rest." She staggered toward her room. Ambrose stroked his chin, briefly wondering whether it might be more efficient to simply turn her into an undead. Human bodies needed food, drink, rest, and all manner of maintenance. It was hardly cost-effective. But after a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea. Undead had their advantages, humans had theirs. In any case, Isabel would die in a few decades sooner or later. There was no rush. Turning back to the jars of bones, Ambrose let vast quantities of magic gather around him. Pale blue energy condensed into the shape of hands that floated at his sides. More than a dozen mage hands moved in swift, orderly fashion. One bone after another was lifted out and assembled according to Ambrose's design. These bones belonged not to humans, but rather to what were known as deep rauth. Native to subterranean depths, they were massive beasts resembling yaks, only far larger and vastly stronger. Some of the more brutal drow were said to use their skulls to crack boulders, a testament to both their strength and the hardness of their heads. The bones were part of a shipment from Black Rose. A significant portion of the early payments had been made in materials rather than gold. Given the Routh's immense size, its bones were correspondingly thick and sturdy. They were ill-suited for creating small mantis-type skeletons. This time, Ambrose intended to build a different kind of undead altogether. Under his control, the massive bones began to interlock. A sturdy base took shape, still following a multi-legged, insect-like structure, though the thick joints allowed only basic forward movement and turning. Ambrose reinforced the design's structural integrity and load-bearing capacity at the cost of agility. The upper body was pure armor, a thick deep Routh skull formed a spiked, domed shell that left only a single, massive opening. Then, Ambrose had his mage hands haul over a portable Magitech cannon. It had been built according to Alchemia's original blueprints, though the inferior materials used meant there was a real risk of an explosion. But that wasn't a big problem. Ambrose excelled at turning low-grade materials into cheap, functional skeletal constructs. Moments later, an exceedingly bizarre creation stood at the center of the laboratory. It couldn't quite be described as a skeleton. Rather, it looked more like a circular tank. It was 2 meters tall, nearly 4 meters in diameter, and possessed a cannon barrel 3 whole meters long. A hardened dome-shaped skull enclosed its entire body. Even its multi-legged base was hidden within the shell. Only the cannon was exposed by the squat, solid mass. Ambrose infused one of his artificial souls into the construct as the skeletal tank came to life. A series of dull thuds echoed through the room as its many-legged joints began to move, causing the floor to vibrate. Forward, backward, slow turns. Its movements were clumsy, but functional. Next came the firepower test. Ambrose guided the skeletal tank into a teleportation circle. With a flash of light, the massive fusion of bone and machinery vanished and reappeared deep within Alchemia's sewers. The moment it arrived, it drew attention. Red lights flared in the darkness as corrupted slimes began crawling toward it. The sewer slimes seemed to have mutated again since Ambrose was last present. Metal fragments studded their bodies, iron spikes, blades, steel bars, and saw teeth. Someone had clearly been dumping industrial waste down here. Any ordinary person ensnared by such a slime would be shredded in moments. The skeletal tank, an emotionless undead machine, burned with soulfire. Ripples spread along the cannon barrel. Then came a muffled but heavy boom, the detonation of compressed air. A mass of gray-white matter burst out of the barrel, immediately scattering and splitting mid-flight. Bone shrapnel blanketed the area ahead. More than a dozen mutated slimes were struck. Bone fragments squelched as they sank into soft, gelatinous flesh. Bones clanged upon striking embedded metal. The immense impact blasted the slimes apart. The barrage tore their bodies to shreds, and even the metal pieces visibly warped and flew off in all directions. Slimes could resist many forms of physical damage, but not this. One shot from the portable Magitech cannon reduced them to pulp. Slime paste splattered the ground. And that wasn't all. A few lucky slimes had only been grazed and hadn't been immediately destroyed. But once the bone fragments entered their bodies, they began to grow and multiply, fusing with nearby shards. Strange white bone corals erupted from within their bodies, ripping the slimes apart from the inside. Some died instantly. Others desperately tried to digest the ever-growing bone growths, locked in a vicious tug-of-war against the virus that left them completely immobilized. 2 more shots rang out. Every slime in the area was annihilated. Ambrose inspected the skeletal tank. Its bone structure remained stable. He had cleverly limited the virus's growth to the ammunition chamber, where it could continuously generate bone shells that were then launched by the cannon's compressed force. The cannon itself was made of garbage-tier materials and likely wouldn't last more than 10 shots, but that was fine. Its internal magic arrays could only support 6 shots anyway. The magic would run out long before the barrel exploded. Portable Magitech cannons from Alchemia had never sold well. Mobile barrels were difficult to recharge and often lacked sufficient power even when mounted on city walls and linked to charging arrays. They felt more like expensive toys. Flawed though they might be, this was the simplest short-term enhancement available to Ambrose. He still didn't know what had decapitated him. Better to be safe than sorry. After taking the skeletal tank on a circuit of the sewers and firing all 6 shells with excellent results, Ambrose nodded in satisfaction. Within 20 meters, being grazed by the shot meant a serious injury, a direct hit was certain death. At close range, even Ambrose himself couldn't withstand 6 consecutive shells from behind a magic shield. Against legends, however, its usefulness was limited. The tank was slow, and firing required an obvious pause and charge up. Competent foes could easily evade or strike first unless they were foolish enough to stand their ground, or the terrain forced a head-on confrontation. As Ambrose teleported the skeletal tank back to the castle, a sense of unease crept over him. The castle had been breached. Magical traps had been triggered and dismantled. The intruders clearly knew what they were doing. Assuming the paladins had moved faster than expected, Ambrose quickly checked his surveillance. He discovered 2 familiar figures in sight. Bear and Husky, the clients whose possessions Ambrose had stripped bare, were creeping up from the rear of the castle. They were the ones who had dismantled the traps. Ambrose was just about to move to capture them when a massive shadow over 4 meters tall appeared on the crystal display. Ambrose sighed. Those 2 were finished. Outside the ancient castle, shrouded in night, 2 agile figures were climbing the wall hand over hand. Their ropes strained in the darkness. Bear and Husky Haston and Hares might have been scammers, but they did possess genuine skills. They had easily picked out the route with the fewest magical traps, slipped past the outer wards, scaled the perimeter wall, and flung their grappling hooks onto the top of a tower. One last climb, and they would be inside the tower itself, able to work their way downward through the castle. Their plan was simple: make a quick circuit, scribble a rough map to fool their employers, and get out. They had never wanted this job in the first place. The paladins had dragged them to the outskirts of Ambrose's territory at sword point, forcing them forward. Worse still, those paladins had done something to them. If they tried to flee, they would be swiftly pursued. There were plenty of tracking spells in the standard light magic arsenal. There was no easy way to botch their infiltration. Their only option was to minimize how long they spent inside. Though they were confident in their abilities, both brothers felt a chill whenever they thought of the name Megamantiga. That legendary lich had ruined them utterly, leaving scars that went far deeper than flesh. They'd have charged 10 times the asking price if they had known he was the target. As it stood, their lives were on the line. They could only pray the Lich was buried deep in his vault and counting his coins, unaware of their intrusion. They swore to every god they knew that they would take nothing, not even a stone. They'd leave a few footprints, then vanish entirely. Unfortunately, the gods were not listening. Caw. Husky's raven suddenly shrieked, startling both brothers mid-climb. Husky knew his beast companion never cried out without reason. He looked toward the bird and saw it trace a strange, urgent arc through the air. Below, he murmured. "What's down there?" He followed the warning and glanced downward. One look was enough to drain the strength from his limbs. "What is it?" Bear muttered, peering down as well. His hands jerked violently, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the rope. Below them stood a monstrous presence. It was a giant several meters tall and clad in heavy black armor. Where its head should have been, there was only a mass of constantly shifting dark purple light. "A Dullahan?" Husky gasped. "Have you ever seen one that big?" Bear hissed. "That's got to be a hill giant." "Then it must have been a hill giant turned into a Dullahan." Husky shot back. Bear was about to retort when the figure below drew a long blade. "Shit, it's seen us. Hurry up and climb." His final word had barely been audible, the dark edge of the blade had swept past Bear's neck, severing his head cleanly. Bear didn't stand a chance. They were at least 15 meters away. How had the blade even reached him? How had it been so fast and so silent, without even the barest sound of a swing? As death claimed him, Bear only had one thought on his mind: damn it. That so-called life-saving potion was fake. Those paladins cheated us. Husky, however, had a front-seat view to what was happening. In the instant before his death, 3 spells had flared around Bear's body: Agathis armor, stone skin, and mage armor. All had activated properly, yet none delayed the blade for even half a second. As Bear's head fell, Husky and the now headless corpse plunged downward together. That single strike had not only taken Bear's life but also sliced through their ropes. The attack had been precise, savage, and utterly terrifying. Husky had no time to mourn his brother. Chains snapped tight around his body in midair. The blade had been hurled on a chain. After severing Bear's head, it had twisted back like a living thing to loop twice around Husky. Once more, Agathis armor, stone skin, and mage armor all activated, but none managed to save Husky from his fate. The thick chain went taut in the air. Blood sprayed. Husky was cut cleanly in half. By the time his body struck the ground, his eyes were already closed. Only then did Ambrose arrive beside the towering, headless figure. "Perfect timing, Tiga," the Dullahan said smugly. "Just caught 2 intruders." The Dullahan truly regarded Ambrose as family by now. The moment he sensed intrusion, he had eliminated the threat without hesitation. Before a legendary being, the potion's defensive magic meant nothing. Ambrose looked at the mangled remains scattered across the ground and sighed. "Gareth. Next time, if you're facing small fry, try to leave their bodies intact." "Huh?" Gareth replied. "You short on bones or something?" He assumed Ambrose wanted to turn the corpses into undead. Ambrose shook his head. The Speak with Dead spell requires their bodies to be mostly whole. Decapitation and bisection won't do. Speak with Dead was among the most classic of necromantic spells. It could temporarily bind a soul to its corpse and force it to answer questions, usually a maximum of 5, and the dead could tell no lies. Ambrose wanted to know how these 2 had breached his castle all of a sudden, and whether the paladins were planning something. But with the bodies in this state, the spell was impossible to cast. Gareth cleared his throat, embarrassed. "Ah. I forgot. I'm not great with magic. Didn't think about Speak with Dead." Ambrose didn't blame him. Gareth had done exactly what Ambrose had asked him to do. "It's fine," Ambrose said calmly. "I'll just make them undead instead. A bit more trouble, that's all." He summoned clusters of mage hands to gather up Bear and Husky's remains and carry them into his laboratory. As he looked at the reassembled corpses, a strange feeling struck him. This was, probably the first time he had ever created undead in such a traditional way. Since becoming a legend and acquiring mimetic soul, all of his undead had been implanted with those rather than the souls of the living. Even their bones had come from old battlefields from the last monster war. "This is absurd," Ambrose muttered. "If the others in the Elegiac Society found out, they'd mock me for centuries." With a peculiar sense of novelty, he began stitching the corpses together, then proceeded with his first truly orthodox necromantic ritual. Since it was his first time, he decided it deserved a little ceremony. He'd turn bear and husky into high-tier undead, then. Aiding 2 high-tier undead right now was not, strictly speaking, a good idea. The materials would be expensive, but the more important factor was time. Many humans harbored a fundamental misunderstanding about undead. They thought that a simple raised skeleton spell yanking a skeleton out of a corpse constituted true necromancy. In reality, such skeletons would last at most a single day. They weren't undead at all, but rather mere temporary puppets. Their movements depended entirely on the caster's control, and their souls were fragmentary and incomplete at best. Creating autonomous undead that could persist long-term and retain most of their original reasoning, especially high-tier undead, was a different matter entirely. The first step was to determine whether Haston and Hare's souls still lingered. Ambrose wasn't worried about Haston. A cutthroat thief who preyed on his own kind was unlikely to be devout. After death, his soul would remain trapped in his body for a long time, suffering without reprieve. The real concern was the half-elf ranger. Most elves worshipped the elven pantheon, and those gods were notoriously possessive of elven souls. In most cases, death meant immediate ascension to the divine elven realm. There was little chance that he'd linger behind. Forcibly intercepting an elven soul was a good way to anger a group of vindictive gods, and hardly worth the trouble. But to his surprise, when Ambrose examined Hare's remains, he found that Hare's soul was still intact. Not a believer in those stingy elven gods. Ambrose murmured approvingly. "Excellent. That saves me a great deal of trouble." Lo, ominous incantations echoed through the laboratory, like the murmurs of ancient shadows from the abyss. The temperature plummeted as pale frost spread across the surroundings at a visible speed. A faint blue wisp drifted out of the half-elf's corpse, struggling instinctively to escape only to be frozen in place by the pervasive cold and left suspended stiffly in midair. Ambrose traced countless lines of magical light with his hands, weaving them into intricate, dreamlike patterns that imprinted themselves onto the soul. When the complex ritual was complete, he spoke to the soulfire. "You should be able to speak now. Hares, can you hear my voice?" The soul flickered, trembling, as a weak sound emerged. "It hurts." "That's merely phantom pain," Ambrose said calmly. "Your soul has been severed from its body. You are no longer capable of pain. Focus. Hold on to the memories etched deepest into you. That will help muster your will." The soul trembled again. When it spoke once more, its voice was fragmented, but clearer. "Mom. Please don't die. Mom." Ambrose was unfazed. Many adventurers' lives could fill several volumes of melodramatic prose, but only heroes ever had their stories turned into epics. After calling out for his mother for a long while, Hares gradually regained a sliver of lucidity. What happened to me? It's so dark, so cold. Where am I?" "Darkness and cold, like pain, are illusions," Ambrose replied. "Souls perceive the world differently. You need time to adapt. For now, I've sealed off your external senses. Otherwise, your soul would collapse under the strain." Without eyes, ears, or a nose, a soul experienced the world less through sensations and more like reading an impossibly detailed instruction manual. Take Ambrose's experience drinking sour, watered-down ale in a tavern. His tongue couldn't taste anything, but his soul had already tagged the cup with descriptors like diluted, acidic, and disgusting in advance. Now imagine holding up a single gold coin and having hundreds of thousands of words of descriptive data erupt into a soul's awareness all at once. Such information overload could rupture a fragile soul outright. Once, a poetically inclined undead had written, "The world opened itself entirely to me and I, in cowardice, shut my eyes." An undead spent its entire existence pruning its perception of the world, reducing the burden on its soul, filtering out trivial details so as not to miss what truly mattered. And this was only the beginning. Next came learning how to control an undead body using nothing more than the power of the soul. While the soul controlled the body, in turn, reshaped the soul. That was why ghosts often resembled their living forms. The soul constantly adapted to the body's shape. It was also why most undead retained humanoid forms. Adapting to one's original body was far easier. Only Ambrose, with his mimetic soul, could freely alter undead forms. He could simply create an artificial soul compatible with a given corporeal form, dramatically reducing the time needed for soul-body integration. At present, Ambrose hadn't yet prepared a suitable undead vessel for Hares, so his soul remained sealed, capable only of speech and deprived of all other sensory input. Otherwise, Hares would have screamed himself mad for months before acclimating. Once Hare's soul had steadied somewhat, Ambrose continued, "Did the paladins send you to infiltrate my castle?" The soul shuddered violently. "It's you, Master Megaman. I remember now. That Dullahan was your construct. You killed us." If Gareth truly were Ambrose's creation, Ambrose would already have raised an entire legion and steamrolled the Lion Empire by now. He'd have hung James Watson from a pyre himself. "Answer the question, Hares," Ambrose said evenly. "Did the paladins instruct you to come to my castle?" "Yes," Hares replied. "My brother and I only meant to swindle them for a bit of money, but they forced us to infiltrate the castle. We planned to make a quick circuit and leave." His tone was thick with regret. Their gamble had ended in genuine death. Ambrose pressed further for information about the paladins, but gained little. The brothers had barely interacted with Starfall, and only knew that he was a Black Knight sworn to the oath of vengeance. "A Black Knight, huh?" Ambrose muttered. "Troublesome. Those paladins have no morals." As he spoke to himself, Hares seized the chance to beg for mercy. "Master Megaman, this was our fault. But please, have mercy. Spare my brother. I'll serve you willingly. Skeleton, zombie, anything, but please, let Haston live." Ambrose asked curiously, "You two seem close. But how does a half-elf end up brothers with a human? Same father, different mothers? Or was it the other way around?" "Our father was a slaver," Hares replied quietly. "Haston's mother was a human slave. Mine was an elven slave. In the end, we killed him and fled." Another miserable tale, but Ambrose had no interest in probing further. Instead, he considered their utility. That Black Knight, Starfall, was irritatingly cautious. Why couldn't he be like that fool Alan, charging forward screaming about holy light? He had to provoke Starfall. He couldn't afford to let Starfall keep control of the situation. An idea began to take shape. "Right," Ambrose said suddenly, addressing the soul. "You seemed quite attached to your pet. Ever considered reincarnating as a lich?" Starfall did not wait outside Ambrose's castle for the brothers to return. If the two of them managed to come back alive after entering the castle, they would inevitably seek him out for the remaining payment. There was no need to loiter outside like a fool, he just had to confirm that they had entered Ambrose's stronghold. Starfall had more important matters to attend to. He led his companions to the territory of the Porcupine Knight, Aldrich Gies. The paladins wore gleaming silver armor and rode celestial warhorses, a stark contrast with the ragged serfs they passed along the road. When the impoverished farmers saw the paladins, they instinctively dropped to their knees, bowing again and again to these unfamiliar noble lords. Starfall raised both hands. A silver-white halo expanded outward, enveloping the nearby serfs in sacred radiance. At once, the farmers felt strength surge through their bodies. Their pain faded, their hunger receded, and their exhaustion vanished as if swept away. Bathed in dazzling light, Starfall appeared like a god descending to the mortal world. His name was etched deeply into their memories. This was one of the Lion Empire's most commonly used missionary tactics. A single aura of vitality was enough to let the lowest strata of society experience the power of holy light firsthand. If Starfall were to preach now, he could easily turn them into casual followers of the Lord of Dawn, greatly reducing their resistance when the Lion Empire's armies reclaimed the land. But Starfall had not come here to proselytize. Praise be to the Lord of Dawn. May holy light dispel your suffering, he said calmly. I am Starfall, a paladin of the Lion Empire. Today, I have come to visit your lord. Who among you can guide me to him? At his words, a well-dressed, middle-aged man quickly stepped forward. Bowing deeply, he began, Honored Paladin, I am the sheriff of this region. I will gladly lead the way. One look at the man's plump build, and the whip in his hand, told Starfall all he needed to know. This supposed sheriff was a slaver. Though the Lion Empire was widely despised by other races for their human supremacism, they treated their own kind well. The Empire had hundreds of millions of citizens. Aside from newly conquered territory, human slavery had been fully eradicated. Other races' slaves, of course, didn't count. Suppressing the urge to teach the slaver a harsh lesson, Starfall commanded, Lead the way. The sheriff hurriedly mounted a short-legged horse and rode ahead, smiling obsequiously as he guided the paladins onward. The Porcupine Knight's territory wasn't particularly large. After crossing a stretch of farmland, they soon arrived at the Lord's manor. Compared to Ambrose's castle, the Porcupine Knight's estate was modest and, in fact, rather shabby. This was the reality of minor lords. Rather than a life of luxury, they sometimes even faced the risk of starvation themselves. After the recent war, however, the food crisis had temporarily eased. Too many people had died, reducing the number of mouths to feed. Moreover, after the war, the Porcupine Knight had launched a campaign for justice against several neighboring lords who had perished. His justification was simple: those lords had been reckless and overconfident, and bore primary responsibility for the catastrophic defeat. The surviving lords accepted this argument, banded together, and thoroughly looted those three territories to compensate for wartime losses. As for how the people of those lands were supposed to survive, well, they could flee. After all, the nearby lords were enthusiastically recruiting for serfs. This maneuver delayed the territory's economic collapse somewhat, but it also meant the Porcupine Knight had completely abandoned any thought of fighting Ambrose again. He had been far too arrogant. He had assumed undead were nothing more than rattling skeletons, which could easily be smashed apart by a cavalry charge. Ambrose had taught him the truth of magic, and not the kind that required chanting for ages just to light a fire either. This was magic that, once unleashed, could flood the battlefield like a meteor shower. Countless soldiers were reduced to bare bones in moments, utterly incapable of resistance. Poorly trained peasant levies collapsed instantly when faced with such slaughter. Many who survived returned broken, driven mad by terror, and had to be hanged. The Porcupine Knight only hoped that Ambrose would not hold him accountable. He dared not provoke the Lich again. Thus, when Starfall and his paladins appeared, the Porcupine Knight was deeply uneasy. He had no desire to be dragged back into a conflict between paladins and the undead. But Starfall's opening statement surprised him. May holy light watch over you, Knight Jais, Starseer said. My apologies for the intrusion. I am Starfall, a paladin of the Lion Empire. I have come to Alchemia to rescue our comrade, the paladin Alan Watson. I hear that you once employed him to attack a Lich's territory. Is that correct? There's been a misunderstanding. The Porcupine Knight stammered. Alan Watson had nominally been hired to attack the Lich's domain. Given his capture, the presence of these lion paladins suddenly felt ominous. Strictly speaking, the Porcupine Knight owed Alan nothing. The battle had failed and the mercenary had been captured. It was hardly the employer's fault. But the Lion Empire was infamous for its disregard for reason. If these paladins wanted trouble, they could fabricate a pretext easily enough and ruin him completely. They weren't from Alchemia. Once they were done with their business, they could simply leave. Alchemia would hardly go to bat against a group of paladins for a minor lord like him. As if sensing his fear, Starfall cut him off before he could come up with an excuse. Knight Jais, Starseer said coolly, I've heard that you hired Alan Watson at an extremely low price, far below what befits a paladin and a priest of light. Is that correct? Both sides agreed to the price at the time. The Porcupine Knight protested weakly. He felt wronged. He had paid very little because that paladin already bore a personal grudge against the Lich. Alan had practically volunteered. At the time, the Porcupine Knight had thought he'd struck a bargain. Now, that bargain had become ammunition for this accusation. Starfall pressed on relentlessly. Because you hired my companion at such a low price, I have reason to believe you employed unbecoming methods to do so, coercion, perhaps, or deception. In any case, you bear some responsibility for Alan Watson's capture. Wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, a hazy figure of light formed behind him, like an enraged god glaring down at the Porcupine Knight. This was a mere cantrip, but it enormously magnified Starfall's menace and eroded the Lord's resolve. The Porcupine Knight's legs went weak. He hadn't been this frightened even when he was facing a griffin. I didn't mean to. Please, give me a chance to make amends. He babbled. Only then did Starfall smile. Rest assured, he said gently. We didn't come to trouble our allies. We came to eradicate that Lich once and for all. We merely require some cooperation from you. Through a mix of intimidation and enticement, Starfall extracted 300 militiamen from several minor lords, the Porcupine Knight included. They did not go willingly, but they had no choice. If those 10 paladins truly lost their restraint, they could butcher every one of them and leave unhurriedly afterward. Starfall was a Black Knight. Their moral code was notoriously flexible, otherwise, how could the Lion Empire have conquered so vast a territory relying only on paladins who lived like ascetics and saints? The Porcupine Knight sent off 80 men, wincing. Starfall paid generously, but coin alone could not keep a fief running. People mattered more. A major war had already claimed many lives, losing dozens more able-bodied men now meant that he would have to start worrying about next year's harvest. He told himself to treat them as already dead. They were being sent to face that terrifying Lich, after all. At best, they would serve as fodder to drain his magic. On this continent, individual might almost always outweighed collective strength. Heroic epics, after all, were told of lone heroes rather than large hordes uniting to seize victory. In many high-level wars, common soldiers mattered little. At best, they served to set the mood before powerhouses unleashed their true strength. The last campaign against the Lich had already proven this beyond doubt. Yet the Lion Empire was different. Thanks to the traditions left by its founding emperor, human interests were elevated almost to the level of faith itself. With a population numbering in the hundreds of millions, the empire could not rely on a handful of elites to protect so many mortals. How to make ordinary humans matter was a question that generations of the Lion elite had grappled with. Different cultures bred different civilizations. While others obsessed over empowering individuals, the Lion Empire had already developed methods by which commoners could threaten the mighty. Mounted on his celestial steed, Starfall faced the crowd of sallow, half-starved militiamen. Though young, they were clearly the weakest each lord could spare. Some were even serfs thrown in just to meet a quota. Starfall did not mind. To him, the difference between the lord's trained militia and starving serfs was negligible. He expanded his aura of vitality, granting these suffering souls a rare moment of comfort. Circling the crowd at a measured pace, Starfall spoke as he rode, "You already know why I purchased you from your lords. We are going to face that Lich. Yes, that same dreadful undead you encountered before, the one who crushed you utterly." At the memory of that hopeless slaughter, many felt their legs give way. Without the aura's support, they would have collapsed to their knees. Good. That saves me the trouble of explaining how terrifying the undead are. But tell me, what is there for you to fear? Whether you die sooner or later, what difference does it make? Crushing labor, endless hunger, the same pain repeated day after day. You have lived no differently from beasts. You have never lived as true humans. Your lives have had no meaning. To this continent, you are worth less than a single ox. It can plow fields far more efficiently than you can, after all. His words carried a strange hypnotism. The men had, by and large, grown numb to blows and curses. Yet his words alone ignited fury in hearts long since numb. Still, they kept their mouths shut, heads bowed, daring not to meet his gaze. Hold on to that anger, my kin, Starfall continued softly. Humans should not live like this. And today, I offer you a chance to become human once more. If you survive this war, you will become citizens of the Lion Empire. I swear by the holy light that you will receive land of your own, a home of your own, and a life that belongs to you. Every head snapped up, eyes fixed on the paladin bathed in radiance. If any other noble had promised land and houses, the men would have dismissed it as a lie. But this paladin had made an oath to the holy light itself. The simplest way to tell if a black knight was lying was to ask, do you dare swear it by the holy light? Of course, those black knights might very well reply with a sacred slash to the face. Starfall, however, had sworn his oath clearly. His words might be the truth. Seeing the light kindle in their eyes, Starfall finally smiled. He had achieved his goal. Once hope took root, it could be transmuted into strength. And he hadn't lied. A paladin who swore by the holy light could not utter falsehoods out of fear of divine punishment. If these people truly survived the coming war, he would bring them back to the Lion Empire and grant them the promised land. Starfall spoke again. Now, all of you will enter the city with me. You'll eat your fill and rest well. From the crowd, a thin, frail boy stood up, excitement causing his voice to tremble. Rest? Honored paladin, shouldn't we begin training right away? If we go to war like this, won't we just be a burden? Starfall looked at him in surprise. Though the crowd's emotions had already been shaped by his words, this boy still dared to voice dissent. That took courage. What is your name? Starfall asked. Geronimo. The name was awkward on the tongue. It wasn't the sort that was in vogue at present. Starfall frowned, trawling through his memories. A name from the Age of Dragons. Can you trace your lineage back to the past era? Before the Lion Empire was founded, the continent had been ruled by brutal, tyrannical dragons. The first Lion Emperor had slain the Dragon Patriarch, driven off all dragonkind, and freed the races from draconic rule. The dragon's corpse itself had been forged into the Empire's first divine artifact. Society and culture under draconic rule differed utterly from the 9 kingdoms of the present. That period of history had been an era-defining shift. Though humanity suffered terribly then, a few scattered branches of humanity still clung to the past, preserving draconic worship, rituals, and even fragments of the draconic language. The boy's name bore the common draconic cadence. A learned paladin like Starfall recognized it at once. Perhaps because the Lion Empire had emerged victorious, it had always taken an inclusive stance towards such remnants. The dragons were gone, all humans under their rule were kin destined to be assimilated sooner or later. Over the past millennium, their numbers had dwindled greatly. Starfall had not expected to meet one of their descendants here. Yet when he questioned Geronimo further, he found that the boy knew nothing of dragons at all. His parents had left him only the name, teaching him nothing of its origins. With regards to the boy's concern, Starfall explained calmly, the first words I learned were, praise the holy light. I began rigorous training at 7. Only after 20 years did I truly become a paladin. You cannot be remade in a few short days, but do not worry. I will not use you as cannon fodder. Obey my commands, and I will ensure you serve a purpose on the battlefield. With a gentle motion, Starfall lifted Geronimo onto his mount. Together with the boy and a crowd of newly hopeful peasants he rode toward Alchemia. In the distance, a mass of heavy clouds drifted by, their shadow prompting Starfall to look up. The skies had been thick with dark clouds for days, filling him with an unease he could not quite name. It was precisely this foreboding that drove him to ever greater caution and preparation. Still, today's gains were enough. These 300 militiamen would become his strongest trump card. The dark clouds in the sky drifted slowly downward and soon slipped beyond the far side of the mountains. A vast expanse of fog shrouded the desolate outskirts not far from Alchemia, obscuring everything within. The clouds sank lower and lower, then transformed into an enormous bone dragon, which plunged headfirst into the fog. The fog looked thick, but was only a thin veil in truth. Past its outer layer, one would find a land of utter desolation. Forests that had once been lush were now completely withered. Heaps of skeletons and ghouls stood frozen in place, while the occasional death knight emerged from the shadows only to vanish again as it endlessly patrolled the perimeter. The bone dragon descended and crouched upon the ground. From its skull emerged a half-transparent spirit. In her spirit form, the bone dragon made her way into the small silver palace at the heart of the domain, stopping beside a noblewoman whose skin resembled flawless white jade. She was none other than Black Rose, undead queen of the umbral depths, a super tycoon from whom a single sentence could send mineral prices across the 9 kingdoms into freefall. She had been lingering here with her undead legions for several days, leaving the bone dragon to keep constant watch on the paladin's movements. The bone dragon, whose name was Alabastra, specialized in concealment and surveillance magic. Disguised as a mass of dark clouds, she could observe every movement on the ground from several thousand meters above. 1. Sitting beside Black Rose, Alabastra reported, "Sister Rose, those paladins have bought several hundred slaves. I can't tell what they're planning." Black Rose set aside the documents she had been reading on the living mercury spirit golems, her expression tinged with surprise. A large number of slaves. She pondered for a moment, then smiled. So they brought that divine relic with them after all. Looks like those two are in real trouble this time. A divine relic? The draconic armaments? Shock flashed across Alabastra's translucent face. The draconic armaments was the Lion Empire's supreme artifact. Each armament was a divine relic in its own right. When assembled, its wielder would possess power close to that of a god. Was the Lion Empire willing to risk such a precious artifact against Ambrose? Weren't they afraid that it would be stolen without an army to guard it? Alabastra grew agitated at once. No, this won't do. If they use the draconic armaments, even that heartless man won't be able to withstand it. I'm going to bring him home right now. Black Rose shook her head. No need to rush. I wasn't referring to the draconic armaments. Only those of royal blood can wield it, and given the current state of the Lion Empire. At any rate, there's no way they'd use it here. I'm referring to a different artifact, and most likely a weakened imitation thereof. It won't affect your husband much. But as for the Lich. She smiled faintly. That's another story. For a so-called legend, he's far too weak. Alabastra immediately complained, "Sister Rose, don't speak in half-sentences like that. You nearly scared me to death." Watching the animated expressions on the dragon spirit's face, Black Rose sighed softly. How fascinating. What could possibly make even an undead like you so anxious over a headless knight? Tell me, does your heart still beat? She had never quite understood the love between Alabastra and Gareth. The undead had no heartbeat, and thus no living desires. Could there truly be emotions etched into the soul itself, capable of transcending the shackles of flesh? Well, one such emotion surely did. Hatred. But hatred was born from vivid impressions left before death, a spiritual imprint formed while the heart still beat, embodied so deeply that it lingered even after one became undead. Yet the love between these two wasn't merely cross-species. It had only arisen after both had become undead. Black Rose shook her head. This was an unsolved mystery. Her own attempts to imitate it were driven largely by pragmatism. Ambrose's price was simply too high to claim him entirely for herself. Left with no other option, she had tried, rationally, to recreate the circumstances of Alabastra and Gareth's meeting. Hearing Black Rose's question, Alabastra shook her head as well. I don't really understand it either. But it really was love at first sight. My heart may no longer beat, but I know it wasn't an illusion. As for why, perhaps it was simply the will of the gods. Black Rose did not pursue this fruitless topic further and returned to the matter of the artifact. Enough. Back to business. If I'm not mistaken, those paladins will launch their first assault within 3 days. They've never seen the power of that artifact before, and chances are that they'll be caught completely off guard. Alabastra blinked, surprised. Is it really that powerful? And what does it have to do with those slaves? Black Rose explained, the Lion Empire has turned faith into an art. Their imperial capital itself is a colossal altar. Every mortal who believes in the Lord of Dawn continuously feeds power into it, making the city virtually unassailable. This is only possible thanks to the Crown of Dawn, a true divine artifact forged by a god and bestowed upon the Lion Empire. It allows them to transform countless weak mortals into an unassailable force. Those paladins must have a way to imitate its effects, converting these mortals' faith directly into raw strength. Alabastra frowned. But they aren't believers of the Lord of Dawn. Alchemia was a heterogeneous place. There were few devotees of the Lord of Dawn present. Never underestimate the brainwashing abilities of paladins. Black Rose sneered. Give them 3 days, and they can turn a few hundred people into devout believers. But 300 alone, would faith be enough? She gave a cold laugh. I'm afraid the paladins intend to take more than mere faith. They mean to offer up their lives as well. Alabastra frowned harder. Human sacrifice. That's the Lion Empire we're talking about. Surely they wouldn't do that. Aside from their discrimination against non-humans, the Lion Empire was exemplary in nearly every respect. Human sacrifice was strictly forbidden by the doctrines of light. Even the most vicious rumors only claimed the Lion Emperor had been cuckolded by a goblin. No one dared accuse the Empire of human sacrifice. Sacrifice doesn't always require coercion, Black Rose replied calmly. It can be voluntary. A hero who gives his life to defeat evil, is that not sacrifice? If one offers oneself willingly, it becomes known as selfless devotion instead. In the Lion Empire, if you refuse such self-destructive devotion, you become an outcast. One day, that very fanaticism will destroy the Empire. Black Rose spoke the last few words with clenched teeth as her repressed anger barely broke through. Alabastra propped her chin on her hands, irritation creeping into her voice. I'm starting to lose track of what you're saying. Sister Rose, why do you know the Lion Empire so well? Black Rose reined in her anger and shook her head. For old reasons not worth mentioning. Let's think about how to help those 2 men instead. If Gareth slips up, he could be hurt as well. Alabastra exclaimed excitedly, then I'll go swallow up those paladins right now. Black Rose shook her head again. If your husband sees you appear, he'll bolt immediately. Even the Lion Empire can't catch him. What makes you think I could stop him? If I'm not mistaken, those paladins have already reached an agreement with Alchemia. Alchemia won't sit idly by. They discovered us this morning and have already sent an invitation. Soon we'll be entering the city as a joint delegation from the Umbral Depths and the Dragon Graveyard. Otherwise, it'll be war. Then what do we do? Alabastra asked helplessly. If a fight broke out, she knew she'd be no match for Alchemia. The Magitech cannons atop the walls would blast her to pieces, forcing her to regenerate in the Dragon Graveyard for centuries. Don't worry, Black Rose said softly. I trust him. What he lacks is information, nothing more. She took out the Necromantic Codex, then wrote out a long message and sent it to Ambrose. Without waiting for a reply, Black Rose closed the codex and murmured to herself, don't disappoint me. The man I chose should at least be able to accomplish this much. 1. In Chinese, her name is, Pale, White, Bone, or Tsangu in transliteration. As is, it sounds a little out of place to me, so I've instead chosen to localize it as, Alabaster, then tweaking it a little to make it more feminine. In a broad, open clearing, 300 mortals, well-fed and well-rested after several days, were chanting hymns in loud voices as they praised the Lord of Dawn. As they reached the line, willing to give my all for the purification of evil, a faint holy radiance seeped from their bodies, then gathered into many humanoid figures formed entirely of light. Some of these figures shone brilliantly, vivid and lifelike, others were dim and indistinct. Without exception, all of them had grasped the power of holy light, and they had done so in only 3 days. The price, however, soon became apparent. As the light condensed, many of the commoners' hair began to turn white, and fine wrinkles appeared on their faces. Watching the scene unfold, Starfall nodded in satisfaction. This was the true purpose of those 300 commoners, to trade away their lifespan in exchange for summoning celestial guardians, transforming from frail, powerless commoners into formidable warriors. Ordinary people could never become competent fighters in just a few days unless they paid an enormous price. Starfall possessed a certain magical artifact, the Crown of Faith, on loan from the Lion Empire. An imitation of the Crown of Dawn, it was capable of condensing faith to open a conduit to the celestial realm and draw upon the power of holy light. The 300 had not disappointed him. After hearing of the doctrines of the Lord of Dawn, they had all become believers. They might not yet be fervent devotees, but the Lord of Dawn responded to their prayers with holy light. That was proof enough. Lack of faith and training was inconsequential. Life force was a far more potent sacrifice for calling upon holy light and performing miracles. Starfall had shown them how to summon celestial guardians. Roughly 10 years of lifespan could sustain a celestial guardian for 20 minutes of battle. Each guardian was a battle-hardened elite forged entirely from holy light. They were immune to most low-tier magic, had no vital weak points, were fearless in combat, and, most importantly, were capable of suppressing the vast majority of undead. Starfall had been completely transparent about the side effects of this method. After all, to activate this ersatz artifact, the sacrifice had to be entirely voluntary. Brainwashing through magic or coercion was useless. The Lord of Dawn rejected human sacrifice, but did not reject self-sacrifice. These mortals all understood the consequences of their actions. But how much was 10 years of life worth, really? A person who ate well and lived warmly might live to 60. A serf, or a peasant under these lords, had an average lifespan of barely 30. To trade away a life that was never truly theirs in exchange for a brighter future, what was wrong with that? That was why Starfall had taken only the young and the strong. Those who were too old simply had no lifespan left to offer, they would die outright during training. Open your minds and merge your will with that of the celestial guardians, Starfall instructed sternly. You will be able to command the techniques they have honed through countless battles. Remember, every second you spend here is paid for with your life. Any hesitation wastes your sacrifice and lowers your chance of survival. If you want to live, if you want to become human again in truth, then give me everything you have. He guided them meticulously, teaching them how to control the projections of the celestial guardians without wasting a single second. Under his commands, the hundreds of hazy figures began executing tactical maneuvers. In less than a minute, their clumsy motions grew fluid. They had quickly gained a semblance of control. On Starfall's order, the celestial guardians fused together into a single being, a 10-meter-tall giant of light. It swung a massive white-gold greatsword through the air. Holy radiance erupted from it like a colossal cannon blast, cleaving a 100-meter-long fissure into the ground. Though it possessed only a single strike's worth of power, the holy giant would be more than enough to deal with the masses of annoying low-tier undead skeletons, zombies, and the like. No matter how many appeared, they would be nothing but fodder. If the Lich were weaker than expected, the giant might even be able to split open the gates of the castle outright, allowing Starfall and the others to storm inside. The only problem lay with the two adventurers sent to scout the castle. They had never returned, and were likely already dead. Tomorrow at noon, we begin our assault on the undead castle, Starfall declared. Victory will be decided then. Don't worry. I'll charge in alongside you. He dismissed everyone. Once they had all departed, a paladin stepped up beside him. Captain, the man said quietly, that boy, Geronimo, has exceptional talent. Should we send him back alone? The implication was clear, spare Geronimo from the battle and send him to Lion for proper training. With his aptitude, he could become a full paladin soon enough, one who didn't need to resort to self-sacrifice to wield holy light. Starfall knew that his companion's suggestion made sense. Geronimo possessed genuine talent. His mastery over the holy light far exceeded that of ordinary men. He expended less life, and the celestial guardian he summoned was stronger. Yet Starfall shook his head. No. Remove even one person, and the other's chance of survival drops. I promised them the right to fight for their future. I won't exempt Geronimo simply because he's gifted. Humanity deserves to stand equally beneath the holy light. But if that boy survives... A faint smile crossed his face. I'll train him myself and make him a member of the Knights Penitent. He straightened. Now rest well. Tomorrow at noon, we launch our first assault. I intend to end that Lich in a single charge. Starfall led everyone back to Alchemia, sending the others to rest while he made his way once more to the Iron Slag Tavern. Tomorrow would be his first time leading a crusade against a legendary undead. Though he had done everything possible to secure victory, the eve of battle still left him uneasy. He needed a drink and perhaps to gather a bit more information. There might still be something useful to learn. Wandering once more down South Cross Street, Starfall noticed more pedestrians than before. Many, however, were non-human, and the looks they cast at him were openly hostile. He was long accustomed to such gazes. He ignored them and stepped into the tavern. Business was indeed livelier tonight. Though the place was half full, it was strangely quiet, as though all the patrons were burdened with their own worries. Starfall thought little of it. In recent days, he had seen too many troubled faces in Alchemia. Hard times bred grim expressions. He approached the bar and said to the orc bartender, the usual. 2 glasses of rum. He had been coming here almost daily and was fairly familiar with the bartender by now. Though he still disliked the man's race, Starfall had at least learned to keep the disdain out of his voice, a rare feat. The orc poured him a glass and asked casually, "Just you again today? Why not bring more people to support the business? Heard you bought a few hundred slaves." Starfall laughed. "This dump's way too overpriced. I can afford it myself, but I'd have to pawn my armor to buy drinks for 300. The orc wiped bottles clean and lined them up on the counter, replying indifferently, "Then at least bring your fellow paladins. Always drinking alone is pretty stingy for a boss, no?" He topped off Starfall's glass as he spoke. "They're busy today," Starfall replied, draining the rum again. "But maybe we'll drink properly tomorrow. Why's it so crowded, anyway? Got a discount going on?" The orc sighed instead of answering. He looked at Starfall and said quietly, "Bosses shouldn't be too stingy. When something unexpected happens, there might be no one left to save you." A sudden sense of alarm flared in Starfall's mind. Before he could react, dizziness washed over him. This wasn't good. Those 2 glasses of rum had to be poisoned. Starfall felt his head grow heavy and his feet unsteady. Even Holy Light refused to answer his call. Fighting through the dizziness, he tried to clench his right fist. He wore a ring that could trigger a divine spell capable of purging most poisons. Before his fingers could close, however, a wine bottle smashed into his arm. The bottle shattered. It didn't injure him in the slightest, but it interrupted his clench. The orc bartender stood with half a bottle in hand, gazing at the ironclad figure before him with open regret. This bastard never took off his armor. Hard to ambush, no matter how you tried. Starfall knew he'd been set up. There was no time to ask why. A surge of holy light flared from his body, instantly clearing his mind. Spells that removed abnormal conditions were common, and he had multiple enchanted safeguards in place. But the moment his clarity returned, a towering orc swung a warhammer straight at his head. A golden shield flared to life across Starfall's armor, shedding most of the impact. At the same time, he seized his long sword. He slammed the pommel forward, smashing the orc back several meters and bowling over a cluster of adventurers rushing in to surround him. Sword in hand, Starfall glanced around him. Brilliant light radiated from his blade. Though the adventurers had him encircled, Starfall's aura forced them back step by step. He leveled his sword at the orc bartender and spoke slowly, "I don't know why you're doing this. If you think 2 glasses of poisoned liquor would be enough to take me down, aren't you seriously underestimating the Knights Penitent?" The orc bartender shrugged. "I said the dose wasn't enough. Boss said if we used more, you'd notice." Starfall lifted the blade high and brought it down in a sacred slash. Blazing radiance, like daylight, flooded the tavern. Before the blade even fell, the searing light had already scorched the wooden bar black. But the strike never landed. 2 silver longswords shot up from beneath the bar at impossible angles, piercing straight through the countertop and stabbing toward Starfall's groin. Against an ordinary ambush, Starfall wouldn't have bothered to react. His enchanted armor could shrug off most cold steel with ease. Yet just as the blades were about to strike, an overwhelming sense of danger exploded in his mind. He wrenched his sacred slash down mid-arc to cleave both swords in half. The orc bartender seized the opening. He hurled himself backward, crashing into a rotating hidden door behind the bar and vanishing in an instant. Before Starfall could give chase, the attacker who'd been hiding under the counter leapt out. What the hell? What Starfall saw was a mass of silvery white matter, like mercury, lunging straight at him. He hastily prepared another sacred slash to cut the thing down. That was when his foot slipped. At some point, the floor had become slick with a viscous liquid. Grease? When did that dash? Grease was a universal spell that could be used on almost any battlefield. Its effect was simple: coat the ground in slippery oil and make movement treacherous. Starfall didn't lose his footing outright, but his body simply couldn't move as he desired. The sacred slash shaved off only a small portion of the creature's body. The mercury-like mass shrieked as the remains of its body splattered onto him. His enchanted armor immediately flared with magical light as wisps of green smoke rose from its surface. Before his eyes, the metal began to corrode, enchantments collapsing one after another. Planting his sword into the ground, Starfall activated his cloak. Purple runes blazed to life across the fabric. A thunderous boom erupted. A violent shockwave exploded outward from his body, blasting the mercury creature away and shattering the nearby bar into splinters. Panting, sweat beading on his brow, Starfall steadied himself. The rapid succession of ambushes had pushed him to the edge. Just what was that mercury? It had corroded his armor in seconds, destroying multiple enchantments and leaving him in a dire state. Something was wrong. Had alchemia gone back on its word? He prepared to cast Misstep to escape, only to find that the space around him seemed warped and distorted. Spatial lock. That was an extremely advanced spell. A powerful caster was lurking nearby. Starfall didn't dare delay. Anyone capable of casting spatial lock would be a nightmare to deal with. Even in a fair one-on-one, his victory was far from guaranteed. And there were still over a dozen adventurers of unknown strength around him. He had to escape and regroup with his companions. A dreadful thought crossed his mind: what if similar assassinations were happening elsewhere? If so, his comrades were in grave danger. Holy light cleaved a path forward as Starfall sprinted across the slick floor. Every step was measured and precise. In less than 2 seconds, he burst out of the tavern. What awaited him was not the bustling South Cross Street, but rather a sea of thick, pitch-black fog. This was another simple yet practical spell: darkness. The darkness was so dense that it devoured all light. Even the holy radiance blazing from Starfall's body failed to pierce it. In the pitch-black void, a deep voice resounded. Poison resistance, electrification, enhanced movement. Just how many spells are enchanted into your gear? That's absurdly extravagant. Starfall hurled a sphere of sacred flame toward the sound. It was a paladin's signature spell, low power, low cost, and exceptionally fast to cast. The flame vanished into the darkness. It seemed to hit something, but the voice didn't even waver. Impressive. Truly worthy of the Lion Empire's elite. Your instincts are almost on par with a diviner's. Starfall wasted no time, layering protective spells onto himself until he resembled a blazing sphere of light. Stalling for time. Smart, the voice continued, amused. You figured we'd never dare make a big scene with an assassination, that we don't want alchemia stepping in. Very clever, Paladin of Lion. Though the words sounded like praise, Starfall heard nothing but mockery. His mind raced. Finally, he chose to take a gamble. Light flared beneath his boots. With a powerful leap, he vaulted 20 meters in a single bound, clearing the edge of the darkness in one motion. Enhanced Leap was a special ritual spell enchanted into his greaves. Up to now, Starfall had only truly spent his own reserves on 2 sacred slashes. Most of his stamina remained intact. Yet he had already survived multiple lethal threats, proof of how crucial enchanted equipment was. Once beyond the shroud of darkness, he finally saw his true enemy, a Lich, floating in midair. Starfall narrowed his eyes. He knew he was in serious trouble, but he burst out laughing instead. So you're the Lich. Honestly, you're much weaker than I expected. Are you really a legend? Against a legendary spellcaster, Starfall would never have fared this well in direct combat. He'd likely be gravely wounded by now. Ambrose shrugged lightly. I'm just a scholar devoted to research, not like you people who live to kill. Starfall sneered. A scholar who favors assassination. You undead really are shameless. Ambrose was unmoved by the taunt. He continued calmly, I didn't dare act before because I was unaware of what was at your disposal. An alchemy is a fence-sitter that wouldn't even share its intelligence with me. I was afraid that if I struck first, I'd fall straight into a trap. I only recently realized that you never even considered that I might take the initiative. Suspicion flared in Starfall's heart. Had information leaked? His companions would never betray him. That left only the 300 commoners they'd just taken in. But so what? Starfall said coldly. Your assassination failed, and you've exposed your own weakness. If I'd known you were this fragile, I could have purified you on my own. Ambrose nodded. True enough. None of you are legends, but each of you is wrapped head to toe in absurdly luxurious gear. Even I might not win against that. Then what? Starfall laughed. Thinking of surrendering? Ambrose shook his head. No. I found you a more suitable opponent. Gareth, he's yours. As the words fell, an overwhelmingly massive silhouette appeared on the street. Chains rattled. A colossal blade, larger than Starfall himself, came crashing down from above. Ambrose had never truly intended to assassinate the paladins. In his judgment, the odds of success were poor, and failure would only expose his own hand too early. His assessment of Starfall's strength had been precise. Even against a single paladin, Ambrose could not be certain that he would win. Furthermore, Starfall's equipment alone multiplied his combat power several-fold. Killing him outright would be extraordinarily difficult. With 10 paladins acting together, if Ambrose had left his castle and struck first, he would basically have been committing suicide. Not to mention those wretches in Alchemia, who offered no help whatsoever and merely watched from the sidelines. Ambrose had no idea what schemes they were harboring. Making use of the castle's terrain and fighting defensively had always been his plan. A spellcaster should not leave his tower. That was only reasonable. But a few days ago, Black Rose had sent him a message informing him of Starfall's efforts to recruit mortals and warning him that the Lion Empire had methods to draw upon their strength. Ambrose didn't much care about the paladins training the commoners. Whatever power they gathered would ultimately be brought to bear against the castle's defenses. If it worked, it worked, if it failed, it failed. That was that. But how had Black Rose known what the paladins were doing? After a private exchange, Ambrose discovered that Black Rose had a way to monitor the paladins' every move. Alarmed, he immediately inquired about their recent activities. What he learned surprised him. Starfall had actually gone drinking alone, and not just once. The young really were inexperienced. Alchemia was a city teeming with non-humans. How did he dare go to a tavern by himself? Did they truly believe that Ambrose couldn't enter the city just because he had built his castle outside its grounds? Starfall had been far too careless. He assumed that the Alchemists' Council would implicitly protect the paladins within the city. In his eyes, the city's rulers surely stood on the same side as its inhabitants. This assumption had caused Starfall to drop his guard. But perhaps his confidence was well deserved. If Ambrose were alone, this assassination attempt would have been meaningless. But with Gareth in the fray, things were different. He was a 4-meter-tall giant, clad in equipment even more lavish than Starfall's. His martial skill had been honed over centuries to the absolute peak. Gareth's very first strike forced Starfall to his knees, the ground fracturing beneath him into a spiderweb of cracks. The power of a legendary Dullahan was not something Starfall could withstand. A single blow shattered most of the protective spells on his body, and even his sword was left riddled with cracks. Gareth's serrated great blade featured a chained hilt. He yanked it back with brutal force. Sparks showered from the blade as it scraped across Starfall's weapon, nearly dragging him bodily along with it. Starfall had no choice but to roll across the ground. While Gareth retrieved his weapon, he downed 2 potions in quick succession, a healing draught, and a strength of the hill giant. That strike had nearly pulverized his organs. Only after drinking the healing potion did he feel some relief. As for the strength of the hill giant, it was a high-grade brew that significantly enhanced his power, perhaps just enough to withstand the next attack. Starfall felt little confidence. What if that earlier blow had just been a probe? He had no idea just how much strength this monstrous giant truly possessed. Gareth reeled in his blade. In his hands, the 2-meter-long weapon looked almost diminutive, making him appear more like an agile fighter than a brute. But when he swung the chain, the blade's rotation produced a deafening roar, shattering any glass along both sides of the street. Where the edge scraped the ground, it carved deep grooves in a spray of sparks, as effortlessly as if it were slicing through paper. Seeing this, Starfall hurriedly cast Bear's strength upon himself. His enemy was terrifying. No hill giant could possibly match its raw power. A violet gleam flashed within Gareth's pitch-black helm as the blade swung again, this time wreathed in purple lightning. The lightning gave it overwhelming force. As the blade tore through the air, it produced sonic booms, leaving behind a visible torrent of displaced air. This was the power of a legend. On a battlefield, an ordinary man would be torn to shreds merely by the shockwave alone. The pressure on Starfall intensified. This strike was aimed directly at him. At that moment, he finally understood what it meant to face a true legend. He had no other choice but to defend himself with a sacred slash. Holy light and flame coiled around his sword, erupting in a resplendent brilliance as it surged to meet the purple lightning. The violent shockwave of the explosion shattered the surrounding buildings. Watching from the side, Ambrose could not help but sigh inwardly. He was utterly outclassed compared to Gareth. If that lightning blade were brought down upon his castle, even with all its defenses, it would not last long. No wonder this brute had become a living pillar of shame for the Lion Empire. His absolute strength was genuinely terrifying. Starfall could not withstand such an assault. After the second blow, his sword had disintegrated and his body had been driven deep into the ground. If not for his exceptional armor, that strike alone would have split him in 2. Even so, Starfall was gravely injured. His sword was gone, his armor twisted and deformed. Who knew how many of his bones were broken? Gareth withdrew his blade and muttered with displeasure, "I wasn't even using my full strength." Ambrose shook his head. Gareth was crushing his opponent in both mind and body alike. After all, Starfall was still a hostage, someone who could be ransomed for gold. Gold deserved a modicum of respect. Floating over, Ambrose was about to seize Starfall when a blinding radiance erupted from the crater. Ambrose hurriedly retreated in shock. He narrowly avoided being caught in the holy light. Starfall's battered body slowly rose from the pit. Bathed in radiance, his warped armor repaired itself. New patterns blossomed across it, more ornate and complex than before. Shattered enchantment arrays flared back to life, growing even stronger under the blessing of holy light. Starfall's body healed at astonishing speed, fully restoring itself in the blink of an eye. His eyes had turned platinum white, as though he had become a different person altogether. Ambrose frowned. He spoke with a note of pity. "You're burning your life to briefly ascend to the realm of legend, but how long can you last? 1 minute? 30 seconds? Laughing, Starfall replied, "I told my followers that, to defeat evil, one must be willing to offer up one's life. As a paladin, how could I fear what even ordinary commoners are willing to do?" Raising both hands, Starfall formed a long sword forged entirely of holy light. "Holy light, grant me the power to purge evil." With that declaration, he swung the blade at Gareth. An arc of rainbow light trailed his blade. This was what it meant to be a paladin. This was the true strength of sacred slash. The blazing radiance illuminated half of Alchemia. It was as if the sun had risen early. Doors and windows flew open as people beheld the colossal sword crashing down with world-splitting might. Holy light completely engulfed Gareth's body. The violent collision of light and darkness triggered a chain of explosions. Smoke and dust billowed forth and blanketed the long street. The young paladin, barely in his 20s, now stood with his hair entirely white, his face deeply lined with wrinkles. Starfall spat out a mouthful of blood. The holy light around him rapidly dimmed as he collapsed weakly to the ground. That single strike had nearly burned away his entire life, but the power it unleashed had transcended mortality. Even if the giant had been a legend, that blow should have killed him. Unfortunately, the Lich had fled too swiftly. Starfall could not fully control this legendary power, and neither could he lock onto a foe as elusive as the Lich. As the dust slowly settled, the giant's figure still stood. But his neck was gone. Starfall's all-out strike had finally severed this formidable enemy's head. The intense holy light should have utterly destroyed his body and purified his soul. Wait. Why was the giant still moving? Gareth reached up to touch his neck and immediately panicked. His armor had been crafted with utmost care by the Bone Dragon clan. It was top-tier enchanted armor that was close to the level of an artifact. But his helmet was something he had cobbled together himself, buckled on as mere decoration. Even the glow of the soul fire within was purely cosmetic. It had originally been meant as a disguise so that he could pass for a death knight while away from home. But that last sacred slash had been so violent that its shockwave had blown the helmet clean off. Flustered, Gareth hurriedly reattached the helmet. The fight had been fierce, and there weren't any spectators nearby, but if anyone had seen him clearly, if word spread that he was a headless knight, his wife would inevitably find out. He'd have to weld the helmet directly onto his neck. There was no room for mistakes. Watching Gareth panic, Ambrose couldn't help but feel embarrassed about hiding the truth from him. Though Black Rose hadn't provided much detail, it was clear enough that she had likely teamed up with Gareth's wife to hunt down her runaway husband. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to know so much about the paladin's movements. For all he knew, the two of them might be watching Gareth even now. Marriage truly was a grave, one so deep that even the undead wanted to escape it. Ambrose then turned his gaze back toward the iron slag. By now, it had been completely annihilated by the shockwaves from the battle, reduced to ruins that matched the prophecy perfectly. The first prophecy had come true, though Ambrose had originally assumed the tavern would be destroyed when the Bone Dragon caught her husband in the act. Instead, it had been wrecked by the clash between Gareth and Starfall. In that case, had he also misunderstood the prophecy regarding his severed head? Lost in thought, Ambrose hauled the dying Starfall out of the crater. Though Starfall had nearly burned through his entire lifespan, years of relentless training had left his body just strong enough to cling to life. He had, however, lost all ability to resist. This was perfect. Living paladins were valuable, whereas dead ones could only be sold for their souls. Ambrose deftly stripped Starfall of all his equipment and stuffed it into his extra-dimensional storage pouch. But when he removed the silver-white helmet from Starfall's head, his hands were instantly scorched. Smoke rose from his skin. Ignoring the pain, Ambrose used a mage hand to lift the helmet free. After examining it, he exclaimed in delight, "Incredible holy power. What a treasure." He didn't yet know that this was a replica of the Crown of Dawn, but he could clearly sense the divine force within it. This was unquestionably an item worth a fortune. He stored it away without hesitation, then turned to Starfall and said, "Well, if you want to avoid needless casualties, why not cooperate and persuade your companions to surrender?" That earlier eruption of holy light must have alerted the other paladins. Ambrose could feel them racing toward the scene. Gareth was powerful, but if the fighting continued, half of Alchemia might be destroyed, and those lunatics would seize the chance to stir up trouble. Starfall was so weak he could not even move a finger, yet upon hearing Ambrose's words, he still replied with unwavering resolve, "We have never feared death. The holy light will guide us to the divine realm." TCH. I knew you'd say that. No sooner had Ambrose spoken than several more flares of holy light appeared at the far end of the long street. Starfall's companions had arrived. All 9 paladins who remained had shown up. Ambrose bound and sealed Starfall several times over, then cast a portal to send him straight back to the castle. He was deposited into a cage that Ambrose had prepared long in advance. By then, the 9 paladins were already shouting invocations to the holy light as they charged toward Ambrose and Gareth. The soul fire in Ambrose's eyes condensed into pinpricks as he shouted to Gareth, "End this quickly. Finish them off before the alchemists lose patience." Gareth fastened his warped helmet back into place. "Cover me. Don't let anyone see." Ambrose coughed. Should he tell Gareth about the fact that his wife already knew? Still, he complied, casting a spell that sealed off the entire district and completely cut it off from external perception. Celestial steeds were astonishingly fast. Though the paladins had been several hundred meters away, they arrived in the blink of an eye. The paladins' swords were already blazing with holy light, poised to annihilate Gareth. Then they realized far too late just how naive they were. Gareth slammed his fist into the ground. The terrifying force shattered the earth, sending shockwaves and flying debris surging forward with overwhelming momentum. The 9 paladins immediately adjusted their formation, their holy light merging into a massive shield that barely blocked the attack. They were unharmed, but their charge was slowed. Gareth's punch had not truly been an attack. Dark magic flowed from Gareth's fist into the earth as he inscribed an enormous magic circle. Before the paladin's stunned eyes, a magnificently built giant 8-legged horse leapt out of the circle. Gareth sprang high and landed astride it in midair. The mount was enormous enough to bear his 4-meter-tall frame. When its hooves struck the ground, each step felt like an earthquake. Gray smoke billowed from the beast's nostrils. Its eyes burned with raging soul fire. Its dark olive-colored body was covered in dense dragon scales. This was clearly an undead mount custom-made for him by the Bone Dragon clan. After all, what was a Dullahan without a steed? Ambrose watched with naked envy. Being supported by a rich patron really was amazing. His entire fortune might not be enough to pay for such a mount. Gareth pulled the reins and said excitedly, "It's been a long time since you got to stretch your legs, huh? Let's warm up a little today." His chained blade snapped taut, transforming into a knight's lance more than 10 meters long. This was Gareth's true weapon. The chain blade had been nothing but a disguise. He had been afraid his wife might recognize him. There was no time to play pretend any longer. The 8-legged giant horse reared up, all 8 limbs pounding in unison as it charged toward the paladins. The ground shook like a landslide. Gareth and his mount together weighed over 1,000 tons, enough to smash straight through Alchemia's city walls. As they charged, both rider and steed were wreathed in dark magic, leaving only corruption and destruction in their wake. Chains of protection, divine blessings, shields, guardian auras. No matter how many defensive miracles the paladins layered upon themselves, none of it meant anything before the charging Gareth. Ambrose watched as all 9 paladins were sent flying by a single charge. They collapsed upon hitting the ground, unable to stand back up. Every one of them suffered full-body fractures. The holy light on their bodies had dimmed, and even their armor had been heavily corroded by dark magic. It rusted like scrap iron. It made Ambrose's heart ache. Those sets of armor, stripped and sold, would have been worth a fortune. The Dullahan really had no sense of economy. Still, Gareth had held back. He knew Ambrose wanted them alive, so he had restrained himself during the charge. All 9 paladins were crippled, but all of them had survived. That, at least, was some consolation. Yet Ambrose felt somewhat puzzled. Why hadn't these remaining paladins burned their lifespan to forcibly strengthen themselves? Even ordinary mortals could sacrifice life for strength. Surely they knew how as well. Or were there specific conditions required? Ambrose shook his head and pushed his curiosity aside. A scholar's habits were ill-suited to the moment. The paladins were dealt with. Now came the real priority. It was time to negotiate with Alchemia. Was that wish-granting machine they guarded so closely truly as miraculous as rumored? Alchemia's representative arrived faster than expected. Ambrose was still inspecting the loot, judging which pieces of equipment might be worth using, when Gustavo Flynn, 6th seat of the Alchemists' Council, arrived at the scene. The legendary alchemist's expression darkened as he eyed the street that had been reduced to rubble. Staring at Ambrose, Gustavo Flynn said coldly, you sold that tavern to me so you wouldn't feel bad demolishing it, didn't you? Ambrose replied nonchalantly, come on. A mere tavern is nothing to the sixth seat of the council. I can ignore the tavern, Flynn snapped, but look at what you've done. You fought inside the city. Were you trying to make sure the whole world noticed? How are we supposed to cooperate now? This was the real source of Flynn's anger. Until now, Alchemia had always presented itself as neutral. They had only provided the paladins with some basic information about Ambrose, the kind of intelligence they could have gathered themselves with a bit of effort. Likewise, Alchemia had never informed Ambrose of the paladins' activities within the city. As a result, Ambrose had been forced to play defense. It was only after Black Rose sent him intelligence that Ambrose, gritting his teeth, spent a fortune arranging this ambush. And it was only thanks to Gareth's good relationship with that wealthy orc proprietress, who happened to have extensive connections among Alchemia's adventurers, that the assassination attempt went off smoothly. He frowned. Even now, the ambush still felt like a loss. In the end, Gareth had to step in anyway. He could have done it all for free. As such, in the face of Gustavo Flynn's accusation, Ambrose merely smiled. Flynn, do you still not understand? I did this precisely to give you an excuse to intervene. Think about it. If those paladins attacked my castle, I captured them, and then Alchemia suddenly abandoned its neutrality to rescue them, what would the Lion Empire think? Even if the Lion Empire didn't suspect anything, what about everyone else? I am, after all, a lord of Alchemia. Think about it, outsiders are attacking me. If you not only refuse to help but even side against me, given the unstable political climate, don't you think the lesser lords will rebel? Now that I've struck first and destroyed this street, I've conveniently handed you a reason to step in. You can publicly accuse me of violating Alchemia's laws and causing severe losses. Whether you issue a stern reprimand or a formal condemnation is up to you. As recompense, I hand the prisoners over to Alchemia. Then our deal will be fulfilled, and no one can find fault with it. After hearing this, Gustavo Flynn could not deny that it made a certain amount of sense. But he also knew perfectly well that Ambrose was boxing him in. If Flynn accepted this explanation, the cost of the damage would fall squarely on Alchemia. Precisely because he understood Ambrose's intentions, Gustavo Flynn chose not to press the matter further. This damned Lich would do anything for gold. If Flynn continued to haggle over compensation, Ambrose might very well kill a few of those paladins just to raise the stakes. Then when do we trade? Flynn asked bluntly. Ambrose wagged a finger. No need to rush. If we're putting on a show, we should do it properly. Let me take them back and lock them up for a few days. You can make a big public move. Only then will I hand them over. It'll look more convincing that way. The Lion Empire has its own diviners, after all. We need to be more careful. The logic was sound, but Gustavo Flynn felt an unease he could not quite place. Ambrose was not asking for payment right away, that alone was out of character. Worse still, he had mentioned prophecy. Without drawing attention, Gustavo Flynn rubbed the ring on his finger. Its enchantment activated, granting him the ability to discern the truth. He asked carefully, do you have other plans? You're not thinking of reneging on the deal, are you? To his surprise, Ambrose merely smiled and did not answer at all. Instead, dozens of mage hands materialized, seizing the fallen paladins and lifting them away. Gustavo Flynn frowned. Had he been discovered? He had used a covert spell specifically designed to evade undead perception. This Lich was far too sensitive. Ambrose gave him no chance to probe further. One by one, he shoved all the paladins through a gate, sending them straight to his castle. As he was leaving, Ambrose turned back and asked, by the way, does the council head still have no intention of showing himself despite all this chaos? The head of the Alchemists' Council was a legendary figure. Only members of the council had ever seen him. Ambrose himself had corresponded with him by letter, but they had never met in person. Why are you asking? Flynn countered warily. Just curious. I've been thinking about something lately. What kind of trouble is lurking in Alchemia's sewers that would force a group of proud lunatics like you to seek outside help? Is it something even the council head can't handle? After all, he is the alchemist closest to divinity. You don't need to concern yourself with that, Gustavo Flynn said coldly. Ambrose did not press further. He left the ruins together with Gareth. As soon as they returned to the castle, Ambrose said, "Those lunatics in Alchemia are definitely hiding something. Bastards. They're probably trying to screw me over." Gareth was still sighing over his handmade helmet. It had been damaged by Starfall's sacred slash, irritating him to no end. Hearing Ambrose's words, he frowned. Didn't things go pretty well just now? Like hell they did. Gustavo Flynn tried to use a lie detection spell on me. He thought I didn't notice his little trick. He suddenly stopped trusting me all of a sudden. That means they have something to hide, something they're afraid I'll discover. That old fox is usually restrained to the extreme. Even if an elf had an arrow aimed at his head, his hands wouldn't tremble in the slightest. But lately he's been losing his composure again and again. It's completely out of character. There's definitely a problem somewhere. Ambrose stroked his chin, trying to connect Flynn's behavior with the prophecies he had obtained earlier. He could think of no explanation that linked everything together. After some thought, Ambrose took out the necromantic codex and sent a message to Black Rose. "Megamantiga, Lady Rose, you've already entered Alchemia, haven't you?" After a long wait, Black Rose finally replied. "Black Rose, I just entered the city. I'm wandering around under the pretense of an academic visit." "Why do you ask?" Black Rose had appeared near Alchemia with a small army. The council had noticed it long ago. It would be a disaster if Alchemia were attacked by the undead now. But Black Rose had never intended to take the city with this token honor guard anyway. Underestimating Alchemia's alchemists like that would be foolish. Since neither side wanted a war, she had found an excuse that allowed Alchemia to warmly invite her inside, both to monitor and to investigate her. "Megamantiga, there's a major secret hidden in Alchemia's sewers. I want your help investigating it." Ambrose shared what he could, a false prophecy of apotheosis in the sewers, and Alchemia's increasingly strange behavior. Black Rose understood. "I'll keep an eye out. But let me give you a warning as well, Alabastra is about to lose her patience and go looking for Gareth. She's extremely angry right now." Ambrose. No way. Was he already about to get decapitated? It was said that even gods could not adjudicate disputes between husband and wife. Ambrose, a heartless lich of far lesser stature, was even less qualified to mediate matters of marital affection. So he did the responsible thing, he informed Gareth that his wife was on her way and left the headache to him. Ambrose had originally assumed that Gareth would immediately flee. If so, his castle might at least be spared from being melted by dragon breath. What surprised him was that Gareth's first reaction was concern for the orc woman. "I know her too well. If she's realized that I'm in Alchemia, then Una is definitely under surveillance as well. She could be in danger. I have to save her." Although the female orc had already sold the tavern, moving out was not something that could be done overnight. She was still tied up dealing with various assets and had yet to leave Alchemia. Ambrose hurriedly said, "Gareth, if a third party is really involved and you go rushing in to save her, won't that just make your wife even angrier? If I don't go, Una will certainly die. If I do, she still has a chance." Gareth buckled his helmet back on, transforming once again into a scruffy middle-aged adventurer, and set off for Alchemia without another word. For a moment, Ambrose could not decide whether that made him a warm-hearted hero or an irredeemable scoundrel. In the end, he decided it was none of his business. Other people's domestic affairs were best left to them. He had more important matters to attend to. The first was repairing the damage to the living Mercury. During the previous assassination attempt, the living Mercury had once again demonstrated combat power that pleasantly surprised Ambrose. Its metal-devouring ability had nearly rendered Starfall's enchanted armor useless. If not for the absurd extravagance of Starfall's equipment, the living Mercury alone would have caused the paladin severe trouble. Even so, the little creature had taken a direct hit from Sacred Slash and suffered heavy damage. It lay weakly in a glass container, barely breathing, in urgent need of large quantities of metal to recover. Ambrose didn't hesitate. He dumped the scrapped paladin equipment straight in and let the slime feast. Paladin armor was forged from top-grade metals, light, flexible, and extraordinarily durable. No one knew how much adamantium and mithril had gone into them, but, pound for pound, it was worth more than gold. Yet the living mercury rapidly corroded and absorbed even those metals. Its waning aura recovered at a visible pace. Faint lines of varying shades appeared across its once silver body. Adamantium and mithril. Are you having indigestion from overeating? Ambrose felt a twinge of concern. He wondered if those rare metals could not be fully absorbed and were leaving residual patterns behind. But he soon realized this was not indigestion at all. On the contrary, having consumed high-grade metals, the living mercury had begun to evolve. Fascinating. Let's see what you'll grow into. As its creator, Ambrose held absolute authority over the living mercury. At his command, it immediately began to expand, swelling as if inflated. A gold-trimmed longsword extended from its body, slicing cleanly through the glass container with a casual stroke. Moments later, small metal plates emerged one by one, assembling themselves into a diamond-shaped shield. One glance was enough for Ambrose to recognize the material. Mithril, light yet durable. You can reproduce the properties of the metals you consume, can't you? He asked. The living mercury bounced excitedly, as if answering him. That ability was extraordinary. The world was full of exotic metals. If the living mercury were fed enough high-grade materials, might it someday advance to legendary rank? With that thought in mind, Ambrose hurried to the treasury and retrieved a helmet radiating pure white light. This was the artifact he had stripped from Starfall's head. It brimmed with such intense holy power that Ambrose could even sense divine energy within it. There was no doubt this was a replica of a divine artifact. It might not be the genuine article, but the divine power inside it was real. The Lion Empire likely possessed only a handful of such items. It was unquestionably valuable. And yet, Ambrose intended to feed it to the living mercury. He could not use holy power himself, and selling it would be difficult. Buyers wealthy enough to afford it might not dare offend the Lion Empire, while those hostile to the Empire generally could not afford it. As for someone like Black Rose, who could afford it and hated the Empire, she was undead like Ambrose and had already made it clear she had no use for such an item. Unless it were free, she would never spend good money on something she would only end up smashing. Rather than haggling endlessly with Alchemia, he might as well let the living mercury consume it. Who knew what kind of surprise it might give him? Thanks to Master Morgan's research, the mercury slime was a living creature, not undead, and was not suppressed by holy power. There was a chance it could absorb the divine energy entirely. That said, the helmet didn't look easy to digest. The living mercury clung to it, corroding it bit by bit at a painfully slow pace. With no better option, Ambrose placed both the creature and helmet into another glass container and let it feed on the artifact at its leisure. Once that was settled, Ambrose headed for the castle's dungeon. What had once been an empty prison was now filled with hanging paladins. Every one of them glared at Ambrose with burning hatred as he entered, as if they wanted to unleash a simultaneous sacred slash and reduce him to ash on the spot. Unfortunately for them, their eyes were the only parts they could still move. Each paladin was layered with multiple seals and bindings. Stripped of their equipment, they could not escape. Ambrose stopped before a female paladin, studying her face carefully. He even reached out and pinched her cheek, appraising her like merchandise. Her eyes nearly burst into flame, but she could do nothing except glare at him. Only after confirming that there was no disguise did Ambrose release her and remove the seal from her mouth. The moment she could speak, she launched into a furious tirade. Ambrose listened for a few seconds before saying, "Save your strength. All your insults put together don't even outnumber the paladins hanging in here." It was all the usual fare, despicable, filthy, vile. Highly targeted insults that focused only on him, not even his family members. Ambrose suspected these paladins had never argued with anyone growing up, they had likely learned all their insults straight from scripture. There was zero lethality to it. Cursing a druid to lose all his hair after shape-shifting would have been far harsher. I have one question, Ambrose said. Were there only 10 of you on this mission? Are there any other paladins? Especially female paladins? A blood-tinged glob of spit flew toward him, which he easily dodged. The paladin sneered. Don't even think about it. I won't answer anything. Kill me if you dare. Ambrose sighed. Can't you just let me save a bit of mana? Tracing a pink arc of magic with his fingers, Ambrose pressed a charm spell into her forehead. Several minutes later, Ambrose left the dim dungeon wearing a heavy frown. So it wasn't this group of paladins who would decapitate me. There had only been one female among the 10 paladins, and she was broad-shouldered, stern, and aggressively righteous in demeanor. She bore absolutely no resemblance to the jade-like beauty described in the prophecy. Not even remotely. After a moment's thought, Ambrose arrived at a conclusion that unsettled him deeply. If these paladins weren't responsible, could those mad alchemists be, instead? Within Alchemia, 2 drow elves followed closely behind Black Rose as they held an ornate parasol aloft for her. They had to match her pace perfectly, not too fast, not too slow, and above all, not allow even a single ray of sunlight to touch their queen. Sunlight wouldn't harm a legendary ranked undead queen. But if Black Rose so much as frowned, the 2 of them would immediately become raw materials to create more undead. Her Majesty's cruelty was renowned in the umbral depths. She treated all living beings with the same cold indifference, as nothing more than tools. And once a tool ceased to be useful, it was naturally discarded. 2 stern-faced administrators walked beside Black Rose. They were sent by the Alchemist's Council to monitor her. A sudden visit by no less than the infamous undead queen of the umbral depths left the entire city uneasy. These 2 administrators were particularly unlucky. Even though Black Rose completely ignored their existence, merely standing near her caused fear to seep into their bodies like a contagious disease. This was the true power of a lich. Unless she deliberately restrained herself, even a trace of her concentrated dark magic was enough to taint everything around her. Naturally, Black Rose had no intention of sparing a thought for a few humans. She wandered Alchemia at her leisure, occasionally purchasing alchemical materials without even asking about the price. Among them were 3 vials of living mercury, which she intended to bring to Ambrose as a greeting gift. She didn't have a clue how undead were supposed to court one another, but judging by Ambrose's personality, giving him something expensive was probably the right approach. At this point in time, Gareth and Alabastra were likely meeting Gareth's mistress at her place. Whether Alabastra could restrain herself was anyone's guess. If the 2 women came to blows, that would cause a whole new headache. Black Rose had originally wanted to witness some melodramatic undead romance for herself and perhaps even draw inspiration from it. Unfortunately, with Alchemia's people following her so closely, she could hardly let the private affairs of an undead couple be exposed to outsiders. Thus, she chose to wander alone under the pretense of sightseeing, deliberately drawing Alchemia's attention to herself. That, however, was only one of her objectives. Ambrose had asked her to investigate the secret hidden in the sewers, and Black Rose herself was curious about the mystery Alchemia was so tight-lipped about. Though her stroll seemed aimless, without anyone realizing it, Black Rose had approached a sewer entrance. She carefully observed the 2 administrators tasked with accompanying her. As they neared the entrance, both men clearly displayed expressions of disgust, but there was little sign of vigilance or alarm. The disgust was likely due to the nauseating stench drifting through the air. But the lack of caution meant one thing: these 2 knew nothing about the secret hidden below. If that's the case, I can be a little bolder. Feigning ignorance, Black Rose walked toward the sewer entrance. The closer she got, the stronger the stench became, until the 2 administrators could not help but cover their noses. Seeing that Black Rose was still moving forward, one of them hurriedly spoke up. Your Majesty, the area ahead has been designated a restricted zone due to leaked alchemical waste. It hasn't been cleaned up yet, and it's infested with vermin. It's not suitable for sightseeing. I recommend another route. There are several excellent enchanted equipment shops that way. Black Rose pretended to be curious. Alchemical waste leakage? That sounds like a serious accident. Has Alchemia still not dealt with it? The 2 administrators gave each other an awkward glance. They knew it was an excuse, but not what the real issue was, and could only stammer and change the subject. They failed to notice that Black Rose had taken a few steps closer to the foul sewer entrance, and neither did they see her eyes sweep over the swarms of insects buzzing in the air. With a single glance, hundreds of insects died and instantly transformed into undead puppets. This was Black Rose's legendary boon, Death Gaze. When her soul fire locked onto a creature, it would automatically transform into an undead. The time required depended on the creature's vitality. Even a high-ranking paladin like Starfall would be transformed within minutes if he failed to notice what was happening in time. As for insignificant insects, the process was nearly instantaneous. Very well. It really doesn't seem like there's much to see here. Let's go elsewhere. Black Rose turned around and left, arousing no suspicion from the two administrators. Even the attendants beside her had failed to notice her subtle maneuver. Once they had gone, the insects she had transformed into undead quickly burrowed into the sewers. Thanks to Alchemia's increasingly abysmal sanitation, there were rats and insects everywhere. Along her route, thousands of vermin were silently converted into undead. They spread through the sewers. Before long, they had mapped out most of the underground passages for Black Rose. Using the excuse that she had grown tired of sightseeing, Black Rose returned to her silver carriage, which resembled a small palace, and began sketching the layout of the sewers. Within the span of a day, she had explored more than half of Alchemia's sewer system. As she pieced together the fragmented maps, Black Rose noticed a peculiar pattern forming. It looks like an alchemical formation. She wasn't particularly skilled with alchemy and only had a few vague suspicions of what was going on. She sent the assembled map fragments directly to Ambrose. Black Rose, take a look at this sewer map I drew. It resembles some sort of alchemical array. Back at the castle, Ambrose was in the middle of disassembling Husky's corpse. After much deliberation, the half-elf ranger had chosen to be reborn as a skeleton. He did like having flesh, but maintaining fresh flesh as an undead was extremely costly. It either rotted or dried up quickly, and both options were far less appealing than being a skeleton to begin with. Faced with the choice between very ugly and moderately ugly, Husky, as a half-elf, had chosen the latter. As an undead with free will, there was little difference between a skeleton and a zombie. Advancement depended largely on luck and effort. Ambrose intended to grant Husky as many innate spells as possible during the modification process: basic skeleton summon, chilling touch, and the like, so that he would possess some compatibility immediately after his reincarnation. Ambrose was in the middle of working on Husky's ribs when the necromantic codex began to vibrate. He had to conjure a mage hand to open it up. The poor Husky could only lie there on the operating table, awkwardly exposed. The moment Ambrose saw the map Black Rose had sent, he crushed the bone in his hand in excitement. He hastily replied to Black Rose. "Megamantiga, this isn't an alchemical array. It's a modified wish formation. Those lunatics, they're really trying to create a god." Black Rose was a legend, but her expertise lay firmly in necromancy. Her legendary boon, Death Gaze, had allowed her to amass a vast undead army in the umbral depths. For as long as anyone could remember, she had devoted herself exclusively to necromantic research, with little interest in other magical disciplines. Ambrose, on the other hand, was curious about everything and utterly incapable of settling down. Otherwise, he would never have discarded the power of divination so casually. Even before ascending to the legendary realm, Ambrose had been fascinated by all things magical. Thanks to the many ways this world offered to extend one's lifespan and the fact that elixirs of youth had once been reasonably affordable, Ambrose had ample time to indulge his curiosity. He had spent more than a decade studying nearly every field of magic: alchemy, golem creation, necromancy, divination, evocation, divine magic, and more. He might not have reached the absolute pinnacle in any single discipline, but when it came to sheer breadth of knowledge, he had only a handful of rivals across the 9 kingdoms. That was how Ambrose had instantly recognized the sewer system as a modified wish spell formation. The reason it resembled alchemy was simple: those lunatics had drastically altered the spell formation, transforming the spell into a massive ritual in an attempt to reduce the difficulty of casting it. After carefully studying the schematics, Ambrose reached a single conclusion: it's a genius idea, but only a madman would ever do this. The wish spell was the absolute strongest non-divine spell in the world. No one would disagree. The most advanced spells, paradoxically, were often the simplest to cast. Wish required only a single gesture. No sacrifices. No preparation. Not even mana was, strictly, required. The cost seemed laughably disproportionate to the result. Wish was, by nature, miraculous. Even so, there had been few successful wishes cast throughout history. Its principle was simple: you made a wish to the world itself, and the world would respond with a trial that tested your understanding of natural law. The difficulty was roughly equivalent to the Millennium Prize problems that Ambrose had seen before his transmigration, century-spanning challenges that countless geniuses had failed to solve. Was mathematics difficult? Anyone could attempt it with pencil and paper. The barrier to entry was exceptionally low. The wish trials were the same. After all, it demanded nothing from you, neither price nor offering. You simply had to answer a question posed by the laws of the world. There was no way to cheat. You either understood the problem and its solution, or you didn't. No amount of wealth, status, or influence could help you. The only thing that mattered was individual wisdom. That was the peculiar nature of wish: anyone could attempt it, yet who among billions could claim to truly comprehend the essence of the world? Only a small number of gods could use wish without restriction, those who were themselves part of the world's laws. As for mortals, the consequences of failing a wish were catastrophic, so much so that the records describing them were age-restricted. And even if you passed the trial, your wish wouldn't necessarily succeed. After all, wish and perfect wish were two different spells entirely. Wishes were often fulfilled in deeply unpleasant ways. The laws of the world were like a rule-abiding administrator who despised loopholes, and wish was precisely such a loophole. The world would go to great lengths to impose side effects as a punishment. Many had wished for a deceased loved one to be revived, but at what age, and in what condition? The world might furnish a newborn without any memories, or a frail elder on the brink of death. Many had wished for an enemy to die, but in what manner, and after how long? There was a shocking record of one such wish that had seen its caster being sent hundreds of years into the future. His enemy had lived a full life before finally dying of old age, surrounded by his descendants. In short, wish was a trap. Even someone as reckless as Ambrose would never touch it. Whether you succeeded or failed, there were overwhelming odds that something would go horribly wrong. And yet the lunatics of Alchemia had boldly set their sights on wish and transformed it into a ritual spell. Studying Black Rose's map, Ambrose was roughly able to infer the ritual's effects. The first effect was extended casting time. Wish normally resolved instantly. The result was immediate: either you knew the answer or you didn't. This ritual, however, forcibly extended the duration of judgment. Exactly how long it could be extended, and at what cost, Ambrose could not yet determine. Would more time make the trial easier? Some people couldn't solve a math problem even if they had centuries. Time had never been what made wish so hard to cast. Ambrose couldn't fathom the lunatic's reasoning, but this function occupied the majority of the array, and was likely the foundation upon which all other effects were built. The second effect was sacrifice. Flesh, souls, mana, intense emotions, almost anything could be used as an offering. Only an array of such sheer scale could allow for this effect. Different sacrifices generally corresponded to different array structures, but this array's scope meant that the underlying substructures could overlap seamlessly without interference, a design so precise it bordered on artistry. No wonder those lunatics had gone so far as to fabricate a prophecy. They had intended to lure ambitious individuals from across the continent into Alchemia's sewers. Everything those adventurers brought, and even the emotions they experienced during the ordeal, would become fuel for the ritual. Even those who escaped would still contribute power through their fear, greed, and desperation. The idea was terrifyingly brilliant and went beyond a mere stroke of genius. Bringing such an outrageous concept into reality must have cost Alchemia dearly. Decades, perhaps centuries of time, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of gold. This madness was something only alchemists could pull off. Ambrose hurriedly took out his notebook, copying everything down and filling the margins with dense annotations. This was priceless knowledge. Yet once he finished, he couldn't help but doubt himself. How did these sacrifices contribute to the wish spell? According to magical theory, wisdom was all that wish required. What good were mountains of flesh and souls? Staring at the incomplete schematics, Ambrose felt an itch deep in his bones. If he could fully decipher this ritual, how much would it sell for? Every spellcaster within the 9 kingdoms would go mad for it. Beyond these 2 primary effects were auxiliary functions like concealment, stabilization, and illusion designed to keep the ritual running. The map was too rough for Ambrose to work out its fine details. The lunatics had turned the entire sewer system into a wish array. Judging by what he'd noticed, the ritual was already active. He hadn't even gotten to the most important question of all. Just what had the mad alchemists of Alchemia wished for? Given the prophecy of Alchemia's destruction, had they made a fatal mistake while making their wish? Were they punished for failing the trial, or had the wording of their wish been too vague, allowing the laws of the world to twist it mercilessly? There was too little information for Ambrose to draw a conclusion. Ambrose frowned. In light of this newfound knowledge, the situation in Alchemia had grown far more dangerous. He was about to consult Black Rose for more details in hopes that she might be able to offer him insight. But before he could send another message, an origami phoenix with fluttering, multicolored wings landed before him. The letter unfolded on its own. It was a formal decree from Alchemia demanding that he hand over Alan and the other paladins. At the very end was a single line: "The wish machine is ready. You may submit your wish at any time." Ambrose glanced at the document, then at the incomplete ritual schematics. A deep sense of foreboding washed over him. Was he about to lose his head? The Alchemists' Council had always been Alchemia's supreme and most mysterious authority. There was no complete roster of its members. They rarely appeared in public, and even the number of council members was unknown. All anyone knew was that every major decision was issued forth from the ugliest tower at the city's center, and that all crucial intelligence was delivered there as well. That tower had come to symbolize Alchemia's shame. At the very top of the tower lay a vast, empty chamber. A massive round table stood alone at its center, encircled by more than 100 seats. But at this moment, only 4 were occupied. The figures, distant and aloof, were seated far apart from one another. One of them was Gustavo Flynn, 6th seat of the Alchemists' Council. Gazing at the empty chairs, he spoke mildly. The chairman once hoped for this room to be filled with legendary ranked alchemists. Unfortunately, even after all these years, the council has never exceeded a dozen members. The other 3 ignored the remark. One of them asked, "Have the people from the Lion Empire arrived?" "They are on the way," Gustavo Flynn replied. "Once they pass through the continental teleportation array, they should arrive by tomorrow at the latest." "And the hostages taken by the Lich? Have they all been retrieved?" Gustavo nodded. He agreed to the exchange tonight. "I will personally verify everything then." "And have you prepared for dealing with that Lich?" another voice pressed. "Have you found his phylactery?" At that, Gustavo Flynn finally showed irritation. His voice dropped. "Mind your tone, Dipple. Don't think that being the second seat gives you the right to interrogate me. I am not your apprentice. You have no authority to speak to me like this." The alchemist called Dipple let out a cold laugh. "You should understand why you're handling these errands in the first place. Your other contributions are negligible. Even that Lich's published papers have contributed more than you did." He paused, then continued sharply, "You are the one who should recognize your position. In Alchemia, knowledge stands above all else." Gustavo clenched his fists. Such words were a grave insult to any alchemist. Just as he was about to teach the arrogant Dipple a lesson, another council member spoke up. "Enough. No more of this verbal sparring. The success of the plan is what matters most. Flynn, Dipple might have been impolitic, but he's not wrong. That Lich is critical. We must be certain that you are fully prepared." Gustavo Flynn snorted. "Rest assured. I have already made the necessary arrangements. I will obtain that Lich's phylactery." Dipple refrained from further mockery. "Then we'll proceed according to plan. But what about that undead queen? How do you intend to deal with her? We will escort her out of the city today. Once she leaves, we'll activate all defensive arrays. Even with her entire army, it would take her at least a month or two to breach Alchemia. Besides, she has no reason to do so. Our interests do not conflict. Dipple frowned. The Queen of the Umbral Depths surely did not come here to sightsee. Have you not figured out her true purpose? It doesn't matter. We no longer have the time to investigate, Gustavo said calmly. That queen is also a lich. As long as her lingering fixation isn't involved, liches tend toward absolute rationality. Her fixation is clearly the Lion Empire. There's no reason for her to make unnecessary enemies. Gustavo Flynn's argument was, admittedly, persuasive. The undead, who had few desires and little emotional interference, were far easier to predict than most. Dipple turned his gaze to the only person who had not spoken throughout the entire meeting. One final question remains. Mr. Jones, are the druids ready? Sunlight illuminated the man, revealing a cloak woven from leaves, lush and verdant. He was a druid, one who revered nature and who should have been sworn enemies with these alchemists. And yet he was seated calmly within Alchemia's highest tower, listening to its greatest secrets. Had Ambrose been present, he would have recognized the druid at once. This was Van Jones, the very druid whom Ambrose had once encountered in the sewers. Van Jones nodded solemnly. As long as you honor your promise, we will bring the girl as agreed. But she must not be allowed anywhere near the sewers again. Even though she was adopted by our tribe as a child, she is still linked to that presence by blood. Last time, when she went there on her own, she nearly trapped me and my people along with her. Don't worry, Gustavo Flynn said. Just bring her here directly. The meeting drew to a close. Dipple rose and addressed the others. Gentlemen, I hope that this plan will proceed smoothly, and that we can all obtain what we desire. The four departed in turn. The vast chamber sank once more into silence and darkness. But none of them had noticed the strange storm clouds that had lingered over Alchemia throughout the meeting. The gap between legends was vast. Some legends possessed powers so extraordinary they defied imagination. Alabastra of the Bone Dragon clan was one such example. Her raw combat strength was not particularly remarkable. However, the legendary boon she had received was tied to stealth and concealment, and she had mastered it to perfection. Even the council tower, layered with countless protective spells, failed to block her eavesdropping. She heard everything as clearly as if she had been sitting at the table herself. When she hid among the clouds, no one would suspect anything unusual, let alone detect her presence. No one could imagine that the enormous bone dragon was, in fact, a legendary assassin. And perched atop her massive body was a headless giant. Though the Dullahan stood over 4 meters tall, he looked almost petite against the bone dragon's 30 to 40 meter long frame. Alabastra snapped impatiently, "What are those alchemists even talking about? Gareth, did you understand any of it?" The Dullahan could hardly shake his head, so he instead replied, "Who knows? My friend Tiga always says that alchemists are all twisted in the head. Just pass on the conversation and let the people with actual heads deal with the headache." Alabastra thought the logic sound enough, but she still snorted. "Humph, don't think I'm through with you just yet. Once we get back home." Of course, Gareth replied placatingly. "We'll talk about it at home." Alabastra transmitted the gathered intelligence through the necromantic codex to Black Rose, who immediately forwarded it to Ambrose. Reading the text on the codex, Ambrose tapped his fingers rhythmically against the table. After a long moment of thought, he sent a message to Black Rose. "Megamantiga, Lady Rose, I have a very important request. I hope you'll be able to help." Black Rose, "That's serious? What do you need?" "Megamantiga, I would like you to temporarily safeguard my phylactery." Black Rose, "What? Your phylactery?" Her fingers trembled as she typed. Things were developing far faster than she had anticipated. "Megamantiga, right. Since Alchemia has no intention of dragging you into this, who better than a powerful undead queen to guard something so vital?" Black Rose, you would be trusting me with your life. Megamantiga, it's fine. I do trust you. After all, we still have business worth several tens of billions of gold on the line. You wouldn't betray me. Long moments passed before her subsequent reply. Black Rose, very well. I will keep it safe. Ambrose raised his hands and traced several complex spell arrays in the air. A concealed chest slowly materialized and thumped onto the floor. He stepped forward and opened it. Inside lay hundreds of exquisitely crafted, silver-white phylacteries. The chest was filled entirely with phylacteries. Each was about the size of a palm, forged wholly from mithril, layered with powerful defensive enchantments, and saturated with dense necromantic aura. From the outside, they were indistinguishable from one another. Only by breaking the wards and opening a box could one confirm what lay within. This chest alone had cost Ambrose an enormous sum of gold. In fact, among everything in the castle, nothing was more valuable than this collection of phylacteries. He casually selected one, sent it to Black Rose through the necromantic codex, and followed up with a message. Megamantiga, Lady Rose, I leave my life in your hands. This is a secret between us, please do not tell anyone. Black Rose, rest assured. Satisfied, Ambrose closed the codex. Then he went and dragged Harvey out of the cell where the man had been quietly reading. Harvey had been living far too comfortably these past days. He had free access to copious notes and ancient tomes lay open to him, he didn't have to worry about food or drink, he had no chores nor responsibilities. Even the skeleton guard assigned to watch him had begun to look positively pleasant. Being hauled out so suddenly startled him. For a moment, he thought that Ambrose was preparing for another ritual. Instead, Ambrose placed an exquisitely crafted small box in front of him and asked, Harvey, can I trust you? Harvey froze, utterly baffled. Wasn't he a prisoner? But refusing outright clearly wouldn't end well. After a moment of hesitation, he stiffened and replied, My lord, what would you have me do? I'm about to run into some trouble, Ambrose said calmly. I need someone I can trust to handle a task for me. Harvey, can I trust you? Ambrose asked the same question again, this time with unmistakable gravity. Harvey did not dare treat the question lightly. He answered sincerely, My lord, although I am your captive, you have treated me generously during this time, and I have benefited greatly. If you give me an order, I will do my utmost to carry it out. Those words were heartfelt. Harvey had never seen a patron as extravagant as Ambrose. A library like that would normally be sealed behind hundreds of locks, with access charged by the second never opened freely for someone to read at will. For that alone, it would have been reasonable for Harvey to address Ambrose as Master. Harvey also understood that such generosity would eventually have to be repaid. The prophecy ritual he had hosted before was only the beginning. After all, according to Ambrose, his food alone cost 2 gold coins daily. Good. I knew I could count on you. Ambrose handed him the silver-white box. Take my phylactery and leave this place. Leave Alchemia. Go as far as you can. Harvey's eyes went wide. He had expected to be ordered to preside over another ritual. Never, in his wildest dreams, did he expect to be entrusted with a Lich's phylactery. A phylactery was the very core of a Lich's existence. How could Ambrose possibly hand it over to a prisoner? My lord, you're not joking, are you? Who's joking? Ambrose replied flatly. Take it with you. Find some place and bury it. Don't tell anyone. The fewer who know, the safer I am. Harvey felt an immense weight settle onto his shoulders. Ambrose's trust had come far too suddenly and absurdly, leaving him unsure as to whether he should even accept it. He stared at Ambrose's face, searching for some clue as to what the latter was thinking. But Ambrose's skull revealed nothing. After a long silence, Harvey asked solemnly, My lord, in your library, there are many tomes about divination whose author is known as the Elden Lord. Many of them are unique manuscripts I've never seen elsewhere. Do you know this author? Ambrose hesitated, then replied awkwardly, Ah, that's actually my pen name. Some of those works were never published. They aren't unique works, but rather my personal research notes. Over the centuries since his transmigration, Ambrose had used countless aliases. When he first decided on the School of Divination, he had chosen the embarrassingly dramatic title, Elden Lord. Later, after abandoning divination altogether, the name fell into disuse, and the remaining manuscripts were never released. Harvey suddenly smiled. "I understand, my lord. I will safeguard your phylactery. By the goddess of magic, I swear to defend it with my life." That response caught Ambrose off guard. Why had the man suddenly become so serious? Swearing an oath before a god was no small matter. Even non-paladins did not do so lightly. "Why did you suddenly ask about my pen name?" Ambrose asked. Harvey gave him an odd look. "You may not believe me, my lord, but I became an apprentice after I happened upon your An Introduction to Divination. Strictly speaking, you are my master." "What? You learned divination solely from written records, without apprenticing yourself to a master diviner?" That was shocking. Divination was notoriously difficult to learn. Even with a teacher guiding students step by step, many failed to reach any semblance of competency. Harvey, it seemed, had gotten this far through self-study alone. Harvey chuckled. "I'm only now starting to understand why my intuition told me to charge forward alongside Alan, the paladin, during that battle. Being captured has actually been the greatest fortune of my life." In truth, Harvey had long suspected a potential connection. The magical structures Ambrose had used in the earlier prophecy ritual bore a striking resemblance to Elden Lord's style. He had assumed that they were colleagues, or perhaps master and student. He had never imagined they would be one and the same. Harvey bent at the waist and bowed deeply. "Thank you, master. You've made me a true diviner. I will protect your phylactery with my life." "Ah, well. There's no need to go that far." Ambrose felt a twinge of regret. Harvey's talent was far greater than he had realized. Killing him off would be a waste. But Harvey had no clue about Ambrose's dilemma. He said firmly, "Master, I'll leave immediately. Once you've dealt with your affairs, you can come find me in Sarcoma." Sarcoma, known as the Kingdom of the Golden Desert, the Land of Time, the Realm of Dreams, was a nation where humans, dwarves, and many desert races coexisted. Like Alchemia, it was a place where the undead could walk openly. "You were planning to run all along, weren't you?" Ambrose said dryly. "A prisoner who doesn't plan to escape is an incompetent one," Harvey replied with a grin. "Farewell, master." Ambrose nodded. With Harvey's current abilities, as long as he was careful, reaching Sarcoma wouldn't be a problem. "Oh, one more thing," Ambrose added. "Have Raoul come see me on your way out." Harvey agreed at once, then departed briskly with the phylactery. Before long, Raoul arrived, trembling slightly, and bowed respectfully. "My lord, what are your orders?" Ambrose produced another finely crafted small box and asked quietly, "Raoul, can I trust you?" A phylactery was the most important possession of any lich. That was why every lich went to absurd lengths to hide theirs. Some buried it deep underground. Some built flawless, magically warded vaults. Others grew so paranoid they carried it on their person at all times. Ambrose chose all of the above. He built a dedicated chamber inside his castle solely to house a phylactery. Beneath that chamber, he dug a deep pit to conceal another. He kept one with him year-round. And wherever he went, he made a point of hiding several more along the way. He gave Gareth one. He gave Black Rose one. He gave his students one. He gave his servants one. Quantity over quality, far better to give out too many than too few. As for which one was real, that was classified information. In any case, none of them were completely useless. Once he finished dealing with his phylacteries, Ambrose headed to the dungeon and hauled out the captured paladins. One by one, he bound them tight with chains, sealed them with magic, packed them into coffins, and had them transported outside the castle. An airship from Alchemia was already waiting. His old friend Gustavo Flynn had been standing by for quite some time. Ambrose shifted into human form and flashed Gustavo Flynn a brilliant smile. "My old friend, you seem to be in quite a hurry." People from the Lion Empire have already arrived. If you don't hand them over soon, I'll have to invite them to dinner, Gustavo Flynn replied. The sooner this is resolved, the sooner I can get back to my experiments. His expression was as severe as ever. With his dark skin and intimidating eyes, he looked more frightening than the Lich Ambrose. Oh. That fast? Which big shot did they send? Ambrose asked. Heh. He's an old acquaintance of yours as well. The Lion Empire's High Inquisitor, James Watson. At once, the smile vanished from Ambrose's face. If there was still room for any emotion left in his heart after becoming a Lich, his hatred for James Watson certainly would take up a considerable share. Pity, Ambrose snarled. I won't get to see that old bastard preside over a funeral for his son. Only then did Gustavo Flynn smile. Seeing Ambrose angry pleased him. Not only had the damned Lich rejected the chairman's invitation to join the Alchemists' Council in the past, he had also gotten Gustavo mocked for it. Gustavo Flynn did not think his alchemy inferior to Ambrose's, they simply specialized in different fields. And his research just happened to be of little use to the current plan. And yet people had seized that opportunity to demean his intelligence. It made him want to tear Ambrose's phylactery apart on the spot. No rush, though. He would get his wish soon enough. With that thought in mind, Gustavo Flynn said eagerly, "Get on the airship. I hope you're prepared. Using the wish engine is complicated, and it'll take several hours of practice." Is it that troublesome? I thought you'd just make a wish to the machine, and that'd be it, Ambrose said. As if. This is a magnificent machine we created with countless years of effort. Allowing anyone to make a wish is a complex process. You need to memorize the precautions carefully. If anything goes wrong, don't say I didn't warn you. Ambrose studied Gustavo Flynn's face and found no trace of deceit. The old fox's acting was flawless. If Ambrose's friends hadn't gathered intelligence for him, and if he hadn't seen through the false prophecy, he really might have walked straight into the trap. As it was, the two of them, who had collectively lived for over a millennium, were locked in a mutual duel of masterful acting. The only pity was the lack of commentators cheering from the sidelines. Ambrose boarded the airship with the captive paladins. The moment he entered the cabin, he realized he was trapped in a space that suppressed teleportation. Noticing the change in his expression, Gustavo Flynn explained, "It's the latest model. It prevents people from boarding the airship using teleportation during aerial combat." Yeah, right. Who would use an airship in an aerial battle? It'd just be a target for Magitech cannons. Clearly impatient, Gustavo Flynn didn't bother convincing Ambrose. The airship shot forward, tearing through the skies toward Alchemia in record time. Not long after the airship departed, a fully armed unit of paladins appeared outside Ambrose's castle. The Knights Penitent had shown up again, in far greater force than before. And leading them was none other than High Inquisitor James Watson himself. In Alchemia's negotiations with Ambrose, returning the paladins had been framed as a favor. But when Alchemia addressed the Lion Empire, they claimed that the favor also included Ambrose's castle. Alchemia would extract Ambrose from the castle. While the legendary Lich was away from his tower, the Lion Empire could strike personally and eradicate this den of evil once and for all. That, too, was part of the deal. Standing before Ambrose's castle, James Watson issued an order with a cold expression on his face. "Destroy the evil before you. Purify every last filthy undead." The paladins answered in unison, raising their swords as their holy light merged into a blazing tide. As they charged the castle atop celestial warhorses, its automatic defense system activated, unleashing a rain of corrosive dark energy. Yet the necromantic spells that would have been lethal to ordinary people washed over the paladins like a gentle breeze. They were utterly ineffective against layers of divine protection. This was what made the Lion Empire such a terror to face. Their divine arts were perfectly suited for large-scale warfare. The more people involved, the more terrifying their collective strength became. The skeletal constructs guarding the outer perimeter posed no threat at all. They were purified by holy light before they could even approach. The Knights Penitent advanced like a hot knife through butter, smashing the castle gates open. They detected traps in advance and nullified them with stone-shaping spells. With no one left to man the castle's defenses, they were far less effective than they could have been. In under 10 minutes, the paladins completed their mission. A paladin reported back. High Inquisitor, the castle has been seized. However, there were casualties. He looked embarrassed at the last part. James Watson frowned sharply. Casualties? From a magical castle without a lich in control? The Knights Penitent took losses from a handful of skeletons. It was unthinkable. How could a paladin order specialized in combat, with easy access to all manner of miraculous healing, still sustain casualties in a battle like this? It was nothing short of disgraceful. Sir, we encountered several bizarre types of skeletons. Their forms were strange, they used magitech weapons, and their ammunition was highly unusual. He recounted the engagement in detail, leaving James Watson deeply unsettled. The initial advance had gone smoothly. Ordinary undead and magical traps posed little threat to the paladins. The real danger came from aberrant skeletons that appeared without warning, half-bodied skeletal gunners hanging upside down from ceilings with magitech rifles, or skeletal tanks wedged into wall openings, exposing only a sliver of their cannon barrels. These abnormal attacks caught them off guard. Worse still, any bullet that caused a wound triggered abnormal bone growth in the victim. Several paladins suffered nothing more than a scratch, only to be torn apart by proliferating bone amidst screams of agony. No healing had any effect. It didn't seem to behave like a curse at all, but rather some terrifying power they had never encountered. Fortunately, there were few such skeletons, and a sacred slash could eliminate them outright once they were identified. Even the massive skeletal tanks could only endure a few sacred slashes. Their bulky frames made them too clumsy to dodge, they were little more than living targets. James Watson had never imagined Ambrose capable of such extreme measures. How could there be undead magic that could survive holy light? The paladin continued, "Sir, there are a number of human slaves outside the castle. They appear to have been enslaved by the Lich." James Watson waved his hand. "Follow standard protocol. Give them sufficient food and set them free. We won't be taking them with us. But, sir, we also found a cleric in the castle. He claims to have been your son's attendant." James Watson frowned. A cleric? Hadn't all the hostages already been handed over to Alchemia? What condition is he in? Is he seriously injured? James Watson asked. The paladin hesitated before answering. He appears completely unharmed. In fact, he looks very healthy. James Watson snapped, furious. How could he possibly be unharmed? That article mentioned that Alan had been subject to inhuman torture, the descriptions of which had moved James Watson to tears. How could this cleric be unscathed? Then he must have betrayed his faith, James Watson said coldly. Interrogate him thoroughly. And find that Lich's phylactery. Dig it out as quickly as possible. Digging up a Lich's phylactery was a job for professionals. When it came to dealing with the undead, Alchemia was nowhere near the Lion Empire's equal. The paladins made several passes through the castle and soon noticed something unusual about one altar. The remains displayed atop it clearly hadn't been touched in a long while. They tore open the base of the altar and, sure enough, uncovered an exquisitely crafted phylactery. The dense aura of necromancy around it made it look like the real thing. But the captain of the paladins merely sneered. Keep digging. The newer recruits were confused, but they obeyed. Before long, they unearthed another phylactery beneath the base, one identical to the first. The captain smirked. Humph. Such an old trick. Undead really have no imagination. Just as he was about to call it in, a rookie paladin suddenly spoke up. Captain, wait. The soil down here looks like it's been disturbed too. The captain frowned. Keep digging. Sure enough, another phylactery soon emerged. This Lich knows what he's doing, the captain murmured. 2 layers of reverse psychology. No wonder so many of our comrades got played by him. Still, no matter how clever he is dash. Captain, there seems to be more. An awkward silence fell over the group. They began to dig without being ordered to. This time, what they found was even worse. There were 2 more phylacteries, one on each side of the first. Staring at the 5 gleaming phylacteries before him, the paladin captain felt his scalp go numb. He said, trembling, a phylactery requires a massive number of souls as raw material. Even fakes have to be treated the same way. Just how many people has this lich killed? Ordinarily, a lich's phylactery required at least 1,000 human souls, but there was no upper limit on how many it could contain. Those souls shielded the phylactery and simultaneously served as the source of its power. Slaves on the continent might be cheap, but 5,000 of them? What kind of deranged undead was this? At that moment, a paladin asked hesitantly, Captain, do you think all 5 of these might be fake? Cold sweat streamed down the captain's face. His voice turned hoarse. Sweep the entire castle with detect evil. Don't hold back. Check every inch. With unease gnawing at their hearts, the paladins began their search. What they found was horrifying. Another phylactery was discovered in the ceiling. Then more in bookshelves, under flower pots, inside preservative vats, behind paintings, inside coffins. One after another, an appalling number of phylacteries were uncovered. There were 88 in total. At 1,000 lives apiece, this lich had slaughtered nearly 100,000 people. The sheer number drove many of the younger paladins to frantically recite scripture in order to suppress their terror and fury. The captain, meanwhile, leaned against a wall, shuddering. He had just found yet another phylactery beyond the corner. This was insane. Just how many phylacteries had this lich made? How many more remained buried? When James Watson saw the piles of phylacteries, even he, a devout believer of the Lord of Dawn, couldn't help but curse. They allowed a lich who butchered 100,000 people to live here. Alchemia's rot goes far deeper than I imagined. The Lion Empire hadn't killed that many people even in recent wars. This lich's crimes were monstrous beyond measure. He deserved to be struck down by divine punishment. Still, James Watson was the Lion Empire's High Inquisitor. He had seen countless atrocities before, and he quickly calmed down. The numbers didn't add up. He vaguely recalled that this lich hadn't been reborn all that long ago. If he had slaughtered 100,000 people in such a short time, the region would have turned into a wasteland. Alchemia would never have allowed that to happen. Sensing something amiss, James Watson picked up a phylactery. Holy light flared in his palm, clashing with the dark magic clinging to it. With a soft crack, the phylactery splintered, allowing James Watson to open it easily. As expected, it was empty. High spiritual density. It likely took more than 1,000 souls to make this phylactery. But what's this? Spatial magic? James Watson could make out traces of a spatial array within, but it wasn't his specialty. He could only grasp a rough idea of its function. Even knowing it was spatial magic, he couldn't understand what it was meant to do. An empty phylactery with expanded internal capacity, but why? Did this lich have too much money to burn? Though he was puzzled, James Watson didn't give up. He ordered the paladins to continue searching the area thoroughly. They had to find every phylactery that the lich had hidden, even if they had to dig 3 feet deep. Meanwhile, Ambrose was approaching Alchemia. As the airship entered the city, the ancient magical sigils etched into Alchemia's walls began to glow. Alchemia's magical automata mobilized all at once and began patrolling every corner of the city. The undead queen, purportedly present to sightsee, was respectfully escorted out. Ambrose didn't get to see any of this take place. The moment he entered the city, he was taken straight to the central tower, where a massive stack of documents was placed before him. Gustavo Flynn told him that these were the operating procedures for the Wish engine, and he was to study them carefully and familiarize himself with everything. Once he finished, he could begin making a wish. And though Ambrose knew this was a trap, he was certain of the veracity of the information. After all, as a scholar renowned even in Alchemia, he would hardly be fobbed off with pure nonsense. These documents had to be a blend of truth and falsehood that was at least convincing on the surface. Gustavo Flynn likely hadn't realized that Ambrose had already examined the layout of Alchemia's sewers and inferred the truth of the Wish engine. These documents inevitably held clues that could bring Ambrose even closer to the truth. How exactly the ritual operated, where its weaknesses lay, and what had gone so wrong as to doom alchemia. Ambrose could hardly wait to learn exactly how his own head had ended up separated from his body. As soon as he opened the files, a smile spread across his face. Just as he'd suspected. The alchemists had slipped portions of the ritual into the documents, buried beneath layers of misleading falsehoods. But since Ambrose already knew about the deception, he wouldn't be fooled. While Ambrose immersed himself in research, Gustavo Flynn grew increasingly impatient. The paladins had promised that it would take at most 2 hours to find the phylactery. Nearly 4 hours had passed. They were being far too sloppy. Even if the phylactery wasn't critical to the plan and could be ignored, losing such powerful leverage over Ambrose left Gustavo Flynn uneasy. In the end, the phylactery never arrived. Instead, Ambrose emerged from the archive, documents in hand. Smiling, he said, "I've memorized everything. Can we make the wish now?" Gustavo frowned. "That fast? Are you sure you remember it all? You can't afford to make a single mistake. Relax. You and I both understand what precision means in alchemy. I wouldn't gamble with my own life." "Oh, right. I forgot. I'm a lich. As long as my phylactery's fine, I won't die anyway." That last remark made Gustavo Flynn feel as if Ambrose was stomping on his feet. He nearly jumped on the spot. Still, the veteran kept his composure. "Very well. If you're that eager, I'll show you alchemia's greatest masterpiece." Gustavo led Ambrose to an enormous teleportation array, clearly a continental gate, one capable of spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. But Ambrose knew better. This was just for show. The array would send him straight into the sewers. So the instant the array activated, Ambrose cast Mist Step and leapt out at the last possible moment. Gustavo Flynn vanished into the array, his face frozen in shock. He himself had been sent into the sewers. The alchemists overseeing the array had no idea what had happened. Why had the Lich suddenly jumped out? Before they could react, Ambrose spoke. Terribly sorry. I suddenly needed the restroom." The alchemists outside the array stared blankly. One frowned. "Undead don't have that function, do they?" Before he could finish speaking, a massive fireball erupted from Ambrose's fingertips, turning the alchemist into dust. The raging flames shattered the enormous teleportation array, preventing Gustavo Flynn's return. Only then did Ambrose blow on the tiny flame still dancing on his fingertip. "To the dead alchemist," he said, "you know too much." From the very beginning, Ambrose had never intended to play along with alchemia's script. Once he knew they meant to kill him, he would never walk willingly into their trap. Multiple phylacteries were only one of many safeguards. Even this body was something he could discard without hesitation. So the moment he tricked Gustavo Flynn away, he struck without mercy. For the vast majority of spellcasters, Fireball was the strongest spell they could reliably wield, fast to cast, devastating in power, wide in area, efficient in cost, and highly reliable. Across the continent, the infamous 3-fireball cult preached a simple creed: anyone who could cast 3 large fireballs within 6 seconds, without bloodline talents, potions, or equipment, qualified for initiation. The requirement sounded modest, but 3 fireballs was more than enough to kill the overwhelming majority of creatures in the world. Even a legend, caught unprepared, would be grievously injured. Ambrose cast 3 fireballs. The vast chamber housing the teleportation array instantly became a sea of flames. 3 alchemists and the guarding automata on either side were blown to pieces. Only one lucky soul survived, apparently equipped with a defensive magic item that had erected a shield at the moment of impact, barely sparing his life. But that mercy only made his fate worse. By then, Ambrose had already pulled out a burst-fire Magitech rifle and emptied the magazine into him. The magical shield shattered instantly. Bullets tore into flesh, burrowing deep before blossoming into a massive coral growth of bone. Shreds of blood-soaked meat hung from the skeletal structure, grotesque and cruel, yet carrying an eerie, unnatural beauty. "The bone proliferation virus really is impressive," Ambrose remarked calmly. I have to admire you mad alchemists. He stowed the rifle, cast levitation, and drifted out of the inferno. He had already learned what he needed from the documents that Gustavo Flynn had provided him. The nature of the wish ritual had become largely clear. One small detail in his earlier speculation had been wrong. The alchemists had not failed their wish. Nor was it because their wording lacked clarity or precision. The real problem was simpler: they had yet to make the wish just yet. The entire ritual was still stuck in the preparation phase. In plain terms, they were lacking sacrifices. Two crucial components were missing. One of them was Ambrose himself, a legendary offering capable of providing the final surge of power needed to activate the wish engine. Gustavo Flynn's role had been to lure Ambrose into the ritual array and trick him into becoming that sacrifice. He simply hadn't expected Ambrose to bail out, and then retaliate, at the very last moment. Greed, Ambrose muttered. Utter greed. Alchemia isn't short on legends, yet you refuse to sacrifice yourselves for your ideals. You instead insist on dragging others to their deaths. If one of you had jumped in, you might have succeeded. This failure is on you. As he spoke, Ambrose began summoning skeletal servants. The corpses of the fallen alchemists provided ready materials. Before long, several aberrant skeletons stood at his side. They were examples of Jacques Type 6, an ultra-enhanced form. Their skeletal structures had been further refined to resemble mantises, and would even provide them with short-term invisibility. Leading these aberrant skeletons, Ambrose slaughtered his way out from Alchemia's central tower. He was not fleeing. On the contrary, Ambrose intended to go to the sewers himself. Fortune favored the bold. The wish ritual was nearly complete. Why wouldn't he seize the opportunity to co-opt it all? Before entering the sewers, however, he needed to secure the second missing key component. Whether the ritual would succeed would be decided by Ambrose alone. The legendary Lich's surprise attack threw the alchemists into chaos. Ambrose carved his way downward from the teleportation chamber, killing every alchemist he encountered instantly. No matter how many automaton constructs they deployed, in narrow indoor spaces, they were no match for Ambrose and a pack of invisible skeletons. Just as he was about to break free of the tower, a towering automaton, perhaps 3 meters tall, blocked his path. An alchemist in red sat atop its shoulder, sneering. I knew Flynn was useless. I just didn't expect him to be so incompetent he couldn't even trick you into the sewers. Tell me, when did you realize something was wrong? This was John Dipple, second seat of the Alchemists' Council. He was the very man who had savaged Gustavo Flynn at the previous secret meeting. Ambrose did not recognize him. He merely smiled faintly, as if about to speak. The next instant, sparks flared across the automaton's body. The mantis-like skeletons flickered in and out of visibility as they crawled over the construct, closing in on Dipple. At the same time, Ambrose hurled a fireball straight at him. It was a perfect pincer attack. Yet the automaton shuddered, and a translucent force field unfolded. The invisible skeletons were flung away, and the fireball was cleanly blocked. What a shame, Ambrose said. An improved magic shield, integrated into an automaton. Solid craftsmanship. Dipple, clearly enraged that Ambrose attacked without even greeting him, snapped, ill-mannered Lich, have you forgotten how to speak? Ambrose shrugged. Do you pray before meals? Sorry, I don't. Dipple gaped from the mockery. His eyes bulged with fury. As second seat of the council, it had been many years since anyone dared show him such disrespect. I'll turn your bones into a lab specimen. He slapped the automaton beneath him, and the massive machine raised the cannon mounted on its arm. Ambrose had no time for more banter. Several shells roared toward him. These were no cheap knockoffs like the ones that Ambrose had made himself. Each shell was packed with alchemical compounds, with power rivaling or even surpassing fireball. Ambrose had once wanted an enhanced magical automaton himself. The one before him seemed to be a model that was even more advanced. Ambrose was forced to evade with missed step. The shells detonated where he had stood, blasting a crater into the floor. As soon as he stabilized, Ambrose fired a bolt of lightning at the automaton. The shield weakened the current, but enough energy got through to send sparks flying. The automaton's arms sagged, apparently damaged. Before Ambrose could celebrate, Dipple slapped the automaton again. Golden light surged over the damaged section, repairing it instantly. Weak divine power, your legendary blessing allows you to repair technology. Ambrose laughed loudly. You're weaker than I am. Is that so? Dipple replied coldly. Then witness the power of Magitech. At his command, steam erupted from the automaton's legs as it charged Ambrose at terrifying speed. Ambrose prepared to cast Mist Step again, but his body suddenly locked up. The ring on Dipple's finger flared with searing red light, a spell of Hold Monster. Ambrose's fragile body could not withstand the impact of a machine weighing several tons. A sharp crack rang out as his skeletal form shattered, his bones scattering across the ground. Yet Dipple did not smile. He didn't sense the Lich's soulfire snuff out. Is this feigned death? Can undead use that spell too? Ambrose did not answer him. With his body shattered, the stasis spell dissipated. His bones drew together and reassembled into their original form. Dipple moved to repeat the tactic, only to freeze. A strange noise echoed from the automaton. Its engine shuddered violently. Dipple was forced to invoke his legendary power once more. Any construct he created could be repaired instantly. The engine stabilized. The automaton lifted its leg to rejoin the fight and a screw popped loose from its foot. The machine lurched, losing its balance. What's going on? Dipple cried, then instantly realized. It's divination. He's replacing my futures. Diviners were rare even among the 9 kingdoms. Dipple had never imagined their power could be this terrifying, that they could seek out highly unlikely events, like malfunctions, and amplify them into certainty. Screws and springs began popping free with a metallic clatter, as if the automaton were about to fall apart. Dipple was forced to repair it again and again. The two legends were locked in a battle of attrition. But Dipple had no patience for Ambrose. He produced a device resembling a remote control and pressed it. Hundreds of automata surged in from all directions, encircling Ambrose. Smirking, Dipple crowed, "Let's see how many futures you can replace." Ambrose sighed. Truly, one should never fight a spellcaster on his home ground. Dipple's advantage was overwhelming. "Surrender," Dipple called out. "You've already lost." Ambrose remained perfectly calm. Folding his arms, he said, "Are you stupid? I'm a lich." A vast torrent of dark magic erupted from his body, flooding hundreds of meters in every direction like a tidal wave. Ambrose had chosen to self-destruct. Although liches could resurrect endlessly, very few would ever choose to detonate their own bodies unless they were absolutely desperate. Liches' physical forms were forged by condensation of dark magic. Their bodies were themselves high-tier undead constructs, and their every spell drew on power that they painstakingly accumulated over time. As such, liches' bodies were scarcely less precious than their phylacteries. As such, no one could have anticipated that Ambrose would self-destruct on the spot. Dark magic refined to its absolute limit erupted in an instant, forming a pitch-black tide that surged outward in all directions, engulfing every summoned automaton in its path. Where the black tide passed, the air filled with a suffocating stench. Countless warped, misshapen monstrosities manifested, two-headed spiders, centipedes like writhing tumors, worms covered entirely in eyes. These abominations were not physical creatures, but curses born from a vast concentration of dark magic. Just as rotting matter produced toxic fumes, upon reaching a certain density of dark magic, virulent curses would arise naturally. Even the lifeless automata were rapidly corroded within the black tide, decaying into heaps of scrap metal in moments. Dipple was forced to keep invoking his legendary boon to repair his personal automaton. Otherwise, it too would have been eaten away by Ambrose's self-destruction. The wave of dark magic persisted for 2 or 3 minutes. By the time it finally dissipated, all that remained was a field of rusted wreckage. Staring at the debris, Dipple spat out a venomous curse. But Ambrose could no longer hear him. The instant he self-destructed, his consciousness had broken free of its spatial confinement and returned to his phylactery. A lich's phylactery was a very peculiar thing. Many people mistakenly believed that a phylactery was a lich's weakness, the vessel that housed its soul. In truth, that was not the case. A lich's soul always resided in its body. Otherwise, how could liches react instantly and cast spells without delay? Remote control would inevitably come with latency. Ambrose's soul fire would remain within his body until it was destroyed. Only when that happened could the soul fire break through any seal and teleport directly to a prepared phylactery. A phylactery was an escape route, an absolute path to survival. Throughout the history of the continent, no one had ever managed to sever the connection between a lich's soul and its phylactery. Dimensional anchors, spatial isolation, banishment, none of them could negate a phylactery's function. A wish spell might do it, but no one would waste such a spell on a wish so pointless. Once a lich's soul entered its phylactery, the resurrection could begin. The time required depended on a lich's preparations. If a new body had already been prepared in advance, resurrection would be swift with little loss of power. This was why liches were so frightening. Even after adventurers had exhausted all their mana and drained every potion, the lich could simply resurrect on the spot. For most adventurers, that was pure nightmare fuel. That was why a certain saying circulated through the 9 kingdoms: to kill a lich, you must first find its phylactery. Otherwise, all your effort would be wasted. When Ambrose's soul returned to his phylactery, he found himself in a space slightly larger than an ordinary coffin. Dark magic, nearly condensed into liquid form, filled the interior. Ambrose began absorbing it rapidly to prepare for his resurrection. This was undoubtedly a long process. Ambrose had not been a lich for very long, unlike ancient monsters who had had millennia to prepare. He simply didn't have that kind of time, which made his resurrection far more troublesome. Still, it wasn't a serious problem. His phylactery was in an extremely safe state. It would not be discovered. This wasn't only because Ambrose had prepared countless decoys. Rather, those so-called fakes were actually just shells. His true phylactery was not hidden inside any single container, but rather constantly teleporting between them. Each mithril box was engraved with spatial formations. In addition to expanding the box's storage space, these arrays allowed for mutual teleportation. As long as a mithril box was not opened in a proper manner, the spatial array inside would be destroyed, and the true phylactery would never teleport into that broken shell. There were many additional restrictions as well. For example, the phylactery would not teleport into shells that were in close proximity to other shells. It could only appear in a lone, unopened mithril shell. This was specifically to guard against situations like the present, in which paladins had torn his home apart, gathered hundreds of phylacteries together, and were waiting for Ambrose to walk into a trap. Once clustered together, those shells automatically became decoys. The true phylactery would never teleport into their midst. Only after they were separated again and stored far apart would they regain their potential as valid targets. Other restrictions applied too. Shells close to holy light were rejected, as were shells that had been moved too frequently within a short period of time. Every condition he could think of had been baked in. Thus, while Ambrose did not know exactly where his phylactery was, he was certain it was safe. There was, in fact, an even better option, a legendary spell known as Umvar's Shattered Phylactery, which truly divided the phylactery into countless fragments. As long as a single shard remained, a lich's resurrection was guaranteed. Unfortunately, Ambrose was not skilled enough to cast it. So he could only rely on ingenuity and sheer quantity to imitate that spell. It was a crude, brute force substitute, but effective enough. His body began to reconstruct little by little. The skull formed first, as it was the seat of his soul fire. With a head, the rest of his body could follow. Though his safety was assured, being forced to self-destruct left Ambrose feeling deeply dissatisfied. He had assumed that Alchemia's attention was entirely focused on the sewers. His plan had been to escape the tower first, then find an opportunity to slip into the sewers and seize the final fruits of the wish ritual. All he needed was to leave that tower. Alchemia was vast, hiding would have been trivial. He had been right at the exit, only to have been blocked by Dipple at the last moment. Was the wish ritual in the sewers truly fated to be beyond his reach? Those bastards, that ritual was the payment he had demanded for handing over those paladins. The thought of being cheated out of his reward made Ambrose itch all over. No. I need to calm down. In the prophecy, there was a scene where I appeared in the sewers, presiding over a ritual. I couldn't tell what ritual it was, but now I know it has to be the wish ritual. Given my personality, I would never step forward unless I was sure I stood to gain. So they cannot possibly complete the ritual before I resurrect. The prophecy will come true. Fate is on my side. Reassuring himself, Ambrose waited quietly for his resurrection. His skull had already reformed, but the dark magic stored within the phylactery was nearly exhausted. At most, he felt like he would have half a neck's worth of growth. If only I had a few more centuries. Just like certain other professions, liches only get stronger with age. Enchanting his skull with levitation, Ambrose pushed open the lid of the shell in which his phylactery was located. His skull returned to the real world. The instant the lid snapped shut again, the true phylactery teleported away once more, preventing Ambrose from being killed the moment he emerged. Only then did Ambrose look around. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. Before him was a dimly lit yet extraordinarily opulent chamber, seemingly built entirely of silver, with intricate patterns traced in gold. This was no mere extravagance. At a glance, Ambrose recognized the patterns as layers upon layers of magical arrays, stacked with countless enchantments. Looking closer, he realized this was not ordinary silver and gold, but rather mithril and adamantine. The value of these materials alone exceeded that of all his phylacteries combined. What a lavish palace! Have I ever been somewhere like this? Or did someone pick up one of my discarded phylacteries and bring it here? The hypothesis made sense. His phylactery's shell had been placed atop an altar, surrounded by similarly complex magical arrays. Ambrose felt uneasy. This was very likely the interior of a spellcaster's tower. Surely his luck could not be so bad that he would be killed the moment he resurrected. The dark magic in the phylactery was already spent. To resurrect again would take at least 2, maybe 3, decades. No. Trust in the designs of fate. Once more, Ambrose soothed himself with the thought that wealth and fortune lay in his grasp. He prepared to slip quietly out of the lavish chamber and escape this unfamiliar mage tower. A wisp of dark magic drifted from Ambrose's mouth, cautiously probing the surroundings. The moment it left the altar's range, the surrounding magic arrays flared with brilliant light. Spell scrolls blazed. A translucent field of energy expanded to cover the entire room. Ambrose's skull froze mid-exhalation, unable to move even slightly. Even the dark magic he had released was suspended and solidified in midair. Ambrose's vast knowledge immediately told him what this was, the effect of temporal stasis, a quasi-legendary spell capable of suspending everything in time within a certain area. Contrary to its name, it wasn't true stasis, but rather extreme deceleration that was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Even more shockingly, the spell had been cast via scroll. The scroll alone would have cost at least 500,000 gold. Ambrose felt oddly flattered. He would never spend 500,000 gold just to protect a single phylactery. Now reduced to a mere skull, in his weakened state, even if he knew how to break the spell, he could not do so. Like a tiny insect trapped in amber, he could only wait for someone to release him. It shouldn't take long, at least. Anyone willing to deploy such high-grade defensive magic clearly valued this phylactery highly. Now that the spell had been triggered, the master of the tower should appear soon enough. But who would it be? As Ambrose waited in a mix of tension and curiosity, a squad of imposing death knights stormed into the room. Great swords in hand, they cautiously searched for signs of an intruder. Then, a woman appeared at the doorway, a beauty draped in a black robe, her figure graceful and alluring. When she saw Ambrose, surprise flashed across her face. She hurried to his side. I thought this would be a fake phylactery. You actually entrusted me with the real thing. Ambrose emerged from the frozen stillness of suspended time to find his skull cradled in the hands of a beauty with jade-white skin, just as the prophecy had foretold. He looked at the noble, elegant beauty before him, then at the imposing death knights flanking her. Her identity was immediately clear. Could you be Lady Rose? There was a trace of awkwardness in Ambrose's voice. He had never imagined that he would meet his most important patron under such circumstances. So his decapitation hadn't been literal, after all. His head was simply in the process of growing back. Black Rose smiled and gently set Ambrose's skull on a nearby table. Then, she extended a finger and pointed at one of the Death Knights. Her fingertips seemed to turn into a miniature black hole. The Death Knight was drawn straight into it, flesh, armor, and all. Everything was pulverized and reduced to pure dark magic. Next, Black Rose pointed that same finger at Ambrose's skull. The dark magic unraveled into countless filaments that wove down his neck. Ambrose felt an itching deep within him as new bones rapidly formed, aided by the dark magic. In moments, he had regained his skeletal form. He was far from peak condition, but he could already exert perhaps 40% of his former strength. Flexing his restored body, Ambrose sighed. Lady Rose, compared to you, when it comes to dark magic, I feel like a child playing with mud. What she had just done left him genuinely awed. This was no mere difference in raw power, but rather in mastery. As expected of the undead queen of the umbral depths, when it came to necromancy, Ambrose wouldn't ever catch up to her even if he had a bone dragon as a steed. Black Rose smiled lightly. We simply specialize in different things. I could not see through the secrets of alchemia, yet you uncovered the truth from nothing more than a fragmentary map. This was no mere courtesy. In her eyes, though Ambrose might have been a watered-down legend, he was unquestionably erudite. Perhaps it was precisely because he knew so much about so many fields that he had been able to create such a peculiar existence as the living mercury slime. Still, she added, I never expected you to actually entrust your phylactery to me. Ambrose felt indescribably embarrassed. It would hardly do to admit that his appearance here had been random. Damned fate, it never left even the smallest margin for error. Still, having his skull held by Black Rose was infinitely preferable than if it had been held by a paladin. He could only brace himself and reply, we're partners, after all. Of course I would trust you. Besides, even if you believed it was a fake, you still went to such lengths to protect it. A temporal stasis scroll, no less. Your generosity makes my very soul tremble. That last line was heartfelt. Lady Rose truly did not lack for gold. Black Rose smiled. She genuinely valued Ambrose and found their collaboration highly enjoyable. She had money, Ambrose had expertise. It was a match made in heaven. Even after all these years, Ambrose was the only undead she had ever encountered who could improve on her master's work on spirit golems. It didn't matter whether the core techniques were his own or not. After all, magical research was always built atop the achievements of previous researchers. That Ambrose had combined alchemia's technology with these spirit golems was an achievement in itself. If her teacher, Morgan, knew of this, he would surely be pleased. Because of that, Black Rose had hesitated for quite some time over whether she should seize this opportunity to enslave Ambrose. His phylactery was right in front of her, after all. But to enslave an undead required tampering with the soul, much like brain surgery on a human. Absolute success could never be guaranteed. If Ambrose resisted, his soul could be severely damaged, turning him into a true puppet stripped of all independent will. What Black Rose valued was his intellect, not his body. Reducing him to a fool would be a net loss. There was an 80% chance that he would be turned into an idiot, a 10% chance that his soul would be destroyed outright, and only a 10% chance of perfect control. If Ambrose had been the type of reckless undead who charged headlong like Gareth, she might have tried her luck. But Ambrose was someone who worked with his mind. The risks far outweighed the gains. In the end, binding him through sentiment seemed the wiser course. After all, he had handed over his phylactery to her despite the fact that she had done nothing at all. Black Rose suspected she might have stumbled upon the secret to winning an undead's loyalty, though she herself did not quite understand it yet. Perhaps she would consult Alabastra more next time. Ambrose, of course, had no idea what was going through her mind. Unless an undead deliberately made an expression, its face could remain perfectly blank forever. Cold reading was utterly useless against them. The undead queen before him maintained a courteous smile that revealed none of her inner thoughts. After exchanging polite pleasantries, Black Rose asked about the situation in Alchemia. With genuine concern, she said, given your current straits, it seems that your plan ran into trouble. Do you need my help? Ambrose was tempted, but he still shook his head. Lady Rose, I wouldn't be able to offer sufficient compensation for your help. I need the wish spell for myself, after all. He had never intended to enlist her aid. Until now, he had only passively accepted her intelligence. The reason was simple, a wish spell could benefit only one person. Coming up with a long list and wishing, my wish is that everything written on this page comes true, simply wouldn't work. One wish meant one wish. Otherwise, the laws of the world would impose a serious punishment. Black Rose, however, replied calmly, the wish spell means nothing to me. You should already understand my obsession. I want to destroy Lion. A wish spell cannot accomplish that. After a moment's thought, Ambrose nodded. That's true. The Lord of Dawn would never allow a wish spell to destroy Lion. The Lord of Dawn was an incomparably powerful deity. The essence of a wish spell was to alter reality through the laws of the world, something that was trivial to a god. With modest intervention, the Lord of Dawn could completely nullify its effects. That was the benefit of faith. If you believed in a generous and powerful god, you would receive true protection. Of course, that presupposed that you lived according to the deity's teachings. Otherwise, the backlash could be terrifying. Even if you do not need the wish spell, I still cannot offer equal compensation, Ambrose said hesitantly. Unless I give you a discount on future shipments. Black Rose burst into laughter. Consider it an advance investment. Perhaps you might use this wish spell to become a god yourself. Ambrose shook his head. I would never make such a greedy wish. You could wish for godhood as well, and your odds would be better than mine. But then I would no longer be able to destroy Lion with my own hands, she replied. Gods have rules. Otherwise, why have the gods of the nations invaded by the Lion Empire never intervened? As long as I remain in the material plane, my opponent will be the Lion Empire. If I become a god, I would face the direct interference of the Lord of Dawn. My odds would be even worse. Black Rose was clear-headed indeed. The undead queen had thoroughly studied and prepared for her vengeance, considering every angle in advance. You truly are willing to help? Ambrose asked, hope creeping into his voice. Of course. You entrusted your phylactery to me, and I should repay that trust. Besides, your plan was quite sound. This mishap arose only because you are simply too weak. Ambrose. Though her words stung his pride, Ambrose knew that she was right. Had he not forcibly tapped into the power of divination, he would have been beaten senseless by that alchemist riding on an automaton. Knowledge alone meant little if one could not wield demigod-level strength. With solemn sincerity, Ambrose said, in that case, Lady Rose, please help me once more. In the future, should you ever need my assistance, I will give it my all. For free? Black Rose asked. Ambrose fell silent for a long moment before he gritted out, consultations will be free. As for everything else, I can offer a discount. A real discount. Black Rose laughed so hard her hair came loose, lending her a different kind of beauty. But it did nothing to sway Ambrose's resolve. No beauty could trump gold. After indulging herself in laughter, Black Rose regained her composed demeanor. Very well. Let us begin. What do you need me to do first? First, I need to know where I am. This is your palace, yes. Have you already returned to the umbral depths? Ambrose asked. No. We are still in Alchemia, merely hidden for the moment. Her answer startled Ambrose. Hadn't Alchemia escorted her out? How had she deceived everyone? Sensing his confusion, Black Rose explained, the alchemists responsible for escorting me were turned into my undead puppets. The reports Alchemia received were all false. After that, I simply hid myself. Ambrose could only praise her ingenuity. There couldn't have been much time between the order to escort her out and the subsequent submission of the alchemist's reports. And she had turned all those officials into undead puppets without alerting anyone. Just how much mastery of necromancy did that require? She was a true legend. A half-baked one like him could hardly compare. That thought only made Ambrose crave the wish spell even more. Since we're still in the city, that makes things easier, Ambrose continued. The wish ritual is still missing two key elements. The first is a legendary sacrifice. They originally intended to use me. I escaped, but they surely have a backup plan. The second, however, has no substitute. We must find it first and secure it. Oh. And what is this second element? Black Rose asked with interest. A druid woman named Naomi Watts. She should be imprisoned somewhere in Alchemia. If I'm not mistaken, she's likely being held in the city's most famous institution, the Hall of Wisdom. A druid? Black Rose echoed, puzzled. And she is essential to the wish spell. I know it sounds absurd, but my deduction should be correct. This was not mere deduction. Naomi had seemed conspicuously out of place when she appeared in his prophecy. At the time, Ambrose could not understand what she had to do with the destruction of Alchemia. Only after seeing Black Rose's map, along with Gustavo Flynn's documents, had he finally pieced everything together. What's so special about this druid? Black Rose asked. Ambrose did not conceal his conclusion. He voiced his boldest inference. She is very likely a blood relative of the chairman of the Alchemists' Council, and the most important, irreplaceable sacrifice of all. The sewers beneath Alchemia had been utterly transformed. What was once a labyrinth of tangled passages now looked to have been kneaded and crushed by invisible hands, leaving the passages shattered and fragmented. Walls formed of magical energy carved the sewers into separate zones, while countless illusions guided the monsters below toward predetermined locations. They were offerings for the wish ritual. The monsters' flesh and souls, along with their memories and emotions, were dissolved by magic circles and transformed into tens of thousands of black threads. Those threads flowed through the entire formation like spectral hair, seeking the only living being within it, a solitary figure at its center. At the heart of the ritual circle, an elderly man floated naked in midair, his body bound tight by those black strands. His frame was hunched, his long white hair hanging in wild disarray. His emaciated body was no different from that of a corpse. Though his body had to be racked with pain, he had an expression of fanatical ecstasy on his face. The black threads continuously burrowed into his flesh. The monster's blood, flesh, and souls were converted into pure energy and poured into his body. Yet his shriveled body was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how much essence he devoured, there was no sign that it was filling him up. No one knew how long this grotesque sacrifice had already lasted. The old man continued to maintain the magic circle with manic determination. Gustavo Flynn stood among a group of alchemists watching the old man with a mix of emotions. The old man had once been the pride of Alchemia, the mortal closest to divinity, Gary Watts, chairman of the Alchemists' Council. He had once unraveled the curse of the god of alchemy. Despite the fact that all creativity had been sealed away, he had come up with new alchemical potions that revived Alchemia. He had founded the Alchemists' Council, and the formulas he had invented or refined were enough to fill an entire dictionary on their own. He had reached the pinnacle of alchemy many years ago, and had only been one step away from true godhood since. But that single step was a chasm. Mortals could not cross that chasm without divine sanction. The god of alchemy gazed coldly upon those who walked this path. Over the course of history, he had never responded to the petitions of mortal geniuses. Alchemists tended to obsess over new creations and new breakthroughs. The chairman, who felt that he had stagnated for far too long, similarly obsessed over godhood. That was how this mad plan had been born. Gustavo Flynn could no longer remember how long ago it had been when the chairman presented a shocking blueprint to everyone. It was a plan born of madness, a plan that would allow mortals to transform into gods without divine permission. At first, the council's alchemists were all stunned by the sheer audacity of the idea. They shut themselves away and debated it for a full 2 decades. During that time, many council members chose to leave, convinced of the plan's failure. Gustavo Flynn was one of those who stayed. Everyone who agreed to the plan wagered their entire future on it. Once the plan was initiated, Alchemia became like a fruit steadily hollowed out from within. Outwardly, it still looked radiant and prosperous, but in truth, all of its profits were funneled into this single endeavor. Attempt after attempt, failure after failure, millions upon millions of gold coins were burned away. Gustavo Flynn could no longer remember how many times the sewers had been rebuilt over the years. On several occasions, they were completely destroyed and then reconstructed brick by brick at an unimaginable cost in manpower and resources. Once the wealthiest among the 9 kingdoms, Alchemia now teetered on the brink of economic collapse from nothing more than the fluctuating cost of magical materials. They had staked Alchemia's fortunes entirely on this ritual, abandoning any concern for the future. The reckless tax hikes and countless irrational policies all served just one purpose, to squeeze out every last drop of blood from Alchemia to fuel this grand design. The costs were measured not just in money and time. To realize the plan, many members of the Alchemists' Council had willingly offered themselves as sacrifices. The sacrifice of so many legendary alchemists finally yielded a result. Just one more legend would be needed to complete the wish ritual. To achieve this goal, Alchemia had prepared several different plans. The first was to pour massive quantities of alchemical potions into the sewers, causing the monsters that had long been cultivated there to mutate and evolve, in hopes of creating a legendary tier creature. The second was to fabricate a false prophecy, luring adventurers into the sewers as sacrifices. The hope was to attract a legendary powerhouse to bring the ritual to completion. The third was a contingency. If no suitable legend could be found, then the remaining members of the Alchemists' Council would sacrifice themselves. That Ambrose had been targeted was simply bad luck on his part. The so-called assistance from the Lion Empire was merely a misunderstanding on Ambrose's part. Alchemia did not want aid, it wanted legendary warriors. Ambrose was the intended sacrifice. If something were to go wrong, they would simply use the High Inquisitor to fill the gap. The alchemists didn't care if this sparked a war. If they succeeded, they would have accomplished the unprecedented feat of apotheosis without divine oversight. And if they failed, Alchemia would destroy itself long before the Lion Empire could. But now, both targets were gone. Ambrose had self-destructed and escaped. As for James Watson, because he had failed to locate Ambrose's true phylactery, he was still digging around in the Lich's territory outside the city. Rumor had it that they were preparing to enter Alchemia when, while passing through a small village, they discovered a new phylactery in the village chief's home. James Watson had gone mad and insisted on expanding the search range by dozens of kilometers. That damned Lich. Gustavo Flynn had once been a steadfast supporter of the wish ritual, but he was now regretting that decision more and more. Had they become too obsessed? If the plan failed, everything invested over these long years would be lost. Alchemia's future would be utterly destroyed. And he certainly did not want to end up as the next sacrifice thrown into the ritual. Unlike the other alchemists, Gustavo Flynn cared more about power and status. His ideals were lofty, but not lofty enough to justify sacrificing himself. With that thought, he turned around and looked behind him. In a corner stood a young alchemist. Handsome and perennially smiling, he looked as though he were eagerly anticipating what was about to happen. He was also a member of the Alchemists' Council, the youngest of them all, and the last to join. Gustavo Flynn did not even know his real name, only that he called himself Gold. This was obviously a pseudonym. Yet Gold was a legendary alchemist, and he had volunteered to be the final sacrifice. Now that the Lich had fled and James Watson was delayed, Gold was to be the suicidal offering. But why did he look so happy? Even those who had sacrificed themselves before him needed to steel their resolve. They had entered the ritual with heavy or agitated emotions. But Gold was far too relaxed. Gustavo Flynn could not see the slightest trace of anxiety or restlessness on his face. This kid isn't going to run at the last second, is he? If he does, won't I be the one thrown in instead? With that thought in mind, Gustavo Flynn walked over and said, "The plan has failed. I bear responsibility for that. I am truly sorry." The young alchemist replied casually, "It's fine. That's what backup plans are for, aren't they?" Don't worry. I'll be the last sacrifice. But are we really ready? If we can't completely sever the chairman's humanity, he can never become a true god. There are no issues according to our calculations, Gustavo Flynn said firmly, as much to reassure himself as Gold. The chairman has only one blood relative left alive. Once that bloodline connection is destroyed, his soul will be completely purified. Without human interference, he'll become a god under the ritual's effects. Gold glanced at Flynn. Is it truly that simple to transition from humanity to divinity? It sounds like a clumsy plot twist from a hack novelist who ran out of ideas. That losing all your attachment would make you stronger, that the death of a loved one would let you break through. Stories are always written that way, and somehow we accept it as reasonable. But humanity, divinity, the soul. Surely such philosophical concepts shouldn't be that shallow. Something felt off to Gustavo Flynn. Was this kid getting cold feet and looking for excuses to run off? No. Our calculations can't be mistaken. Trust the chairman, he is the closest mortal to divinity, after all, Gustavo Flynn said. He retrieved a vial. Why don't you rest for now? We'll wake you when it's time. Gold glanced at the liquid and recognized it at once as a powerful sleeping draught. Gustavo Flynn didn't trust him. Fearing that he might run, Flynn wanted him unconscious until the moment of the sacrifice. The young alchemist smiled faintly. If that will put your mind at ease, I don't mind. With that, Gold drank the entire vial in one gulp, then immediately yawned. Just before falling asleep, he said one last thing to Gustavo Flynn. Master Flynn, you seem even less confident in the plan than I am. Instead of worrying about whether I'll back out, perhaps you should think about how you'll face what comes after the ritual. What did you say? Gustavo Flynn felt something was wrong and tried to press him further, but the potion had already taken effect. Gold sank into a deep sleep. Gustavo Flynn quickly supported him, confirmed that he was truly unconscious, and ordered others to position him in place for the ritual in advance. Even if Gold woke up and tried to flee, the magic circle would stop him. The other alchemists would notice immediately. And though everything was now prepared, the unease in Gustavo Flynn's heart only grew stronger. Nothing unexpected would happen, right? Gustavo Flynn decided to go speak with the druids. He needed to confirm the existence of that young woman. At the same time, the newly reborn Ambrose was walking through the streets of Alchemia alongside Black Rose. Many of the city's residents had already sensed that something was wrong. Alchemia was under total lockdown, and even its citywide defense systems were fully activated. Countless magical automata patrolled the streets under the administrator's control, ready to eliminate any source of instability. This was Ambrose's first time witnessing just how terrifying Black Rose could be. With nothing more than a glance, the undead queen could transform Alchemia's administrators into undead within seconds. The process was silent and painless, their magical defenses didn't react at all. The administrators themselves didn't even realize they were dead. By the time they understood what had happened, they had already become Black Rose's puppets and were obediently ordering the automata to clear a path. What a horrifying legendary boon, as expected of the undead queen of the umbral depths. With Black Rose's power, Ambrose advanced unhindered. Before long, he reached his target, the druid's location. An impending storm loomed over Alchemia. Naomi Watts could not understand why her people insisted on staying. What happened before had been her fault. She had trusted some so-called prophecy and ventured alone into the sewers of Alchemia, where she nearly got her entire circle killed. Naomi still didn't know why that prophecy had been so alluring to her, compelling her to rush headlong into danger without a second thought. And though she had made a mistake, she had also risked her life to save all the druids she had implicated. She would accept whatever punishment they doled out, but why did everyone suddenly seem so different? In her memories, her druid circle had always been warm to her. Though she had no parents, the druids who took her in had treated her with genuine care. But now, Naomi glanced around. The vast hall of the inn was occupied only by their druid circle. The people around her all seemed to be watching her, consciously or not. The moment Naomi rose from her chair, every gaze snapped toward her. Someone even demanded to know what she was doing. She replied that she wanted a glass of water, though she was already having second thoughts about doing so. The feeling of being closely monitored made her skin crawl. She wanted nothing more than to flee from her circle immediately. Naomi suspected that something had gone wrong with the druids, perhaps there were lingering effects from the hag's illusions that hadn't been fully dispelled. But what could she do? She knew no one in Alchemia. Even if she wanted to seek help, she had no idea where to go. For some reason, Ambrose's face surfaced in her mind. That Lich was terrifying, yes, but he also seemed reliable. He could easily have slaughtered all the druids and taken the divine idol from her, but he had kept his word and escorted them all out of the sewers. Naomi couldn't help but think that Ambrose would be able to uncover the reason behind the other druid's strange behavior. The thought tempted her. She had never been the obedient type anyway. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ventured into the sewers alone. She began scanning her surroundings for an escape route. There's a window over there. If I turn into a cat, I can slip through the gap. Beyond that is an alley, and I'll be able to hide once I turn the corner. The plan seemed fairly solid. Naomi slowly edged closer to the window. But just as she was about to reach the window, she heard a sudden shout from behind. "Naomi, what are you doing?" Startled, Naomi dropped the cup. It hit the floor with a dull thud, like the sound of a hammer striking her head. She turned around to see Van Jones, his face stern. The venerable druid elder was usually gentle. Why had he suddenly become so fierce? The look in his eyes was almost murderous. "You Uncle Jones, what's wrong?" Naomi said shakily. "I didn't do anything." Van Jones strode over, seized her wrist, and said coldly, "I sensed the change in your mana. You were about to shapeshift and run. Did you think I wouldn't notice?" Pain shot through her wrist. The druids really were watching her and missing nothing, too. Naomi wrenched her hand free and cried out, "What are you all doing? Why are you watching me like I'm a criminal? If you think I was wrong, just tell me. I'll accept any punishment." Her words made several druids look uneasy. Faced with the young woman's clear, innocent gaze, some even turned their heads away, unable to meet her eyes. Van Jones felt no shame at all. Nor did he bother to explain. He only warned her, "Don't think about running. Stay here and wait. You'll understand everything soon enough." Unhappy though she was, Van Jones was an elder who had watched her grow up. Naomi swallowed her grievance and sat back down, puffing out her cheeks as she muttered, "I wasn't trying to run, anyway. When we get back, I'm going to tell the Supreme Elder about this. If you don't apologize sincerely, I'll never forgive you." At her words, a druid finally stepped up to Van Jones and whispered, "Is this really right? Naomi grew up with us. She's a druid too." Van Jones replied firmly, "She is not. She was a transaction from the very beginning. All of you know that full well." The druid's face darkened, but he still argued, "But Naomi is innocent. She knows nothing." Van Jones flew into a rage and punched the man to the ground, shouting, "Fairness is an illusion. Where humans tread, nature must suffer. Unity is a lie. Humans only wish to tame beasts and burn the wilds. We are thunder. We are the storm. We will wipe out those ignorant, reckless humans to make room for pure new life. Would you defy this oath?" The druid on the ground finally lowered his head and dared not speak again. Only Naomi stared at the scene in bewilderment. "Uncle Jones, have you gone mad? What are you doing?" She rushed to the fallen druid, helped him up, and said anxiously, "Are you all right? I can heal you." Instead of gratitude, he shoved her hard, sending her tumbling to the floor. "Don't pretend to care," he snarled. "Stay away from me." Naomi looked at her circle in shock. The surrounding druids merely watched coldly. No one offered a single word of comfort. Her eyes reddened at once. She truly did not understand what had happened, nor why everyone suddenly seemed to hate her. Tears slid down her cheeks. I know I ran off and put all of you in danger. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I really didn't do it intentionally." But no matter how she apologized, the people who had once been her family remained unmoved. They watched her with icy eyes, afraid she might try to escape. Naomi sat helplessly on the floor. What was she supposed to do? Was this really part of the hag's illusion? Or had they never truly accepted her at all? What exactly was she trapped here for? Just as Naomi sank into despair, the inn's door suddenly swung open. A man and a woman walked in side by side. Naomi recognized the man at once. "It's you, Mr. Lich." Ambrose smiled at her. "We meet again. Why are you crying? Don't tell me you've already guessed that you're about to pay me again." "Huh? What are you talking about?" Naomi was so stunned by his remark that she even stopped sobbing for the moment. Ambrose didn't explain further. He turned to the druids. "You should have left when I first rescued you. Instead you stayed here, working with those lunatics. Don't blame anyone else for what's about to happen to you." Van Jones didn't bother responding to Ambrose. With a roar, he transformed into a massive grey bear. The other druids followed suit. Some shape-shifted, while others began casting spells. In an instant, several magical vines lashed toward Ambrose. 2 ravens and 3 wolves lunged after him. Yet such ferocious attacks could not harm him in the slightest. The undead queen at his side had already made her move. Olive energy flared at her fingertips, rippling like water. Where it passed, life withered. This was the most basic of necromantic spells, Chilling Touch, which dealt necrotic damage to living targets. In the hands of ordinary necromancers, it was little more than a cantrip. But when Black Rose cast this simplest of necromantic spells, the result was indistinguishable from high-tier magic, turning a single target spell into a wide-area attack and multiplying its power many times over. The magical vines crumbled to ash the instant the necrotic energy struck them. The druids who had transformed into beasts howled in agony as the light illuminated them. They reverted to human form, only to shrivel up moments later as they fell dead to the ground. Van Jones couldn't have imagined that Ambrose and his companion would be so strong. In panic, he reached for the idol of Sylvanas, intending to call upon divine power to resist that terrifying necromancy. But the moment that thought formed, his body stiffened. The grey bear collapsed with a thunderous crash. His mana spiraled out of control, forcing him back into human form. But that was only the beginning. Van Jones watched in horror as his skin turned grey at a visible pace. There was no pain, only numbness. It was as though his cells were dying one by one, and he was utterly powerless to stop it. A faint stench of decay rose from his body and filled his own nostrils. Only then did he realize that he was being transformed into an undead. A spell that could directly turn the living into undead. He had never even heard of such a thing. How could this lich be so terrifying? Van Jones looked at Ambrose in sheer terror, mouth opening as if to speak, but no words came out. Most of his body had already withered away. Lifeless lungs could not push out air, and the vocal cords in his stiffened neck could not vibrate. In the end, his mouth simply hung open as his entire body faded to an ashen gray. Naomi stared in shock as her entire circle was wiped out in an instant. She hadn't even had time to react. Fear and confusion drained all strength from her legs. Ambrose walked up to her and said gently, "The truth is cruel. You should get some sleep first." He flicked a spell at Naomi. The poor druid sank into a deep slumber. Only after that did Ambrose turn to Black Rose and say, "All right. Now we can negotiate with those alchemists." What? The druid was kidnapped? By the time the news reached Dipple and Gustavo Flynn, the 2 remaining council members, they were on the verge of losing their minds. They had expected difficulties in the ritual, but this went beyond absurd. Not only had the lich escaped, the druid had as well. Worse still, undead were rampaging through the city. Dipple was furious and nearly lashed out at Gustavo Flynn on the spot. After all, this was supposed to be Flynn's responsibility. But he also knew that an argument would solve nothing. Suppressing his anger, he said coldly, "We must deal with the undead first. The girl has to be taken back alive. If they kill her, the plan will fail completely." Gustavo Flynn frowned. How did he know the druid was tied to the ritual? Flynn still had no idea how Ambrose seemed to know everything. It was as if he had seen the ritual in advance and knew how to best destabilize it each time. There couldn't have been a leak. Only a handful of people knew the full picture, and those who truly grasped every detail were limited to the 3 remaining members of the Alchemists' Council. One was Dipple, one was himself, and the last. Gustavo Flynn turned toward the ritual circle and saw Gold stretching lazily as he woke up. But how had he woken up so quickly? The potion should have kept him unconscious much longer. Gold yawned, casually picked at his ear, and shook off his grogginess before finally looking around. He didn't seem to panic despite realizing that he had already been positioned as a sacrifice for the ritual. Instead, he called out across the magic circle, "Flynn, Dipple, what's wrong with you two? You look awful. Did the plan go wrong again?" Gold's words stabbed at them like knives. If they couldn't fix the ritual, they'd have to start running for their lives. Dipple asked grimly, "Gold, were you the one who brought those undead into the city?" Gold looked genuinely surprised. "What does that have to do with me? How would I know those undead?" "Then explain this." Dipple snapped. "Why is the undead queen of the umbral depths in Alchemia? Why did she secretly remain in the city, waiting to strike the moment our plan began? She has no grudge against us, and our ritual does her no harm. Opposing us brings her no benefit whatsoever. If there wasn't some deal involved, why would she do this? Why would she personally leave the umbral depths and come to the surface? The only explanation is that you deliberately brought her here to sabotage the ritual because you didn't want to be sacrificed." Dipple's barrage of accusations made Gold burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. So even lofty legends can throw tantrums like children. I don't feel like wasting my time on such a boring question. If you insist on acting like a child, I'll indulge you. Dipple, if you truly suspect me, then activate the ritual right now and sacrifice me. See whether I despair. See whether I struggle. Wouldn't that make everything perfectly clear?" He spoke of his own death so lightly that it made Dipple hesitate. It really didn't seem as if Gold were responsible. Gustavo Flynn also spoke up. "When we discussed the need for a sacrifice, Gold volunteered of his own accord. He's not trying to back out. Perhaps there was some flaw in our preparations that allowed the Lich to deduce our plan. Those undead may have been preparing for this for a long time, forcing us to always be one step behind. Now isn't the time to argue about leaks. What matters is how we regain the initiative." Dipple frowned. "Killing someone is easy. Rescuing someone is far harder. Flesh was fragile and could easily be destroyed by any old spell. That druid girl needed to be sacrificed at the right place and the right time. Otherwise, her death would be meaningless. They had to retrieve her alive. That was the real problem. Who could be confident of rescuing a living person from the clutches of an undead queen?" Just as the two of them ran out of ideas, Gold spoke up again. "We're nearing a critical part of the ritual. Shouldn't you stop trying to handle this yourselves? Ultimately, even the 3 of us, the 2nd seat, the 6th seat, and the 180th seat are all but apprentices running errands for the chairman." His words made both men look up. They glanced at the chairman, suspended in midair. His torturous posture and manic expression were fixed in place, but his consciousness seemed long gone from his body. "The chairman has completely fused with the ritual array," Dipple said. "He can't leave it now." Gold shook his head. "You're underestimating him. He knows perfectly well what's happening. He just hasn't intervened because no one asked. Isn't that right, Chairman?" The moment he finished speaking, a mass of translucent energy drifted out of the chairman's naked body, like a soul leaving its shell. Yet this soul looked nothing like the withered physical form. In his spiritual form, the chairman was tall and imposing. A faint radiance emanated from him, making him appear almost divine. This was the chairman of the Alchemists' Council, the legendary alchemist Gary Watts. "Chairman!" Dipple and Gustavo Flynn cried out in unison, but the old man's soul merely waved a hand with faint regret. Gary Watts showed no particular emotion toward the 2 companions he had known for decades. Calmly, he said, "I know what's going on. I'll handle it. Without waiting for their response, he turned into a spectral blur, passed straight through the thick ceiling of the sewers, and flew toward the surface. Meanwhile, Ambrose was having a rather pleasant time. All he needed to do was walk beside Black Rose. There was nothing else for him to worry about. This was what it meant to be a legend, someone who could only be opposed by another legend. Walking by Black Rose's side, Ambrose truly experienced what invincibility felt like. Unlike a half-baked legend like himself, Black Rose was a true master of necromancy. Along the way, she didn't lose a single one of her death knights. Instead, their numbers grew, shambling zombies joined them, as did hundreds of commandeered automata. The most terrifying aspect of an undead siege was that, the more you fought, the more undead there were. Once the snowball started rolling, no one could stop it. Alchemia's greatest mistake was failing to drive Black Rose out of the city. As a result, much of its vast, intricate defenses had been rendered useless. With undead already inside the walls, the city's fall was imminent. But Ambrose had not come to conquer the city. He was here to seize the fruits of the wish ritual. So he didn't waste time fighting in the streets against administrators and golems. He simply took over one of Alchemia's 7 towers, had Black Rose set up defenses, and then hid inside with the druid Naomi Watts. The tower, created by the god of alchemy as a divine instrument of shame, was virtually indestructible. Anyone who wanted to take the druid would have to fight their way up level by level. The tower was long abandoned. Ambrose encountered no resistance as he brought Naomi to the top floor. As soon as he set her down, Naomi awoke from her stupor. TSK. My mana's weaker than I thought. I lost track of time. Spell potency depended on mana. After resurrecting, Ambrose's strength had dropped significantly. Even his sleep spell was far less effective than before. The moment Naomi woke, she scrambled into a corner in panic. She instantly shape-shifted into a black panther and bared her fangs at Ambrose with a furious roar. Hey, don't snarl at me, Ambrose said. I saved your life. You killed my people. Correction, they were about to sacrifice you. Anyway, since you're awake, let them explain it to you themselves. Ambrose snapped his fingers. The now zombified Van Jones walked forward expressionlessly. Naomi backed away in fear, only to find her back against the wall. She couldn't retreat any further. Choking back tears, she cried out, Uncle Jones, wake up. Van Jones stood still, then spoke in a cold, emotionless voice. Naomi Watts, you must die. What did you say? Naomi stared in disbelief. Then she turned angrily to Ambrose. You're controlling Uncle Jones. I won't believe this. Ambrose shrugged. Believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Just treat it as a story. And don't make trouble for me right now. Ambrose rummaged around the room, found a stack of parchment, and began sketching on it. Naomi had no idea what he was doing, but the zombified Van Jones could only obey Ambrose's commands. Naomi Watts, you must die. You are a blood relative of Gary Watts, chairman of the Alchemists' Council. Your sacrifice is key to one of Alchemia's secret rituals. If the ritual succeeds, Alchemia will vanish completely, and this land will become the domain of us Shadow Druids. Shadow Druids? No, that's impossible. So-called Shadow Druids were part of an extremist sect utterly unlike the usual Druid circles that preached harmony between humanity and nature. They believed that any mortal existence was a blight upon the natural world. Fairness is an illusion. Where humans tread, nature must suffer. Unity is a lie. Humans only wish to tame beasts and burn the wilds. We are thunder. We are the storm. We will wipe out those ignorant, reckless humans to make room for pure new life. That was the oath of the Shadow Druids, to wipe out mortals and return the world to nature, before finally returning to nature's embrace themselves. As Ambrose continued sketching, he sneered. It's the same old brand of discrimination. Religious fanatics, academic lunatics, environmental extremists, they're even more twisted than us undead. No, that can't be true. Naomi cried in despair. I was an abandoned baby you picked up. If I were really the chairman's child, why would I have been abandoned? Her voice trembled. She could not accept this truth. Did that mean all the care and love she had received growing up were fake? Her adoptive parents, her brothers and sisters, all those memories, were they all lies? Had they raised her just to kill her? Naomi shook violently, fighting the urge to leap at Van Jones and tear out his throat to stop him from speaking. But before she could act, an elderly voice spoke by her ear. "Child, everything he said is true. I ordered that you be abandoned." As the voice faded, a translucent figure passed straight through the tower's supposedly indestructible outer wall and entered the room. The chairman of the Alchemists' Council, Gary Watts, had arrived. The instant Gary Watts's soul manifested, Ambrose tossed aside his quill, swiftly layered several defensive spells onto himself, and prepared to dive out the window. Gary Watts merely extended a finger and gave it the lightest tap. The window instantly turned to gold, fusing seamlessly with the surrounding wall. It would never open again. Since escape was no longer an option, Ambrose decided not to bother. At worst, he would just reincarnate again. He remained where he was, calmly waiting for Black Rose to arrive. Staring at the gilded window, Ambrose said with undisguised envy, "Turning stone into gold, a legendary boon like that really makes one jealous." His jealousy was genuine. If he had possessed such a boon, he would not be living in perpetual poverty. Gary Watts shook his head. "You misunderstand. My legendary boon is not transmutation. But this isn't the time for such discussions. We can sit down and talk properly later." "You're not going to fight me?" Ambrose asked, surprised. Gary Watts shook his head again, his voice calm. "I have no confidence in snatching this child away under the gaze of the undead queen." No sooner had he spoken than did several hazy silhouettes appear beside Ambrose. Black Rose and her Death Knight guards emerged from concealment. They had entered the room under a mass greater invisibility spell, intending to ambush the old man, only to have even their greater invisibility seen through. Ambrose instantly relaxed. With Black Rose present, he had no reason to fear this decrepit old man in terms of raw combat power. Gary Watts did not spare Ambrose's smug expression a glance. Instead, he turned to Naomi. "My child, let me tell you the truth. You are my great-granddaughter, and the only blood relative I have left in this world." Naomi said nothing. She could not accept this so-called truth. All she wanted now was to flee this place. Whether this old man was the mysterious chairman, or even her kin, she didn't care. Escape might be shameful, but for Naomi, it was the easiest option. As that shadow druid said, "I have been conducting a great experiment. Yet for a long time, I was unable to make any further progress. Then, one day, my daughter died in an accident. I had been so absorbed in my research that our relationship was distant, but her death still plunged me into an indescribable grief. It was precisely that grief which pushed my soul into a special state. At that moment, I realized I had come closer to my goal. So I turned my attention to my granddaughter. I personally raised her, taught her, and forged a deep bond with her. When she died, my sorrow was magnified many times over. Afterward, my soul was elevated once more. That was when I knew I was on the right path." Gary Watts spoke as though recounting someone else's story, paying no mind to Naomi in the process. "That was when I conceived a mad idea. If I severed all my blood ties, perhaps my soul could truly cast off its mortality and enter the realm of the divine. But the experiment had reached its final stage. I no longer had the time to raise you myself, so I ordered that you be sent to the shadow druids to be raised in my stead." Ambrose suddenly interrupted. "Not just raised. Shadow druids do not form attachments with their sacrifices, yet Naomi clearly had a warm childhood. When you made your deal with them, you never said she was a sacrifice. You told them to care for her properly, didn't you? You only revealed the truth recently." Hearing this, Naomi looked up in confusion and cried out, "Why? Why go through all this trouble? If she hadn't been treated with warmth as a child, she wouldn't be so utterly devastated now." Ambrose snorted. "Because you weren't miserable enough, which means he wouldn't be upset enough." He said it himself, only overwhelming grief can stimulate his numbed soul. He didn't have time to bond with you. If you'd been treated coldly from the start, would you be heartbroken now? Would you despair? If even you wouldn't feel enough pain, how could this twisted old man feel true grief? He's using the most cruel and merciless method to scourge his own conscience, so he can finally discard what little humanity he has left. Gary Watts did not refute this. Instead, he praised Ambrose. Inviting you back then was the best decision I ever made. It is a pity you refused. Naomi dispelled her panther form and collapsed helplessly to the floor. She had never imagined the truth could be so cruel that such venomous evil could exist in the world, and that it belonged to her only living blood relative. Ambrose sighed and cast another sleep spell on Naomi. Otherwise, she would have lost her mind. Watching Naomi sink into slumber, Ambrose said to Gary Watts, "Back then, I was still human. I didn't fit in with lunatics like you. But I have a question. Is the sublimation of the soul really that simple? One miscalculation and the experiment will surely fail. If she dies and you still don't reach godhood, wouldn't all of this be for nothing? Don't tell me you've calculated everything. When it comes to the soul, I'm more of an expert than you." Gary Watts replied calmly, "This is the truth of my legendary boon. I can guarantee even the slightest possibility of success in an alchemical experiment, eliminating all experimental error. The conditions are harsh, but if everything had proceeded according to my plan, the ritual spell would have succeeded without fail. Unfortunately, you disrupted that plan. Heh. If you hadn't tried to drag me down with you, I wouldn't have bothered to interfere. Since you schemed against me, don't blame me for striking back. But now you've appeared in person, seemingly without any intention of fighting. Are you here to propose that we cooperate?" Gary Watts nodded. "How much do you understand about this ritual? I know that even if you succeed, you won't become a god. You'll become an artifact, one capable of casting wish. That's no different from suicide," Ambrose said flatly. "That is enough," Gary Watts said. "Wish is a spell only gods can wield freely. I do not care whether my consciousness disappears. As long as I ascend to divinity, that alone will be sufficient." "Why?" Ambrose asked in genuine confusion. "What's the point? To lose oneself entirely and become a tool for others to wield. How would that be any better than remaining mortal?" "Alchemy is a wondrous discipline," Gary Watts said, a flicker of emotion finally surfacing on his face. "The moment I first synthesized a potion, I was completely captivated. Once you step onto this path, there is no turning back. I only wish to press forward all the way to the pinnacle. As for the method or the form in which I arrived there, I don't care one whit." Ambrose sneered. "And the god of alchemy just lets you lunatics run wild? Doesn't he ever strike you down with divine punishment like before to stop you from blaspheming?" Gary Watts shook his head. "Divine punishment? Do you truly believe his curse was meant to punish us?" "You are mistaken. It was meant to push us further. The god of alchemy is not a god of faith, no more than the god of justice is. Anyone who practices justice empowers the god of justice, even if they have never heard Tyr's name. Likewise, every time an alchemist creates a new formula, the god of alchemy grows stronger. As long as someone advances alchemy, his power will continue to grow. He does not need belief. He needs mortals like us, those willing to abandon everything for alchemy. He does not care whether we blaspheme him, because even blasphemy leaves behind achievements that drive the world forward. Through them, he may ascend to an even greater form. He is the most selfish of all alchemists. He suppressed and pressured us so that brighter sparks of wisdom may be forced into existence. In the years since I lifted his divine curse, alchemy has progressed far further than in the previous few centuries combined. He has never favored us. He only takes from us. So if there exists a way to become a god, and I have the power to achieve it, why should I not?" Ambrose waved his hand to cut him off. He had no interest in listening to such blasphemous rambling. All madmen had logic of their own, whether it was self-consistent or not was irrelevant. Only fools would believe them. "Enough. Let's talk business. What's your proposal?" Help me complete the ritual, Gary Watt said. I will become an artifact capable of casting wish, and you will control that artifact. A win-win situation. Flynn won't agree, Ambrose replied. Your lackeys put too much effort into this to have no wishes of their own. It doesn't matter. They can be sacrificed as well. I am their chairman. As long as I bring the child back, they won't suspect a thing. When the time comes, you can launch a surprise attack. With the power of the undead queen, turning them into sacrifices will be trivial. He spoke of an appallingly vicious plan, one that did not even spare his own people, with perfect composure. Even Ambrose and Black Rose felt a chill. This old man was more ruthless than the undead themselves. Not only had he discarded emotion, he had abandoned order as well. He was utterly chaotic evil, willing to do anything to reach his goal. Well? Gary Watts urged. This is purely a profitable venture for you. You have no reason to refuse. My time is running out. If the ritual does not begin soon, everything will lose its meaning. Logically, Ambrose wanted to agree. From a purely rational standpoint, there was no downside, only maximum benefit and minimum risk. Even so, a strange unease gnawed at him. The prophecy had yet to be fulfilled. Naomi was meant to be murdered in the Hall of Wisdom, not sent into the sewers as a sacrifice. Yet here she was, alive and well. That meant that whether Ambrose accepted or refused, events would not unfold according to Gary Watts's plan. So where would things go wrong? Agreeing now should eliminate all risk vectors, but why did he still feel so uneasy? Could Naomi have escaped? No, that mode of thinking was pointless. If Naomi was fated to die in the Hall of Wisdom, the cause was irrelevant. What Ambrose needed to understand was this: after the ritual had been disrupted, why would he still appear in the sewers and take charge of the ceremony himself? Clearly, in the prophecy, Ambrose had chosen not to cooperate. That refusal must have triggered the chain of changes that followed, culminating in the destruction of Alchemia, which rose into the sky as a city of ruins. Something was missing. Some critical variable had been overlooked. Ambrose's soul fire flickered violently. He shut out all external stimuli and devoted every ounce of his spiritual power to thinking as he wove together every clue he possessed. One powerful external force was missing, something strong enough to disrupt events even if he cooperated with Gary Watts. But who could it be? Suddenly, a name surfaced in his mind. James Watson. Ambrose stiffened and asked sharply, "Where are the paladins of the Lion Empire? And where is their High Inquisitor, James Watson?" Alchemia possessed a towering city gate, 30 meters tall and forged entirely of steel. It weighed over 1,000 tons. This gate was the symbol of Alchemia, as well as its most formidable line of defense. Countless arcane sigils were engraved upon its surface, capable of negating nearly any form of attack. To breach it, one would first have to exhaust every last reserve of magical energy stored within the city. Otherwise, all assaults would be nullified by the gate's layered magical defenses. Individually, alchemists might not amount to much on the battlefield, but their creations more than made up for it. Even if Gareth charged forward at full strength, he would not be able to so much as shake the gate. And yet, at that very moment, the supposedly impregnable gate was slowly opening. Gears interlocked and ground against one another, producing a thunderous toll like the ringing of a colossal bell. James Watson strode through the gate with his paladin legion, his expression dark and grim. He knew he had been played. By the time James Watson had finished scouring the lands around Ambrose's territory for phylacteries and returned to Alchemia, the gates were shut and the city's magical defenses fully activated. Staring at the dozens of Magitech cannons mounted atop the gate, James Watson did not dare approach. Even a legendary priest would be courting death by forcing a siege under such firepower. One volley could reduce any assailants into pieces. Alchemia had agreed to exchange the phylacteries for the captured paladins, including his son, Alan. And yet Alchemia's gates were closed. The alchemists were blatantly reneging on the deal. What James Watson could not understand was why. What did the alchemists stand to gain by rejecting the agreement? Though he did not possess Ambrose's grasp of the specifics, James Watson had served as High Inquisitor for many years. A fool could not possibly govern an empire as vast as Lion. Something had clearly gone wrong within Alchemia. The city was likely in a state of extreme turmoil, which was why they had sealed it off. With that thought in mind, James Watson ordered all his subordinates to begin praying. His goal was not for the Lord of Dawn to descend and crush the alchemists with a single blow, but to generate a powerful manifestation of holy light outside the city walls. A pillar of radiance shot into the sky, its form shifting continuously as scriptures were chanted. Then came a long wait. James Watson was waiting for a response from the paladins inside the city. Alan and 10 other members of the Knights Penitent had already been brought into Alchemia. They might have been under guard and unable to see the holy beacon, but this was James Watson's only hope. And his gamble paid off. When the city gates finally opened, his son, Alan Watson, was already kneeling before him, respectfully welcoming his arrival. Behind Alan stood 9 other paladins, as well as a peculiar unit numbering fewer than 100, composed of what seemed more like civilians than soldiers. Father. Alan managed only that single word before his voice failed him. Alan had been fortunate. During his imprisonment in Ambrose's castle, he had not been tortured, only beaten once by Gareth. Neither did he have any broken bones or lasting injuries, a simple healing spell had restored him. Aside from Starfall, the other captured paladins weren't badly hurt either. Simple healing would take care of them all. Since they were supposed to be rescued, Alchemia had not imprisoned them. After being transported into the city by airship, they were lodged in an inn and even provided with healing potions, allowing them to recover quickly. Thus, when the beacon of holy light appeared outside the city, the paladins began plotting how to seize control of the gate and let James Watson in. Although all their equipment had been stripped away by Ambrose, severely weakening their combat strength, even bare-handed paladins were terrifying fighters. Alan had managed to knock out 2 administrators, seize control of their Magitech automatons, and launch a counterattack. Once they burst out of the inn, they rushed onto the streets and immediately targeted a nearby smithy. Though its doors were shut, the paladins smashed their way in and armed themselves without footing a single coin. Armed, their confidence soared. They began capturing Alchemia's administrators and interrogating them about the situation inside the city. Though these officials knew little, they provided one crucial piece of information. The undead were assaulting the city. Most of Alchemia's forces had been tied down by the undead, leaving other districts dangerously undefended. At that point, the paladins split into 2 camps. One argued that the undead were their sworn enemy and had to be eliminated immediately. The other believed that Alchemia was far too treacherous and that they should first regroup with James Watson before deciding how to purge the undead. Alan, being young and half responsible for the mess, had little say. Eventually, the weakened Starfall spoke up and ordered everyone to focus on seizing the city gate, barely avoiding a schism in their ranks. 10 paladins launched a surprise attack, seized control of the gate mechanism, and opened the indestructible gates from within. Alan fought with fearless valor and sustained multiple wounds. Even after receiving healing, his armor was shattered and his face smeared with blood. Faced with his battered son, James Watson showed no pity. He said coldly, "Paladin Alan Watson, you should address me as High Inquisitor. Your reckless actions caused grave losses to the Empire. Your crimes will be judged upon our return." Alan lowered his head, making no excuse and providing no reasoning for his actions. "I am willing to accept judgment, High Inquisitor." Only then did James Watson turn his gaze to the strange coalition behind Alan. "Tell me what is happening inside the city. And who are these people?" Alan hurriedly explained, "Alchemia is under attack by a massive undead force and has fallen into chaos. As for these civilians, they are followers of the Lord of Dawn. We promised them citizenship in the Empire, to become people of Lion. These 100 or so individuals were the civilians and serf Starfall had recruited. After Starfall was ambushed and the Knights Penitent captured, no one had paid them any further attention. Fortunately, Starfall had paid them in advance, ensuring they would not starve immediately. Still, after the paladins were captured, most of them drifted away. They had been abandoned and would likely have to fend for themselves. Some returned to their former lords. Others tried to establish themselves in Alchemia. Only a handful continued to wait for the future Starfall had promised. Geronimo was one of them. After witnessing the power of holy light, he could no longer resign himself to being a serf. Even after Starfall's capture, he refused to give up. Thus, when a pillar of holy light appeared outside the city and chaos reigned within, Geronimo rallied the remaining people together. Whether to take advantage of the turmoil or simply to protect themselves, sticking together was the safest choice. Along the way, they encountered Alan and the paladins. That holy radiance was unmistakable. Geronimo immediately led his people to follow them. Since they were allies to begin with, Alan did not refuse their help. Unfortunately, the imitation artifact Starfall had possessed had been seized by Ambrose, and ordinary folk like them could contribute little in combat otherwise. They could serve only as cannon fodder or moral support. Casualties mounted along the way. Some died. Others fled in fear. By the time they regrouped with the main force, fewer than 60 remained. Alan relayed the events in Alchemia to James Watson as concisely as he could. He knew nothing of the ritual magic in the sewers and believed it was merely an undead siege. James Watson, however, sensed something amiss. If the undead have already entered the city, he said slowly, why waste magical energy maintaining the external defenses? And if the alchemists were fighting undead, why did they not seek our aid? This is unreasonable. James Watson thought for a moment. There were two potential routes he could choose. The first was to leave Alchemia immediately. Whatever chaos consumed the city was not his concern. Given his powerful legion of paladins, no one could stop him. His objective had been achieved, he had rescued Alan and the others. Returning now would still be counted as a triumph. The second was to wade into the quagmire, involve himself in this inexplicable undead assault, and fight on Alchemia's behalf against the undead. Between the two, the choice should have been obvious. But they would be giving up on an opportunity to strike at undead. Though Alchemia was a city of many races, it still held countless humans. Allowing undead to slaughter humans violated the doctrine of the Lord of Dawn. When faith clashed with profit, most people would bend their beliefs. But James Watson and the Paladins were zealots of the Lord of Dawn. How could they ignore undead atrocities? Impossible. They could not stomach it. And so, fully aware that he was making a foolish decision, James Watson clenched his fist and declared loudly, O holy light, shield us and banish all darkness. All units, follow me. Purge those filthy undead. Brilliant radiance erupted from the people of Lion, as though the sun itself had descended upon the mortal world. The Paladin Legion marched toward the area within the city where the undead aura was strongest. Regardless of whatever schemes Alchemia harbored, the undead were there. Meanwhile, atop the high tower at the center of Alchemia, Ambrose was loudly demanding to know where James Watson and his Paladin Legion were. Then, the overwhelming holy light, so intense he could feel it even from his vantage point, gave him his answer. Those religious lunatics were shouting about holy light and glory as they charged straight toward him. Ambrose instantly decided to run. For the moment, the sewers were the safest place to be. Ambrose had no desire to fight James Watson right now. A full Paladin Legion was no joke. Even with Black Rose backing him, a battle on that scale would be earth-shattering. It'd take at least 3 days before a victor could be decided. Clashing with this bunch of paladins would be a loss, no matter how you looked at it. It would be a meaningless fight, and perhaps even one that Ambrose couldn't win. The Lion Empire has brought an entire Paladin Legion. A frontal confrontation does us no good. We'll hide in the sewers for now. Ambrose's proposal was perfectly reasonable, entirely logical, and in their best interests, yet Black Rose replied calmly, if they're determined to die, how could I possibly refuse them? Ambrose's soul fire flickered. He wanted to dissuade Black Rose, but ultimately swallowed his words. The zealots of the Lion Empire charged screaming the moment they saw undead. Black Rose was another sort of lunatic herself, guaranteed to lose her composure when facing the Lion Empire. Ambrose suddenly turned to Gary Watts. How many magical automata does Alchemia still have? Can you control all of them? As a safety precaution, the magical automata do not obey a master control unit. If necessary, though, I can build one readily. Right now? Ambrose asked in surprise. Gary Watts replied confidently, yes. It won't take much time. Ambrose immediately nodded. Let's get started. Transfer control of all the automata to Lady Rose, and I'll help you realize your dream. Deal. Gary Watts agreed without the slightest hesitation. Black Rose glanced at Ambrose in surprise. You're giving me control over all of Alchemia's magical automata. Ambrose nodded. Consider it my fee for your help. We still have bigger business to discuss in the future, and I can't afford for you to suffer any losses. Black Rose smiled at him. You forget that I'm a lich, and... Never mind. I understand what you mean. Ambrose? Just what had Black Rose purported to comprehend from this situation? Ambrose genuinely didn't want anything to happen to his biggest patron to date. She might not die as long as her phylactery remained intact, but if her body were damaged, wouldn't that affect her rule in the umbral depths? If his wealthy client's influence were to decline, their fledgling cooperation might collapse altogether. But judging from Black Rose's expression, she had come to a different conclusion entirely. There was no time to clarify matters. By the time their brief exchange concluded, Gary Watts had already finished the control unit. Using it was absurdly simple. As long as you held it, you could issue voice commands that would be instantly synchronized to every automaton in Alchemia. Who knew how many backdoors Gary Watts had left within Alchemia's automata? Black Rose cast Ambrose a meaningful look, then led her guards down from the tower. Only then did Ambrose turn to Gary Watts. Come. We'll be heading for the sewers. I will help you fulfill your wish there. Gary Watts was about to carry the unconscious Naomi with him when Ambrose stopped him. No need. You won't need that girl. Bringing her would only be a waste of time. Gary Watts frowned. He began sternly, she is the most crucial part of the experiment. My soul still does not suffice for apotheosis. I can help you. I'm an expert when it comes to souls, remember. Ambrose's words made Gary Watts hesitate. Reason told him that sticking to his own plan was the safest option. Yet when he looked again at the unconscious Naomi, a sudden sense of pity welled up within him. His humanity had not yet fully faded from his soul. He did pity Naomi. And yet, precisely because of that lingering humanity, he needed to sacrifice Naomi to force his soul to transform. Before, Gary Watts was certain that this was the only solution. He had convinced himself that Naomi had to die. But with Ambrose now offering a second possibility, the humanity he had long suppressed suddenly found something to cling to. It began to influence a soul that tried to be perfectly rational. Gary Watts felt as though he were about to develop a split personality. His translucent body flickered violently. It took long moments before he calmed down again. You nearly destroyed my will, Gary Watts snarled, anger twisting his face. You had better be telling the truth. Of course. I wouldn't give up an artifact just for a druid. Come on. We don't have much time. Gary Watts reopened the sealed window while Ambrose cast flight on himself. The two drifted out, heading toward the sewers at top speed. Just as they left the tower, Black Rose's forces began to clash with James Watson's Paladin Legion. From the looks of it, Black Rose's undead army was at a disadvantage. On one side stood a well-trained Paladin Legion, their holy light naturally countering the undead. On the other, Black Rose had deployed most of her forces outside the city, only a handful of Death Knights and a freshly assembled mass of lesser zombies stood at her side. They were simply outmatched. Still, Black Rose held a numerical advantage, enough to keep things going for the moment. Ambrose cast a worried glance back but did not dare linger. The faster he finished his task, the safer Black Rose would be. The two of them flew swiftly before plunging into the sewers. By now, the wish ritual had been fully activated. The sewers had taken on an eerie, distorted atmosphere. Seeing Ambrose stop, Gary Watts urged impatiently, move. The core of the ritual is just ahead. We can't waste time here. With some of his humanity restored, his emotions had become volatile, and his tone sharp and irritable. But Ambrose replied, what's the point of heading to the core right now? To complete the ritual, your soul must first evolve. I'll solve that problem first. Gary Watts sneered. Now. Here. I spent decades perfecting this ritual to erase the humanity from my soul through ritual sacrifice. You figured out my plan only days ago, and you're still in a weakened state after your resurrection. What could you possibly do? As I said, when it comes to souls, I'm the expert. Now, shut up, bare your soul, and let me get to work. Ambrose reached out and grabbed Gary Watts. Instinctively, Gary Watts tried to dodge, but he suppressed the impulse to do so. The ritual had reached its most critical stage. There was no time left to delay. Since he had chosen to trust Ambrose, there could be no turning back. Gary Watts closed his eyes, allowing Ambrose's hand to sink into his body. The instant Ambrose's hand touched the translucent soul, countless black threads finer than hair erupted from his palm, rapidly spreading across Gary Watts's entire being. Ambrose's hand became Gary Watts's heart. Those threads turned into new nerves and vessels as they seized total control of his soul. This sensation. You're altering my memories. No, this is different. You're reconstructing my soul. Gary Watts exclaimed. Correct, Ambrose explained. I can reshape souls at a fundamental level, not just memories, but the soul itself. My legendary boon is mimetic soul. It allows me to create artificial souls from thin air. After years of research, having mastered the unique properties of souls, I was able to modify them to produce specific specializations. For me, this is a minor operation that I've practiced tens of thousands of times. Stripping away humanity in preparation for apotheosis is hardly something I've tried before, but the principles are the same. As Ambrose spoke, the black threads writhed like living things, weaving and reweaving Gary Watts's soul into an entirely new form. His head and limbs melted like wax, then split into multiple tentacle-like appendages. His illusory skeleton dissolved. His body no longer resembled anything human. Gary Watts's soul had transformed completely from a humanoid shape into a jellyfish. This feeling. Yes. I am evolving, and far beyond my own calculations. Gary Watts's voice echoed from within his soul. It was calm again, no longer frenzied. Ambrose, meanwhile, was trembling violently. He could no longer even maintain his shape-shifting spell and was forced to revert to his skeletal form. Though mimetic soul was powerful, Gary Watts's soul was far more resilient than anything he had ever dealt with. In the past, shaping souls had been like molding clay to him. With Gary Watts, it was as if he had to not just carve, but rather micro-engrave adamantium. The difficulty had increased 100-fold. On top of that, Ambrose was still weakened. He had to maintain absolute focus to complete this soul surgery. Still, in Ambrose's estimation, the success rate would be no higher than 5%. The black threads suddenly began to convulse wildly as they tangled into a chaotic knot. Gary Watts let out a piercing scream. The agony of a convulsing soul far exceeded any physical torture. In that instant, it felt as though he were being flayed alive hundreds of times over. Endure it! Ambrose shouted. One by one, dice of fate manifested around Ambrose. These dice were not formed of magic or any physical substance, but woven from intangible threads of destiny itself. Under Ambrose's control, they spun frantically, then plunged into Gary Watts's jellyfish-shaped soul. Ambrose was rewriting all futures where the surgery failed, replacing every mistake with success. And he believed he could do it. The fragments of the prophecy he had gleaned showed that Ambrose would preside over the wish ritual in the sewers. Therefore, this soul surgery had to succeed. If it were destined to fail, Ambrose would have fled long ago. All Ambrose had to do now was trust fate, the power he had once cast aside. Within Alchemia, a fierce battle was underway. The Paladin Legion advanced in a formation like a sharpened blade, cutting back and forth through the undead ranks, nearly routing Black Rose's forces outright. Holy Light was simply too terrifying a counter to the undead. Moreover, the Paladin's power was perfectly unified, turning the entire Legion into something virtually indestructible. Blades of Radiance cleaved through the undead army, shattering it and leaving no room for organized resistance. James Watson himself did not join the charge. As a legendary tier combatant, rushing forward with his subordinates would have been a waste of his abilities. As a priest of light, James Watson commanded more than 100 divine spells. His role was to hover above the battlefield, continuously layering blessings upon the legion below. Mass courage, healing word, death ward, chain of protection. With spell after spell, he augmented the Paladin Legion's combat strength by more than an order of magnitude. They had not suffered a single casualty and had already slain hundreds of undead since the start of the battle. If not for the powerful Death Knights and an almost absurd number of magical automata in the enemy ranks, the Paladins would already have secured victory. Even so, it looked to be only a matter of time. The undead force was hastily cobbled together, and its coordination was abysmal. Suddenly, a dark green ray shot in from the side and struck James Watson with pinpoint precision. Finger of Death was a high-tier necromantic spell infamous for its potential to slay even a dragon outright. If it were successful, it would instantly transform the victim into a zombie under the caster's control. Yet the corrosive, destructive energy failed to pierce James Watson's magical defenses. It merely shattered one of the enchanted rings on his hand. James Watson sneered. "I've been waiting for you." A dazzling radiance flared overhead, expanding outward into a blazing halo. In midair, Black Rose's figure was violently exposed by the explosion of holy light. Sacred flames surged over her, relentlessly scorching her undead body. This was a divine spell exclusive to priests of light, Revelation of Dawn. By borrowing the power of the Lord of Dawn, it created a halo capable of dispelling all darkness. That darkness referred not only to the environment, but to every hidden, shadowy being lurking nearby. Black Rose had been concealed under greater invisibility the entire time. She had risked revealing herself to cast Finger of Death, hoping to eliminate James Watson in one strike. Instead, the spell was blocked, and his retaliation came instantly. Holy light gnawed at Black Rose's body, feeding on the dark magic that sustained her, burning bright until she was completely engulfed. Had she been any other undead, the pain would have driven them screaming to the ground. Yet Black Rose seemed utterly unfazed. She allowed the holy flames to spread unchecked, her crimson eyes piercing through the veil of light, fixed unblinkingly on James Watson. James Watson suddenly felt his body go numb. He sensed dark magic invading him, as if a hole had been torn open in his chest and foul, putrid corpse fluid was being poured within. There was little pain. The numbness was far worse, and stiffened his body inch by inch. He immediately cast Greater Restoration on himself, a divine spell capable of dispelling most curses. The numbness vanished the instant the spell took hold, but as soon as it ended, the sensation returned. This was a persistent curse. Dark power was continuously eroding his body, attempting to transform him into an undead. That horrifying realization made James Watson think of a dreadful name. "It's you, the undead queen who invaded Lion 2 centuries ago." Black Rose burst into wild laughter. "Ha! The instant your shield shattered, I locked onto your body with my soul fire. Struggle all you like. Your resistance is futile. I will turn you into the lowliest of zombies and hang you from the gates of Lion's capital." Arrogant undead. Even when facing a legend, James Watson showed no trace of panic. Instead, he cast a spell so ordinary it was almost laughable, vapor form. It was a common spell, one that transformed the caster's body into mist and rendered it immune to physical attacks and most magic. Typically, it was used to pass through narrow spaces, slipping through cracks in a door, flowing through pipes, and the like. Ambrose himself had once used this very spell to squeeze through a narrow sewer entrance. Black Rose's death gaze was indeed terrifying. Once she had locked onto the target, it would continuously flood the target with dark power, forcibly converting them into an undead. But there was one condition: the target had to be alive. Gaseous form did not create an illusion. It transformed the caster's body into actual mist. In that state, no amount of dark power could alter James Watson's body. Black Rose's strongest technique had effectively been nullified. The price, however, was steep. While in gaseous form, James Watson lost most of his spellcasting ability. The many blessings he had placed upon the Paladin Legion weakened or outright dissipated. The paladins, who had been rampaging through undead and automata alike, slowed noticeably. Having lost their momentum, they could no longer rely on their formation alone to secure victory. Even so, James Watson remained confident that the paladins' own strength would be enough to slaughter every remaining foe. Sure enough, once their speed dropped, the paladins simply dispersed, fighting independently with radiant longswords. Sacred Slash rang out again and again, its lethality scarcely inferior to their earlier coordinated charge. James Watson was not worried that Black Rose would turn her attention to the paladins. He knew that Death Gaze demanded total concentration. If she diverted her focus, he could immediately return to his physical form and resume supporting the Legion. And when it came to battlefield support, the Undead Queen could not compare to a Priest of Light. James Watson thought to himself, fortune is on my side. Her army is far too fragile. Once the battle is decided, the Paladin Legion will be able to focus on destroying her. Even just purifying her body would be a huge boon for us. But just as his confidence swelled, a thunderous boom erupted like a meteor striking the earth. A Dullahan riding an 8-legged warhorse burst onto the battlefield, charging straight toward the Paladin Legion. Man and mount together stood over 10 meters tall. Dense dark power coiled around the monstrous presence, turning him into a smoking meteor hurtling toward the paladins in a frenzy. The Dullahan, Gareth, was the man who had once brought disgrace upon Lion. Back then, he had been nothing more than a lone, insignificant undead, carving out an escape with a single rusted sword. His feat breaking free from the encirclement of thousands of paladins sounded impressive, but the reality had been wretched. Gareth survived only through ambushes, traps, and sheer luck, escaping death by the narrowest margins time and again. Now, however, things were different. He wore top-tier enchanted armor forged by dragons themselves, and rode an undead warhorse bred specifically for him. Together, they formed an unstoppable tide of darkness. Alchemia's magical automata were nothing more than insects beneath Gareth's hooves, crushed outright or sent flying on impact. As for the more fragile undead, they were scattered like dead leaves by the force of his charge. He was forced to trample even his allies, there was no other room for a cavalry charge. Gareth fixed his focus on the scattered paladins. James Watson stared in shock. Where had this Dullahan come from? He didn't realize that the captured paladins had all undergone a period of re-education under Ambrose's charm magic. Every memory related to Gareth had been sealed away. They remembered only that they had been ambushed and captured by Ambrose, but not the specific details as to how. As a result, James Watson had never even heard of Gareth. Nor would Alchemia, eager to trap him, volunteer such critical intelligence. The High Inquisitor had remained completely in the dark. There simply hadn't been enough time. If James Watson hadn't been forced to fight the moment he entered the city, he might have discovered that his subordinates' memories had been tampered with, and prepared accordingly. But it was all too late now. With their formation shattered, the paladins had no hope of stopping Gareth. One after another, they were trampled into pulp beneath iron hooves or simply hurled aside. Gareth employed no elaborate spells, only a pure, brutal charge. That absolute power alone was enough to crush every defense the paladins possessed. From the air, James Watson saw a swath of dense black mist tear across the battlefield, leaving behind a grotesque trench of devastation. At least 30 paladins died in that single charge. Many more were grievously wounded after being flung away. James Watson could no longer stand by. He dispelled vapor form and returned to his physical body. The numbness returned instantly. Black Rose had no intention of letting him go. James Watson knew he couldn't retreat. If he did not want to turn into a zombie, he would have to reveal his greatest strength. Ignoring the changes overtaking his body, he recited hymns of praise to the Lord of the Morning with utmost devotion. Countless streams of silver-white light descended from the heavens, enveloping him completely. A priest's power came from divine grace. And the greatest power a priest could wield was to call upon his God directly. Divine intervention was a supreme miracle that even a legendary priest could invoke only once per year. In utter desperation, James Watson prayed for the Lord of Dawn to cast even a fleeting glance his way. Holy light poured down. In the heavens, a vast, indistinct figure took shape. The Lord of Dawn answered James Watson's plea, gazing down upon his divine realm. A deafening rumble followed. The entire city of Alchemia shook. The ground cracked apart, and massive clouds of dust were hurled into the sky. James Watson felt a surge of relief. The power of the gods was still as mighty as ever. No. He suddenly frowned. Unease set in. Divine intervention had not yet fully manifested. This earthquake had nothing to do with the miracle. Beneath the city, something was stirring. Something was destroying Alchemia from below. Holy light poured down from the high heavens, while a roar surged up from the depths of the earth. Both were formless, yet their collision was surely real. Countless explosions erupted out of nothing. The earth shattered. Buildings collapsed into ruins. Both the undead and the paladins were swallowed up by the explosions, though the latter fared far better. James Watson's divine intervention had channeled the power of the Lord of Dawn into reinforcing the paladins' defenses and healing their wounds. Those paladins who had already fallen could not be resurrected, but anyone still clinging to life was pulled back from the brink of death. Not only that, they were suffused with overwhelming holy power, enabling them to emerge from the violent blasts without a scratch. Even James Watson himself was freed from Black Rose's curse, and would remain immune to it for some time. As for the undead, aside from Gareth and Black Rose, they were almost entirely wiped out. Such was the tyranny of divinity, a single glance was enough to overturn the entire battlefield. That was precisely why Black Rose had never considered using Wish against the Lion Empire. It would have been absolutely futile. The battle was lost. Now that the paladins had regrouped and united under their High Inquisitor, their combined strength now surpassed that of Gareth and Black Rose together. Black Rose specialized in necromancy. Without an army to occupy the enemy, and with her death gaze sealed by the Lord of Dawn, her combat power was crippled. Gareth might still have been capable of fighting on, but Black Rose knew that her closest companion was watching the battlefield from the skies. Alabastra would never allow her husband to risk his life. Black Rose's hatred for Lion was a personal vendetta. Asking Gareth for help was already the limit of what was reasonable. The Dragon clan would not permit their son-in-law to fight James Watson to the death, and even Alabastra herself had no intention of entering the fray. Though they had failed to kill James Watson, Gareth's sudden strike had exacted a terrible price from the paladins. As for Black Rose, her losses amounted to little more than a dozen death knights and some magical automata that had never truly belonged to her. It was time to retreat. Despite her bone-deep hatred of the Lion Empire, Black Rose had regained a measure of reason after this battle. Without hesitation, she sent out a signal. High above, a mass of dark clouds appeared abruptly and began to expand at a frantic pace, engulfing both her and Gareth in an instant. By the time James Watson gathered his holy power and dispersed the clouds, everything within them was gone. There was another legendary rank undead. What in the world is going on in Alchemia? James Watson's face turned green with fury. Though this battle seemed to have ended in their victory, it was a loss in truth. The undead had escaped, yet the paladins could not withdraw. The upheaval in Alchemia was far from over. Violent shockwaves continued unabated, and more than half the city lay in ruins. Countless residents of Alchemia were buried beneath the debris, their screams ringing out without end. Gritting his teeth, James Watson issued an order: Paladins, rescue as many humans as you can and evacuate from Alchemia. The zealots of the Lion Empire were infamous for racial discrimination, yet they adhered strictly to the doctrines of the Lord of Dawn. In times of suffering, they were bound to aid the weak. Even if that aid was limited to humans alone, they were renowned for what they did. Bathed in holy light, the paladins split into multiple squads and pulled every nearby human out of the wreckage all around them. The blessings bestowed by the Lord of Dawn were crucial for the rescue operation. Thus blessed, the paladins possessed tremendous strength. They were indefatigable. They could heal wounds and soothe terrified hearts. Nothing reassured the victims more than an aura of vitality, and nothing offered swifter escape than a celestial warhorse. Tons of rubble were tossed aside with ease. A dozen survivors could be lifted onto a horse's back and carried to safety in mere seconds, their strength returning and their injuries easing along the way. The humans were filled with gratitude toward the paladins. Other races, however, could only curse under their breath. The zealots didn't so much as spare them a glance. In fact, if an orc had been lying on the road, there was a good chance a celestial warhorse would trample right over him. Not deliberately, perhaps, but the paladins wouldn't have made any effort to avoid it either. Non-humans were like ants, their deaths and suffering meant little to the paladins. Yet no matter how hard the paladins worked, their rescue efforts were a drop in the ocean compared to the scale of Alchemia's disaster. The shaking continued. Cracks spread ever wider across the ground. Worse still, the city itself seemed to be slowly rising upward from the ground, buoyed by some unknown force. Floating in midair, James Watson could clearly see that Alchemia had risen several meters above ground. The city looked as though it might take flight at any moment. Uncertain of what would happen next, James Watson issued another command, 10 more minutes. Then we'll withdraw fully. He descended to the ground himself, grabbing injured humans and carrying them out of the city. There was no need for further coordination now. He would do his part as well. At that very moment, deep within the sewers, Ambrose stood at the heart of the wish ritual, watching it operate with cold detachment. A skull could hardly show emotion, yet his tightly clenched hands betrayed his tension and unwillingness to accept what had happened. This wasn't how things were supposed to unfold. Damn the prophecy. Half an hour earlier, his soul alteration surgery on Gary Watts had finally succeeded. Though it had consumed every stored die of fate Ambrose possessed, Gary Watts's soul had at last reached what he believed to be a divine state. It had become a soul that had entirely lost its humanoid form, a monster woven from countless filament-like tendrils. But Gary Watts was very pleased. He brought Ambrose to the core of the ritual array and, under the stunned gazes of Flynn and Dipple, returned to his physical body. The tentacled aberration caused its physical shell to mutate as well. Gary Watts' contorted body, wrapped in black threads and posed like a suffering martyr, was stripped of its flesh and bone alike. In the end, the tendrils and black strands intertwined to form a single, twisted eye at the center of the resulting amorphous mass. What have you done? On the brink of mental collapse, Dipple summoned his personal mount. The towering golem charged at Ambrose, as if to crush every bone in his body. Ambrose, however, showed no trace of panic. He merely said, "I solved your biggest problem. None of you need to sacrifice yourself anymore. And don't think of laying a hand on me. You'll regret it." Dipple refused to believe him. The golem raised its arm, the cannon barrel glowing red-hot. But just as it was about to fire, the arm suddenly exploded, blasting Dipple himself backward. Heartbroken and shocked, Dipper stared in disbelief. How could the golem he had painstakingly crafted explode on its own? The power of prophecy again? No, it can't be. He turned his head toward the chairman, who had become a tentacled monster. As expected, its massive central eye was fixed upon him. A commanding voice rang out, "Dipple, stand down. I have ascended to godhood. Everything will proceed according to the original plan." Dipple watched his golem crumble piece by piece into scattered components. He tried to invoke his legendary boon to reassemble it, but it didn't work. The golem was no longer whole. By some unseen law, it had been reduced to mere parts, nothing more. Dipple's power allowed him to repair his constructs, but the chairman had damaged the golem so completely that it no longer qualified as one. What remained were just components. To use his ability again, he would first have to rebuild it from scratch. "Chairman, have you gone mad? Look at what you've become. Why are you helping this lich?" Dipple shouted in fury. The tentacled chairman replied calmly, "Because I made a pact with him. He helped me ascend to godhood, and I will grant his wish. You've already become a god. Why honor the agreement? Chairman, we're on the same side. Shouldn't the right to make a wish belong to us alchemists?" Dipple cried out. Dipple had expected a proper explanation. Instead, the chairman answered coldly, "It is precisely because I am now a god that I can honor and break promises at will. Do not presume to judge a god with mortal reasoning." Arms folded, Ambrose watched the scene unfold with leisurely amusement. The reason Gary Watts was on his side was simple: Ambrose had tampered with his soul. Every artificial soul Ambrose created, regardless of function or strength, contained one core setting: absolute obedience to Ambrose's commands. Only a fool would design a program without a backdoor. He had done the same when modifying Gary Watts's soul. The difference was that Ambrose had been frank about it and had openly discussed the alterations beforehand. Gary Watts's soul was powerful. Without his cooperation, Ambrose could not have succeeded. The old man, obsessed with becoming a god, did not refuse. Yet the requirements for spiritual ascension were simply too strict. Humanity itself was an obstacle to divinity for Gary Watts, and Ambrose's backdoor would be no different. That lingering sense of attachment, whether to blood relatives or to Ambrose, would serve to prevent his transcendence. So Ambrose had to compromise. Gary Watts would not become his slave, but he would stand on Ambrose's side under the vast majority of circumstances. Now that he had fully fused with the wish ritual, Gary Watts was at the threshold of godhood. He could alter natural law at will. With a single thought, he had erased the concept of construct from the golem, rendering Dipple's abilities completely useless. As Dipple wailed in despair, Ambrose turned to the silent Gustavo Flynn and asked, "Flynn, my old friend, what do you think of the situation?" Contrary to expectations, Gustavo Flynn seemed relieved. "We've lost. I imagined countless ways this could end in failure. I just never thought it would be because of you." "Don't say that. You had the edge in our debate years ago. Let me win once, too." Gustavo Flynn smiled bitterly. "I concede. Let me leave. Perhaps we'll meet again after you ascend." The great alchemist produced a scroll, summoned a massive spatial gate, and walked into it without looking back, vanishing from the sewers forever. Ambrose did not stop him. Gustavo Flynn was unlike Dipple. His field of alchemy was more obscure but far more destructive. Letting him go was the wiser choice. A fight to the death would benefit neither of them. With Dipple finished and Gustavo Flynn departed, there was no one left to interfere with the plan. Ambrose turned to the tentacled chairman. "I'm ready to make my wish." Just as Ambrose believed everything was finally in place, strange applause echoed through the chamber. A young alchemist appeared before him, the very one who had previously volunteered as a sacrifice, Coin. "As expected of you, Ambrose. You're as clever as ever. Always the one who laughs last." Hearing his name spoken aloud made Ambrose's soul tremble. Over the centuries, he had used countless aliases: Megamantiga, the Elden Lord, Arthas, Dragonborn. There were far too many for him to remember them all. But barely anyone knew his true name, Ambrose. And those who did, should all have been dead. Staring at the young alchemist, Ambrose asked cautiously, "Just who are you, to joke with me like this?" Coin smiled as his appearance began to shift. The handsome blonde youth transformed into a blind old man with white hair and wrinkled skin. Missing an arm, he was crippled and frail, and it looked as though he had only a few years left to live. Ancient memories resurfaced, memories from just after his transmigration, thought long forgotten yet etched impossibly deep within his soul. Ambrose's voice trembled. You are." At last, he forced the words out through clenched teeth. "It's been a long time, Master." Regardless of gender or race, what people remembered most vividly was often their first time. It had been many and many years ago since Ambrose had crossed into this world. He had had a number of mentors, those who taught him magic, lockpicking, how to do business, how to indulge in life. Yet all of those mentors were long gone. Immortality remained an unattainable dream for most mortals. Becoming a spellcaster was perhaps a 1 in 1,000 chance, and becoming a legend perhaps 1 in a million. And even that was merely the threshold of immortality. Countless legends had died as a result of accidents rather than old age. The blind, one-armed old man standing before him was the very first mentor Ambrose had met after crossing into this world. Back then, Ambrose had known nothing of the world. Despite being a transmigrator, he did not even have a cheat or some sort of system to rely on. 3 days after arriving, he had collapsed from hunger. He had woken up to discover that this blind, one-armed old man had taken him in. What followed was an unremarkable 18-year apprenticeship. The old man wasn't particularly talkative. He had lost both his eyes and an arm in an alchemical accident. Passing by, he had seen Ambrose on the verge of starving and, on a whim, had brought him home. At the time, Ambrose thought he had encountered a reclusive master. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to caring for the old man and studying day and night. The result, however, was a profound disappointment. Ambrose had learned little more than the bare fundamentals of alchemy from his master. At that time, his understanding of the discipline was poorer than even Isabel's. The old man possessed no hidden treasures, no secret lineage, no awe-inspiring identity. He was simply an ordinary alchemist crippled by his own experiments, who, in the twilight of his life, had picked up a young man who knew nothing partially as an apprentice and partially as insurance for his retirement. The old man had a foul temper and a sharp tongue. He and Ambrose argued often. Still, he taught his student with genuine effort. Grateful that his master had saved his life, Ambrose cared for him for more than a decade until the old man finally breathed his last. That was the day that Ambrose became an adventurer. Then followed centuries of wandering hardship until his eventual transformation into a lich. He had always believed the first years of his transmigration to be nothing more than an indelible memory. He never imagined that he would see his master again. So you weren't a lousy alchemist after all. You let me support you for 18 years. Ambrose's voice grew increasingly agitated, until he finally roared, "Are you insane? You old bastard. Before you faked your death, you even destroyed all the materials I'd painstakingly saved up and forced me to dig your grave with my bare hands." Ambrose was truly furious. Those 18 bitter years had never felt unbearable. He had written them off as bad luck, a trial of life. He had harbored little resentment about his master's disability. But now, seeing this man alive and well, striking the pose of some hidden final boss, all that suffering instantly seemed to have become a joke. If not for the emotional restraint afforded by lichdom, he would already have fired off 3 magic missiles straight at the old bastard's face. The crippled old man transformed once more into the young alchemist coin. Only then did he speak to Ambrose. "Don't be angry. I didn't fake my death. No one could have imagined that I would ascend to godhood thereafter. Like hell I believe you." Ambrose was about to ignore his old master when he abruptly processed what he had just heard. "Wait. You ascended to godhood?" "Correct. I am the god of alchemy, Arkham Solomon. You told me your name was Old Pete." Ambrose sneered. The god smiled. After becoming a god, that name felt far too ordinary. "I changed it later to something from a little story you once told me. So, my disciple, are you interested in becoming my chosen?" Ambrose had no interest in entertaining this lunatic. Turning his head, he said to the one-eyed tentacled chairman, "I want to make my wish." Whether this so-called god of alchemy was real or not, Ambrose decided he would secure his wish first. However, the chairman seemed not to have heard him at all. His remaining eye was locked firmly on the god of alchemy as he demanded, "So you are the god of alchemy? Why have you never once shown us your favor all these years?" The god of alchemy cocked his head. "You do not worship me. You even sought to create a new god to replace me. Should I have favored you? I am merely a senior who walked farther than you on the path of alchemy. Toward juniors who lack even basic respect, I have already been exceedingly polite." The chairman immediately retorted, "But you cursed us. You made it impossible for alchemists to create new formulas." The god of alchemy grew serious. "I do not possess that authority. That punishment came from Aguma." At the time, the Lord of Knowledge judged that alchemists had gravely overstepped their bounds. Without divine intervention, irreversible catastrophe would surely have followed. He discussed the situation with me and temporarily sealed your creativity. I agree because I, too, believed you had crossed the line. Gary Watts, surely you knew of what alchemia was doing back then. Those experiments went beyond the limits of morality. Even the devils of the hells would blush in shame. My only regret is that I left you a way to undo the curse, thus leading to today's outcome. Aguma, the Lord of Knowledge, the namer of all things, was a mighty god of absolute neutrality. It was said that he could even decide whether a new idea was allowed to exist in the world. Sealing the creativity of alchemists would have been trivial for him. Even Ambrose found this absurd. Just what atrocities had these alchemists committed to provoke divine punishment from an absolutely neutral god? The pupil of the chairman's single eye contracted sharply, as if he had been struck by a devastating blow. You even created 7 towers to humiliate us. Humiliation. Or reminder. That depends on how you choose to see it. The god of alchemy spoke with open disdain as he adopted a lecturing tone. Those 7 towers represent the 7 most common errors in alchemy, mistakes foundational to nearly all experiments. Over the years, haven't your apprentices made such basic errors far less frequently? Of course they have. If they wake up daily to the sight of 7 garish towers, they'd naturally avoid such foolish mistakes during their experiments. And yet you chose to see my boon as a humiliation. Small-minded being, do not presume to judge a god's intentions with mortal thinking. Ambrose found this phrasing oddly familiar. Wasn't that exactly the argument that the chairman had used against Dipple? It sure came back to bite him fast. Seeing that the chairman on the verge of snapping, Ambrose hurriedly called out, "Ignore him. His mouth is vicious. Arguing with him is pointless. Hurry up and grant my wish." Before the chairman could respond, the god of alchemy snapped his fingers. The world fell silent. Not merely silent, the very flow of air had frozen. Time itself had stopped. This was true temporal stasis, invoked personally by a god. In that instant, the entire city of Alchemia was frozen in time, including the fierce battle raging above ground. Only Ambrose and the god of alchemy could still move. "All right. Now we have time to talk," the god of alchemy said, conjuring a table and chairs from nowhere. Tea had already been prepared. He gestured for Ambrose to sit. "My disciple, don't you want to catch up with your master?" Gritting his teeth, Ambrose sat opposite him and said coldly, "Do I have a choice?" The god of alchemy poured him a cup of tea. "Don't be like that. You're my best disciple. When I first met you, I was drawn to your clear eyes untainted by magical knowledge." Ambrose shot back mercilessly, "Give me a break. You were already blind when you met me. And isn't that just a roundabout way of calling me stupid? See? That's what makes you clever." You immediately spotted the flaw in my words. The god sighed, then spoke with heartfelt regret. "But let me correct you on one point. You were never stupid, just greedy. You wanted to learn everything, to know everything, and in the end, you mastered nothing. I never doubted you would become a legend. But look at what you've done. What use is this boon of yours? If you had focused on alchemy back then, you might already have become a divine subordinate of mine." Ambrose felt not the slightest bit moved. He let out a dry laugh. "You're one to talk. Back then, I was so poor I could barely afford food. You misled me into believing that sticking to alchemy alone would leave me begging on the streets. If I hadn't learned magic or resorted to thievery, we'd both have starved to death." The more Ambrose thought about it, the more upset he felt. Back then, his master hadn't seemed particularly knowledgeable about alchemy. How had he become the god of alchemy? He clearly had had many secrets, but Ambrose doubted his master would give him any answers. As such, there was no reason to dwell on matters. "Understand this, master, I was never your believer. Don't try to wrap me up in divine nonsense. You taught me the basics of alchemy, and I supported you for over a decade. By any calculation, I'm the one who lost out. So spare me the wounded expression. I don't owe you anything. Let's get back to the point. What exactly do you want?" Now that he was a lich, the sordid affairs of his life were irrelevant. What mattered now were concrete benefits. Ambrose only wanted to know why the god of alchemy had appeared. Was he here to stir up trouble, or to harvest the fruits of others' labor? The god of alchemy sighed. "Relax. I know you want the effect of the wish ritual. We haven't seen each other in years. I would hardly shortchange you. This wish is yours. The other gods have already agreed. You needn't worry." Ambrose immediately caught the key detail in his master's words. Other gods? The god of alchemy took a sip of tea. Gary Watts was mad, but his intellect had indeed reached the level of divinity. Devising a plan to turn himself into a divine artifact capable of casting wish and actually succeeding astonished the pantheon. But did you think the gods would simply ignore that success? Wish is a pseudo-divine spell that bridges the chasm between mortals and gods. An artifact that can cast wish without limit. The gods would never allow such a thing to remain in mortal hands. After some thought, Ambrose found himself in full agreement. The 9 kingdoms would tear each other apart over such an artifact. No one would escape. No matter how ugly the resulting war became, whoever seized it would wield incredible power. If I possessed such an artifact, every legend on the continent would try to hunt me down and tear me apart, Ambrose began. The god of alchemy nodded. Exactly. I knew you'd understand. Legends united could even slay a weaker god. That's why I came today to seal this artifact away. Otherwise, the entire continent would be consumed by war. Before sealing it, though, letting you make one wish is hardly a problem. Well. Not bad, right? Ambrose scowled. He said flatly, is that it? It's not as if I got all this for free. I schemed and labored for ages, and the wish ritual was mine to begin with. You show up, declare you're taking it away, toss me a single wish, and call that doing me a favor? The god of alchemy's expression stiffened. I knew you wouldn't give up the artifact so easily. But, my dear disciple, I think you're mistaken about one thing. This arrangement was collectively decided by the gods. Do you really believe you can defy their will? Ambrose smiled. Collectively decided? Surely only the lawful gods came to this conclusion. There are far more than a few gods who would love to see the world burn. Too many gods could, sometimes, be a good thing for mortals. It meant that mortals weren't at the mercy of any single deity and could believe in whichever one they liked. As long as their followers didn't convert between faiths willy-nilly, most gods wouldn't mistreat them, save for a few particularly deranged exceptions. And precisely because there were so many gods, no single god got the final say. There were laws among gods as well. For instance, though the Lord of Dawn knew perfectly well that Black Rose had devoted her entire existence to destroying Lion, he could not simply swat her dead and scatter her ashes to the wind. If the Lord of Dawn were to do so, the god of Liches, Valeroon, would immediately tear down the capital of the Lion Empire. Valeroon might be the sort who would get pinned to the ground and beaten senseless by the Lord of Dawn, but bullying mortals would be effortless for him. Among the gods, the greatest taboo was to shout, "Let's take down each other." This was especially for lawful and neutral gods. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not strike directly at mortals. This was a common law that they adhered to, that they had made themselves. If they were to break them, the chaotic, evil gods would similarly act without restraint, causing mortals to suffer far greater devastation. This was precisely why Ambrose dared to bargain with his own master. He was exploiting the fact that these gods played by the rules. They certainly had the strength to crush him outright. If all the gods descended together, they could blow the entire material plane to dust. Of course, this negotiation was only taking place because Ambrose possessed supremely valuable knowledge. Not only did he have the right to make a wish, he also understood the nature of the ritual that Gary Watts had come up with. Across the entire continent, Ambrose was surely the leading candidate for recreating the wish ritual. If the lawful gods decided to kill him, his soul would immediately fall under the protection of the dark gods. Ambrose would then become their chosen champion. He would mass-produce wish engines for the mortal world, ideally one for every citizen of the 9 kingdoms, just to see what kind of madness mortals could unleash. That was Ambrose's leverage. Perhaps the appearance of the god of alchemy, his old master, was itself proof that the lawful gods understood Ambrose's importance and were trying to appeal to his feelings. Once Ambrose realized this, he wasted no time in starting to bargain. First of all, I don't have to spell out the value of an artifact that can cast wish an unlimited number of times. You don't intend to just take it away. You'll probably also demand my silence and forbid me from sharing the technique with anyone. So I don't just want the right to use wish this once. I also want you to help me obtain divine power strong enough to pin the elven gods to the ground and beat them senseless. That isn't an unreasonable demand, is it? The god of alchemy stared at Ambrose expressionlessly. Do you have any idea what you're saying? If the elven gods heard this, even I wouldn't be able to protect you. Oh. Aren't they eavesdropping? Then how about forcibly sterilizing the high elves? I could live with that. The god of alchemy calmly put away his teapot. You can try making that wish yourself. Let's see whether the elven gods beat you to death. TCH. You lawful types really have no sincerity at all. Don't be too greedy, the god of alchemy warned gravely. We are negotiating with you because we honor our word. Once we finalize our agreement, you'll have offended the dark gods. We'll be bearing the brunt of their hatred for you. Don't act as though you're the one being wrong from start to finish. You haven't lost anything, have you? Not gaining what I should have gained is a loss. That's opportunity cost right there. Besides, I'm a lich. You're asking me to betray my own alignment. Shouldn't that come with extra compensation? You aren't even a follower of Valorum. Do you think he'll automatically protect you just because you're a lich? Valorum has chosen to stay neutral. Don't even think about dragging him into this. After centuries apart, the master and disciple reunited not by reminiscing with each other, but rather with a heated argument. Ambrose was deeply dissatisfied. His original plan had been to wish himself into godhood and ideally a god powerful enough to arm-wrestle the Lord of Dawn, at that. The god of alchemy had crushed that dream outright, telling him that even 100 wishes wouldn't suffice to do so. So Ambrose settled for less. He asked to become a weaker god instead. The answer was still no. The god of alchemy wasn't deliberately obstructing him. The effect of a wish was granted by the gods themselves. And what god would help someone become a god? The price would be astronomical. That would require carving off a portion of one's own divine power and giving it away. It was no different from mortals cutting away parts of their own body. There were no shortcuts to apotheosis. Ambrose would have to work hard on his own. Perhaps the creator god would take a liking to Ambrose one day and make him stronger than even the god of light. Who could say? The god of alchemy proposed a compromise. He could grant Ambrose a new legendary boon, making up for his lack of power among other legends. Can I design the legendary boon myself? Ambrose asked. No, the god of alchemy replied without hesitation. I can only give you a chance to reascend to the legendary realm. What power you obtain will depend on yourself. One chance isn't enough. I want two, Ambrose bargained again. This opportunity isn't mine to hand out, the god of alchemy said. But as your former master, I can give you an additional benefit. He extended his right hand. Countless grains of golden sand gathered in his palm, melting together and forging themselves into a uniquely patterned gold coin. Take this coin. It can replicate the legendary boon of any legendary alchemist. You may select only one boon to copy, and it cannot be changed thereafter. Does it have unlimited uses? Ambrose asked. This is not your own power. Each use will require you to pay an appropriate price. What price? Gold. To wield a legendary boon that is not yours, you must pay gold. How much depends on which boon you copy. The god of alchemy placed the coin before Ambrose. It was clear that this coin was a divine artifact, crafted by a god's own hand and capable of producing power akin to miracles. The problem was that it could only replicate an alchemist's legendary boons. The scope was painfully narrow. Even the chairman's legendary boon didn't seem particularly impressive. As for someone like Dipple, whose legendary boon amounted to fixing appliances, that was pure garbage. It was less useful than even Ambrose's own mimetic soul. But on second thought, given the coin and the ability to ascend once more to the legendary realm, Ambrose would be able to wield 3 legendary boons. Even 3 useless abilities together would likely be a qualitative transformation for him. In the end, Ambrose additionally bargained for the right to use Wish this once. However, once the wish was made, alchemia would vanish entirely, sent into an extraplanar space beyond mortal reach. From another perspective, after having exhausted every means to transcend the boundary between mortals and gods, all Gary Watts could do with his newfound strength was to fulfill a single wish for Ambrose before being sealed away forever. Ambrose spared a few seconds of sympathy for the unfortunate chairman before asking, "So the entire city will be teleported away immediately after the wish? Without any delay at all?" "That's right. Even leaving it around a moment longer would be dangerous. As you said, we're not the only ones eyeing this place. Other gods are growing restless as well. There's no time. If you still intend to refuse." The god of alchemy did not finish the sentence. The lawful god's offer was more than generous. If Ambrose continued refusing to give in, the god supporting the god of alchemy would no longer be so polite. No matter how lawful and benevolent they were, even gods had limits to their tolerance. Ambrose understood that he could not keep fleecing the gods. Any more demands and he would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. "Fine. We'll have it your way." With no real alternative, Ambrose nodded in agreement. The god of alchemy's body slowly dispersed. "Before leaving," he said, "although we will shield you from the wrath of the other gods, their followers will still come after you. Be careful. You've offended quite a few gods today." The warning made Ambrose uneasy, but great rewards always came with great risks. What he gained was worth it. As the god of alchemy vanished completely, the temporal stasis dissipated as well. Everything in Alchemia returned to normal. No one noticed anything amiss, not even the two sides still fighting above the city. Only the chairman, who had ascended to divinity, showed a flicker of doubt in his wide eyes, as though he could sense that something was wrong. Ambrose did not tell him the cruel truth awaiting him. He merely said, "All right, it's settled. Fulfill my wish." Gary Watts had no idea what had truly happened. Seeing that the god of alchemy was gone, he assumed Ambrose had somehow driven the god away by special means. "Even though I loathe the god of alchemy, he was right about one thing," Gary Watts said. "You are frighteningly clever. You always seem to be the one who laughs last." Ambrose did not feel triumphant. Instead, he spoke with quiet emotion. "You have no idea what price I paid. He may have been my master, but we're completely at odds now." Gary Watts did not doubt him. He had witnessed their argument firsthand. It had been far too fierce to be an act. Perhaps Ambrose truly had paid a price beyond mortal understanding to drive the god away. "State your wish," Gary Watts said. "I will use everything in Alchemia's possession to fulfill it." Ambrose made his wish with solemn clarity. "I want you to create a special space. Seal all valuable assets of Alchemia within it safely, then transfer control of that space to me." After all, the god of alchemy only intended to seal Gary Watts. The remaining wealth of Alchemia was of no use to him, and Ambrose could easily pocket it all. He had briefly considered being greedier and wishing for all the gold in the world, but that would surely provoke the gods as a whole. Their followers still needed to eat, after all. If Ambrose seized all the gold, wouldn't they all go bankrupt? At that point, all the gods would join forces to beat him to death. Only Alchemia, a city fated to be sealed away, possessed truly unclaimed wealth. So Ambrose settled for taking everything of value from it. No matter how impoverished Alchemia was now, it had once been the richest city on the continent. Precious potions, recipes, blueprints. The haul would be worth at least tens of billions. If he could not wish himself into godhood, then amassing a fortune was the next best choice for him. Gary Watts replied, "According to my calculations, you will receive a total of roughly 6 million gold." "Wait, what? Only 6 million? How can that be? Just how much did you skim off the top?" Ambrose exclaimed. "Activating wish will consume a vast quantity of material wealth as a sacrifice. After accounting for that, only about 6 million gold will remain." Ambrose was about to revise his wish to demand 100 billion gold when another fragment of the prophecy suddenly came to mind, him standing before a mountain of at least 1 million gold coins. At least, 1 million. That damn prophecy. Was this all he was going to get? Since 6 million gold was the absolute upper limit, there was no point wishing for raw gold. Proceed according to the original plan. Seal the remaining valuables into a special space for me. But I have one tiny additional requirement regarding this space. With a true wish, Ambrose would never be allowed to haggle like this. But Gary Watts was a divinity amenable to Ambrose. Ambrose could probe his limits, little by little. Driven by powers beyond mortal comprehension, alchemia rose into the sky. As it ascended, most of the city's buildings were reduced to drifting ash. In the end, the entire city vanished outright, leaving behind nothing but a colossal crater. James Watson stared at the horrifying sight before him, silently grateful that he had retreated quickly enough. Had he hesitated even a little, he too would have been swept away by that dreadful force. The disappearance of alchemia was tantamount to the destruction of one of the 9 kingdoms. Such an event was bound to trigger upheaval across the continent. James Watson could not linger here any longer. He had to return to the Lion Empire at once and prepare for the coming shockwaves. The paladins had arrived in haste and were now leaving just as hurriedly. Ambrose, meanwhile, returned to his own castle with a lingering sense of frustration. Aside from his phylactery, he hadn't suffered major losses. Before leaving home, he had already suspected that the alchemists were plotting something nefarious, so he had transferred most of his valuables away in advance. Even his phylacteries had largely been moved, the ones left behind were nearly expired knockoffs that he deliberately kept as bait. As for the humans in his territory, it seemed that most of them had already fled. Ambrose did not particularly care. Alchemia was gone, and it was time for him to relocate as well. Without the protection of a kingdom, a Lich was far too easy a target for adventurers. That said, there was no rush. First, Ambrose needed to review his gains. He tore open a spatial rift with both hands and stepped into the special space created by Wish. This was a private domain that belonged solely to him, vastly larger than any extra-dimensional storage pouch, large enough for him to put his entire castle within, too. A look inside made his heart skip. There was a veritable mountain of gold coins, numbering at least 1,000,000. In the past, Ambrose would have been delighted. 1,000,000 gold coins was no small fortune. But upon remembering how much more he could have gained, the pain in his chest grew almost unbearable. Suppressing his heartache, he began searching through the space. Before long, a smile spread across his face. Formulas and blueprints. Hundreds of bookcases filled nearly half of the private space. These were alchemia's secret archives. Perhaps because more massive materials had been sacrificed first, these lightweight sheets of paper had survived in large numbers. Ambrose flipped through them and quickly found several extremely valuable alchemical formulas. The shelves and paper themselves were worthless, but their contents were priceless. By Ambrose's estimation, selling all these formulas would easily net him a fortune. Tens, even hundreds, of millions would not have been out of the question. However, after the chaos alchemia had caused, all the alchemists across the continent would inevitably be affected. The city's destruction would trigger a mass exodus of alchemists and with them, a massive leak of formulas and recipes. How much these documents were still worth, and how quickly they would depreciate, was anyone's guess. Beyond that, Ambrose was surprised to see Dipple sealed within the space as well. Why was this old bastard here too? Valuable things. Do people count as well? The criteria were admittedly vague, but a legendary alchemist was surely worth something. If nothing else, a bit of harsh interrogation might squeeze out a few hidden stashes of gold. Looking around further, Ambrose discovered several other people sealed into the space as well. Whether they should consider themselves lucky was hard to say. There were also various alchemical materials of moderate value. Taken together, the total indeed came out to be roughly 6,000,000 gold. Gary Watt's calculation had been accurate. It wasn't quite a loss. 6,000,000 gold was still substantial, especially since Ambrose himself hadn't stood to lose very much. But it was far less than the fortunes he had hoped for. Still, there was something else he hadn't accounted for. Setting aside the 2 additional legendary boons, the most valuable prize of all was this space itself. Since prophecies could not be altered, Ambrose had deliberately avoided wishing for more gold. Instead, he placed special requirements on this private space of his. First, to ensure that the stored resources would not degrade, he required the space to have an adjustable flow of time. As it was now, everything within it was sealed in a state of temporal stasis. Whatever magical materials were within the space could be preserved indefinitely. Unfortunately for Dipple, this meant that he too was frozen in suspended time. Within the space, Ambrose could also accelerate or decelerate time at will. 1 day outside could equal a year inside, or 1 year outside a day inside. The maximum ratio was roughly 300 to 1 each way. Second, the space was extremely secure. Barring direct divine intervention, infiltration was effectively impossible. This space was akin to an impenetrable vault whose contents could not be stolen. Third, the space retained the potential for future expansion. The justification was simple: the stored materials might increase in volume. Alchemical potions exploding was perfectly normal, after all. Thanks to these utterly shameless reasons, Ambrose's private space had gained several characteristics of a divine kingdom. It was strictly because Gary Watts was on his side that Ambrose dared to make such unreasonable demands. The consequences of fulfilling this wish were likely borne entirely by Gary Watts himself. Or, perhaps the gods feared that Ambrose would have been dissatisfied with only 6 million gold, and grudgingly indulged him so that he wouldn't cause any trouble. Either way, Ambrose had come out ahead. A highly secure private space with adjustable time flow and room for future expansion was a genuine prize. If it were transferable, every other legendary tier powerhouse would be green with envy. And there were still the 2 legendary boons to consider. Ambrose took out the gold coin and linked it to his soul. Instantly, countless projections of light burst forth, displaying over a dozen different legendary boons related to alchemy. Let me see. Construct repair, perfectly repairs your own creations. Trash. Double output, significantly increases experimental yields. Interesting. Attribute bestowal. This one's absurd, and definitely worth a look. Guaranteed alchemical success. The Guildmaster's ability, huh? That one's impressive. Ambrose studied them carefully for a long while before narrowing his choices down to 3. The first was the Guildmaster's legendary boon, guaranteed success in alchemical experiments. It was so powerful it verged on a facet of divine law. It consisted of 2 effects: accurately calculating an experiment's probability of success, and forcibly altering that probability. But the greater the adjustment, the higher the cost. Ambrose had no idea what price the Guildmaster had paid to push the probability of ascension to godhood to 100%. All Ambrose knew was that for him, the cost would be gold. The lower the original success rate, the more gold it consumed. The description was frustratingly vague, emphasizing only that it required vast sums of coin. But with enough gold, no matter how ridiculous the experiment, success could be guaranteed. The second boon was equally outrageous: altering the attributes of matter. This too touched on divine authority. When Dipple's golem puppet had been dismantled, the chairman had recategorized the damaged golem as a pile of parts. The difference seemed subtle, but it had completely nullified Dipple's legendary boon. Once it was no longer his creation, his repair ability no longer applied. And this boon could be taken to even further extremes. Ambrose could take a mass of steel and assign it the concept of bones. In theory, after the alteration, his mimetic soul could treat steel as skeletal material. Naturally, this also demanded an enormous expenditure of gold, and how much, once again, was left unspecified. The third boon was far more practical. At regular intervals, Ambrose could comprehend a new alchemical formula. Which formula he gained was random and entirely dependent on the god of alchemy's whims. Ambrose did not have much affection for his former teacher and suspected he was hiding many secrets, but the price was genuinely cheap, only a few hundred gold per monthly draw, with the chance of hitting a jackpot. Compared to these 3, the other legendary boons were either useless or underwhelming. Most alchemical legendary boons were simply too support-oriented, leaving Ambrose hesitant. Well, I don't need to make my decision today. I can afford to think it over for a few days. He put the coin away, then took out another scroll glowing with golden light. This was his other reward, his second legendary ascension, which would grant him another legendary boon. With this scroll, he'd be able to shake off his label of half-baked legend. It might even compensate for the loss he had suffered by abandoning the power of divination. Without hesitation, Ambrose activated the scroll. Golden light erupted and enveloped his body. The same wondrous sensation from his first legendary ascension returned. His soul felt as though it were about to merge completely with the world itself. In his days, he seemed to see countless beings prostrating themselves at his feet. Like a giant, he sat upon a throne forged of gold, gazing down upon billions of worshippers. Ascension to the legendary realm took place at the instant that your intellect, strength, or some other defining trait brushes against the very source of the world's laws. Put simply, it meant that you had surpassed some threshold the Creator God had set down for mortals. In some ways, it's like nursing a crush. You see her first through photographs, then, one day, when you catch a fleeting glimpse of her in the street, you suddenly feel that you understand her a little better. A photograph is two-dimensional. Its subject is frozen in a single pose. But reality is three-dimensional, vivid and alive. And the world's laws, this enchanting beauty, are perfect, flawless, from every angle. The more of her you see, the deeper your fascination grows. Ambrose was now fortunate enough to behold this supreme deity's true form for a second time. Bathed once more in the radiance of natural law itself, he gained a new revelation. At this moment, the power of divination stirred restlessly, as if trying to slap a filter onto this supreme beauty and imprint her deeply into Ambrose's soul. Ambrose hurriedly suppressed that impulse. With his temperament, if he received a divination-related boon, he could forget about ever becoming a god in this lifetime. During his first ascension, his will hadn't been firm enough. Caught in hesitation, he ended up with a legendary boon of little practical value. But this time, he had already been reincarnated as a Lich, severing all his worldly desires save for his purest, most obsessive, pursuit. He wanted more wealth, wealth so vast that he could spend it freely without ever exhausting it. He wanted the power to protect that wealth, not to be treated as a walking treasure trove for others to plunder over and over. He wanted his riches to be able to buy anything he desired. Perhaps it was excessive. But greed had always been Ambrose's deepest fixation. Whether or not such gaudy, gold-plated splendor suited the temperament of this beauty, Ambrose didn't care. He loved that dazzling, ostentatious hue that screamed wealth and status. These obsessions were so clear, so intense, that they finally draped the supreme beauty that personified natural law in a brilliant golden filter and engraved her deeply into Ambrose's soul. A throne forged of gold appeared before him. In a daze, Ambrose saw all living beings prostrating themselves at his feet, praying, kneeling, praising, offering everything they had to the emperor seated upon the golden throne. When Ambrose emerged from that hazy vision, he understood exactly what kind of legendary boon he had obtained. He walked up to the small mountain of gold and extended his palm. In an instant, 1,000,000 gold coins melted into liquid. Under Ambrose's control, they flowed, solidified, and were cast into the very golden throne he had seen in his vision. Seated upon the throne, Ambrose floated over to Dipple, who was still frozen in time. With a casual, kingly wave of his hand, Ambrose restored Dipple's ability to move. His memories, however, seemed to have stopped at the moment Alchemia was destroyed. He had no idea why, or how, he had been transported here. Seeing Ambrose enthroned upon gold, Dipple sneered. "So this is what you wished for. It suits you." Ambrose ignored the provocation and calmly commanded, "Kneel." Before Dipple could retort, immense pressure slammed down upon him. The defensive spells woven into his mage's robes activated automatically, trying to isolate and resist the force. But it was pointless. His countermeasures were completely ineffective. Dipple was sent crashing into the ground, his knees slamming hard against the floor. His mind reeled. Was this the effect of a compulsion spell? How could such a low-tier spell work on him? Even if alchemists weren't known for combat prowess, he was still a legend. He boasted formidable resistance to low-level magic, and he wore layers of defensive equipment. How could Ambrose force him to kneel with a single word? Dipple could not even lift his head. He did not see that, the moment Ambrose issued the command, a corner of the golden throne behind him crumbled away. Ambrose gazed with satisfaction at Dipple's humiliating posture. The golden throne's first ability was spell amplification. Low-tier spells were usually weak, easily blocked or resisted, but when cast through the Golden Throne, their effects were dramatically enhanced. Through it, Ambrose could even flawlessly execute spells that he wasn't proficient in. For example, Power Word, Kill. It was a high-tier necromantic spell that forced all creatures within a designated range to undergo an instant death check. Failure meant immediate death, no matter how powerful the target might be. Even a legend would fall dead on the spot. Ambrose's mastery of necromancy wasn't particularly impressive. It hadn't been too long since his reincarnation, and he wouldn't normally be able to cast something as advanced as Power Word, Kill. But with the Golden Throne's power, he could. Dipple's life could be stripped away with ease. He could also cast a simple fireball. Amplified through the throne, it would be stronger than 3 ordinary casts at once. The throne was powerful, but overusing it would bankrupt him. The throne had been forged with gold, he could convert wealth directly into power. In this manner, gold was indeed all-powerful, but the resulting cost was terrifying. Casting Power Word, Kill just once would cause the throne behind Ambrose to completely disintegrate. After confirming the effects of this ability, Ambrose no longer agonized over which legendary boon to choose from the God of Alchemy's coin. The chairman's boon guaranteed success in alchemical experiments at the cost of gold. The Golden Throne did something similar, burning gold to cast spells he otherwise could not. The two overlapped significantly. Choosing the chairman's ability now would be wasteful, especially since many alchemical experiments depended on high-tier spells, and their success rates were often tied directly to those spells. Thus, the best choice was surely the legendary boon that altered material properties. In the future, Ambrose would no longer need to worry about sourcing bones to craft skeletons. Steel would do just fine, granting him far more flexibility. But if that were all, then Ambrose would merely be using gold to bridge the gap between himself and other legends, which would not have aligned with his greed. The Golden Throne, in fact, had a second ability. It could help him earn more gold. Ambrose looked down at Dipple, still kneeling, and softened his tone. Master Dipple, it seems there was a small misunderstanding between us. The pressure vanished. Dipple staggered back to his feet, shaken. Only now did he truly sense the threat of death. The Lich before him had changed, and the golem he had once relied upon were gone. He no longer had the standing to be defiant. Dipple lowered his head. I admit defeat. I am willing to pay a ransom. At the word ransom, Ambrose's eyes lit up. Heh. You see. A misunderstanding indeed. I knew Master Dipple would understand my difficulties. After all, your people from Alchemia had paladins tear down my castle. As for the ransom, it should be worthy of a legend status, don't you agree? Dipple's expression darkened, but he could only reply, Alchemia has been operating at a deficit for a long time. I don't have much gold to offer you, but I do have this. Moving slowly, wary of provoking Ambrose, Dipple reached into his robe and produced an object resembling a pocket watch. He handed it over. Ambrose opened it cautiously. Beams of light projected outward, forming numerous three-dimensional images. Detailed data and design schematics for all of Alchemia's magical automata, Dipple said. More complete than any archive. The data is encrypted. Release me, and I will tell you how to decode it. Ambrose casually tossed the watch back. Sorry. I'm not interested in golem technology. You should know that I'm a lich. To me, undead are far more useful than golems. But I have nothing else. Dipple cried out. He had already sacrificed everything to the ritual. Despite all his efforts, he had lost to Ambrose completely. Don't say that, Ambrose replied mildly. You still have your life. Another fragment of the Golden Throne's backrest crumbled away. Pale green magical energy descended upon Dipple, forcing a scream of agony from the legendary alchemist. He desperately tried to activate his magical equipment, but it was too late. Corrosive dark energy pierced his body, rapidly devouring his flesh and blood. His clothes fell away, revealing stark white bone. Under Ambrose's gaze, the skeleton knelt before the throne, just like the vision Ambrose had seen when he had awakened to this power. A fine glimmer of golden light flickered at the throne's damaged edge. Tiny grains of golden sand formed, filling in part of the missing gold. This was the Golden Throne's second ability. All life that submitted to Ambrose, that knelt devoutly before the Golden Throne, could restore it with the power of faith. The stronger a being's will and intelligence, the more faith, the more gold it would produce when kneeling sincerely before the throne. Physical strength was irrelevant. A child's sincere devotion might generate more faith than a ferocious beast's, simply because human intellect far surpassed that of animals. Ambrose unfroze the remaining alchemists one by one, emptied their pockets, and turned them all into skeletons. Unfortunately, these skeletons did not seem particularly intelligent. The gold they generated through worship was far from satisfactory. Dipple had been a legendary existence, but the moment he died, his soul vanished. If he worshipped a god, his soul would have entered some divine realm. If not, a legendary soul would be high-value currency eagerly fought over by the devils of the hells. The skeleton before him was little more than a sturdy frame. No matter. He could make up for lacking quality with quantity. Combined with his ability to fabricate souls, as long as Ambrose had sufficient time and materials, he could create a vast army, one that would continuously provide faith to recharge the Golden Throne. Previously, he had worried about material shortages. Acquiring a massive number of corpses was not easy. No matter how rich you were, there were only so many bodies for sale unless you resorted to mass slaughter. But now, he no longer needed to use bones as vessels for fabricated souls. For a lich who had long since shed all worldly desires, experimentation was one of Ambrose's few remaining forms of entertainment. After all, there weren't opportunities to make gold daily. And when there was no profit to be had, the only way to pass the time was to run experiments. If those experiments happened to be related to making money, so much the better. In theory, the power of the Golden Throne granted Ambrose limitless wealth and strength. With his two legendary boons, mimetic soul and material transmutation, he had the start of a self-sustaining cycle. Given enough time, becoming the richest being on the continent was hardly a fantasy. But reality was cruel. The artificial souls created by mimetic soul simply didn't boast enough intelligence. Before Ambrose stood 5 newly created types of undead, lined up neatly in a row. When it came to material transmutation, density mattered. To transmute the same mass, the denser the material, the more gold was required to alter its properties. The 5 experimental undead before him were made from books, leather, steel, sand, and gold. Each weighed exactly 1 kilogram. Each housed a blank soul with a precisely calibrated strength of 100 thoms, a unit Ambrose himself had defined. An ordinary human soul typically fluctuated between 80 and 130 thoms. His manufactured souls were far more standardized and resulted in much less variance. Though the souls were equally strong, the difference in transmutation cost was staggering. The gap between the cheapest and the most expensive differed by nearly 100-fold. That 1 kilogram golden skeleton alone consumed 17 times its own weight in gold just to be given the corpse attribute. Part of it, perhaps, was Ambrose's lack of finesse, but the cost was undeniably unacceptable. Worse still, the results showed that, regardless of material, the faith output of these undead constructs was uniformly terrible. By Ambrose's rough estimates, a golden throne forged from 1 million gold coins, when fully expended, would require several million artificial souls praying continuously to restore it within a single day. The one saving grace was that artificial souls could evolve. They were dim-witted when newly created, but if Ambrose loosened the restrictions placed upon them, they could grow more intelligent over time. When that happened, their efficiency in generating faith would naturally increase. Undead were also cheap to maintain. Most of the time, they simply slept, passively absorbing ambient dark mana to sustain themselves. Their upkeep was effectively zero. In other words, the more undead he had, and the longer time passed, the more his gains would snowball. After all, undead were immortal. As long as they did not suffer combat losses, their numbers would only ever increase. Given enough time, Ambrose might truly materialize his gilded fantasies. The only unknown limitation was the Golden Throne's maximum capacity. He suspected it had one, but he had yet to test it. In any case, it was certainly far higher than a few million. Legendary boons required constant experimentation and refinement before they could be fully mastered. With baseline data gathered, Ambrose once again returned to the quality of the undead constructs. Artificial souls had great plasticity, but no matter how they were tuned, there was no way they could reach baseline human intelligence at birth without time to grow. Thus, using gold to make his skeletons would surely be a loss. Gold's high density meant that the artificial souls had to expend more effort controlling their bodies, resulting in constructs that were small, clumsy, and slow. Their only advantage lay in their resistance. They had no combat value, no advantage in faith generation, and absurdly high costs. Gold could be eliminated outright. Perhaps someday, when Ambrose truly had gold to spare, he might make a couple of golden death knights for fun. The sand-based undead construct, however, offered a pleasant surprise. When his artificial soul fused with loose sand, it was somehow able to control every grain individually. Without any guidance from Ambrose, it even learned to move like flowing sand on its own. More impressively, it displayed remarkable mimicry. It glanced at its siblings. At times, it transformed into a book and fluttered its pages. At times, it rolled around like the steel brute beside it. Curiosity was the wellspring of intelligence. Clearly, this sandy little creation was smarter than the other four. Though its faith output still fell short of expectations, it had genuine potential. As for the remaining four, well, his resources were tight. To further test how material structure affected his artificial souls, Ambrose experimented with flowing water, iron sand, and gritting his teeth scraped off gold dust. The conclusion was intriguing. Loosely structured, corpse forms genuinely enhanced the intelligence of his artificial souls. When solid gold was shaped into a skeleton, the result was dull and sluggish. With gold dust, the result was far livelier. It was still clumsy and maladroit, but noticeably more perceptive and able to exhibit innate mimicry. Ambrose could not yet explain this curious phenomenon. His best guess was that a looser body structure increased the soul's surface area and therefore contact with the outside world, allowing it to perceive more information. And though this hypothesis would require further testing, the results were clear. The only real problem was water. It was arguably the best option, but it evaporated. And once it was gone, his poor little soul would vanish with it. After repeated trials, Ambrose finally settled on two materials for his new undead constructs: crushed glass, and carefully sifted sand. Their densities were similar and their transmutation costs acceptable. Both materials were stable and unlikely to degrade due to environmental factors. He created 5 of each and released them into the castle to grow freely, just like his living mercury slime. He would check on their progress later. Perhaps it was now time to cultivate high-tier undead through more conventional means. He had preserved bear and husky. In a few days, he could fashion new bodies for them. At worst, he would spend a little extra to replace their bones with other materials. High-tier undead with independent consciousness should generate far more faith. The experiments never seemed to end, and he never had enough gold. After tidying up that day's records, Ambrose opened the Necromantic Codex and sent a message to Black Rose. Megamantiga, Lady Rose, perhaps we should alter our deal. With alchemia gone, this region is likely to descend into chaos. After waiting a while without a reply, Ambrose glanced at the group chat and found it unusually lively. Dullahan's crown, are the elves really preparing to move? Pale little skeleton, seems so. They've already begun mustering troops. Good thing we left early. Otherwise, we might have run into their army. Dullahan's crown, you really made a good call. Thank goodness. Ambrose grimaced. Why was the married couple flirting in the group chat? But wait, what were they actually talking about? As he scrolled upward, he noticed a new user. Human hater, heh. It's not just the elves. The desert dwarves are mobilizing too. You know how it is. Lion has been beating them senseless lately. They've already lost several oases. Alchemia was a prime target from the start. Who was this human hater? Undead could sleep for decades at a time. Since joining the Elegiac Society, Ambrose had never seen this particular undead speak up. A sudden appearance like this warranted proper introductions. Megamantiga, greetings, senior. I'm new here. Are you a lich as well? I have a design proposal for exotic modified skeletons. Would you be interested? Human hater, whoa, a newcomer. Haven't seen one in years. No, I'm not a lich. I'm a vampire. I don't usually deal with skeletons. Ambrose. Vampires instinctively made Ambrose uncomfortable. The Necromantic Codex had far too many case studies involving vampires. Every single one ended badly, usually because they fell in love with their own food. It left Ambrose with the reflexive impression that vampires had questionable tastes. After a long silence, the vampire spoke up again. Human hater, I'm not the kind of vampire you're thinking of. Megamantiga, no, you misunderstand. I'm not prejudiced. Really? Human hater, look at my name. Isn't it obvious? Dullahan's crown, what about elves? I've even read about vampires associating with orcs and even mind flayers from the Codex. You guys put druids to shame. Human hater, get lost. You're involved with a bone dragon yourself. Pale little skeleton, what? Got a problem with dragons? Want me to bring my kin over for a visit? The argument was escalating. Ambrose felt a little awkward. His silence after the vampire's revelation had sparked a conflict. At that moment, Black Rose finally responded. Black Rose, did you just say both the elves and the desert dwarves are mobilizing? And they're both headed toward Alchemia? As expected of the undead queen, the moment she spoke up, everyone else quieted down. Human hater, that's only natural. Alchemia controlled vast, fertile lands. Even if the capital is gone, the surrounding regions are still geared for alchemical production. Who wouldn't want all that? The desert dwarves, in particular Lion, crushed them so badly they can't even fight back. New territory would be perfect for them right now. Alchemia bordered the court of the Silver Moon and the Golden Kingdom of the Desert. The mighty Lion Empire, ironically, was separated from Alchemia by an entire desert. Lion was undoubtedly coveting what was left of Alchemia as well, but the distance made it impossible. All they could do was watch the desert dwarves seize land and gain more breathing room for themselves. Curious, Ambrose asked a question. Megamantiga, what about the court of the Silver Moon? Elves rarely wage wars of conquest. Lately, they've even been jacking up material prices like mad. They've offended half the continent. Aren't they afraid of being dogpiled? Black Rose, I've heard similar reports. The elves are indeed mobilizing, and the price hikes seem to be tied to something beyond mere economic warfare. Recently, the court of the Silver Moon hasn't allowed anyone to leave its borders. All information is sealed. No one knows what's happening within. Only entry, no exit. Ambrose vaguely remembered Isabel mentioning that her former teacher had gone to the court of the Silver Moon and never returned. That was why she'd been targeted by the local lord. Otherwise, with a formally accredited alchemist as her mentor, no lord would have dared to act so rashly. What were those elves plotting? Surely they weren't pulling an alchemia and attempting a ritual of apotheosis, too? Probably not. Alchemists lacked divine supervision. Elves were different. Their pantheon was vast and indulgent toward their own. There was no way the gods would let them self-destruct on that scale. Black Rose, Tiga, are you planning to stay in Alchemia? It's about to become a battlefield. The desert dwarves are fighting for survival, they won't back down. And the elves are always aggressive. They'll fight to decide how to carve up a fallen kingdom. Her words gave Ambrose pause. The Golden Throne had elevated him beyond the bottom rung of legends, but wars between kingdoms were not something one or two legends could dictate. Staying here would only invite trouble. But then again, where could he go? Rose was clearly in a good mood after returning to the umbral depths. Though the trip above ground had yielded no tangible gains, she had fought Lion and slain quite a few paladins, more than enough to keep her spirits high for a long while. The only regret was Ambrose. In the end, she had not managed the kind of love at first sight her close friends liked to boast about. Where had things gone wrong? She had even handed over his phylactery. What crucial step had she missed? Before returning, Black Rose had a long talk with Alabastra, only to receive a devastatingly reasonable reply: if you really had fallen in love at first sight, you'd have already dragged him home. It was flawless logic. Black Rose had no rebuttal. She had long accepted that she might never understand love. After all, she had never experienced it while alive and, as an undead, she had no heart with which to do so. Still, Ambrose would be a valuable ally. After learning of the current situation, Black Rose suggested that he relocate. Of course, it would be ideal if he could move directly to the umbral depths. It was an undead paradise. But she could not bring it up herself, doing so too openly would only make Ambrose wary. Conflicts among undead were often far more vicious than those among the living. The living fought over money, but undead coveted even one another's souls. Better to wait until Ambrose accepted the idea of moving on his own, then gently guide him toward the umbral depths. Ambrose was seriously considering relocation. Now that he possessed a vast private extradimensional space, leaving wasn't particularly difficult. He could simply pack up the valuables and go. The real problem was rebuilding. Constructing another castle, especially one suitable for his needs, would be a long-term project. This one had consumed enormous effort. Every laboratory and storage chamber had its own requirements: ventilation, lighting, soundproofing, containment. You couldn't just smash rocks together and call it a day. Slow, careful craftsmanship was required. Rebuilding it all would be a nightmare. He voiced this concern in the group chat. Megamantiga, moving is an option, but rebuilding my lab would be a huge hassle. It'd take years at least. Black Rose thought to herself, perfect. In the umbral depths, she could have any kind of laboratory built for him. The deep gnomes were master craftsmen. If that wasn't enough, there were grey dwarves and the drow as well. She had no shortage of skilled artisans. Building a laboratory would be trivial. Before she could make her suggestion, however, someone else chimed in. Human hater, why run? Places where undead can survive aren't exactly easy to find these days. These are chaotic times, and you might as well expand your territory while you can. You're a lich. Don't you think you can outlast dwarves and elves in a war? If things go south, you can always run later. Hide your phylactery properly and do whatever you want. Black Rose nearly tore that vampire apart through her codex. Ambrose, however, found himself deep in thought. The vampire had a point. The Golden Kingdom of Sarcoma, though ruled by desert dwarves, practiced large-scale integration. It was nearly as open and tolerant, just poorer. As for the Court of the Silver Moon, Ambrose had never liked those beansprout elves to begin with. If they wanted to grab his land, he'd leave them with a present or two. Now that he had a secure extradimensional space, he had far more room for error. Perhaps he really could test his strength against the elves. And if it went badly, he could run later. Ambrose replied immediately. Megamantiga, you're right. No reason to let those beansprouts have it easy. Human hater, not just the elves. The desert dwarves aren't saints either. Take them all on. Dullahan's crown, aren't you a desert dwarf yourself? Human hater, I'm a vampire. Once you're reborn as a vampire, your original race doesn't count. By your logic, you'd be human, but the Lion Empire's still dead set on hunting you down. At that point, Ambrose couldn't help but imagine an absurd scene. Misty moonlight spilled over a luxurious black suit and glinted coldly off silver embroidery. Violet-red eyes emerge as a legendary vampire strides forward, a stocky, knee-high vampire. It was quite an awkward image. Human hater anyway, you should take down all the elves or desert dwarves you see. I'll even send you some gargoyles. Good stuff, guaranteed. Ambrose caught a whiff of someone enjoying the chaos far too much. Megamantiga, Senior, do you have beef with both elves and desert dwarves? Dullahan's crown, ha ha ha. After he turned into a vampire, the desert dwarves began a non-stop campaign of discrimination against him. If I hadn't happened to pass by, he'd have burned to death in the sun already. Human hater, hey. Spare me a little dignity in front of the newbie. Besides, didn't I pay you over 1,000,000 gold as a thank you fee? Pale little skeleton, oh, is that so? Do tell. The Dullahan promptly went silent. He didn't respond to any further messages. Ambrose could only sigh. Wealth was nice, but it did come with side effects. Megamantiga, didn't the Golden Kingdom adopt a policy of integration? Yet they still ostracized vampires. Human hater, that policy's only been around for the last century or so. By the time I turned, the Golden Kingdom hadn't yet been beaten into the dirt by Lion. They weren't extremely xenophobic, but they weren't exactly friendly to undead either. Ambrose had only visited the Golden Kingdom once or twice while alive. It was only after becoming a Lich that he began carefully researching which kingdoms discriminated less against the undead. Human hater, keep it up, newbie. May the Elegiac Society produce another ruler like our dear Lady Rose. Alchemy is too good a prize to pass up. Megamantiga, I understand. By the way, when are the gargoyles arriving? Will you cover shipping, too? Human hater, can I take that back? I was just trying to be polite. Before Ambrose could reply, Black Rose delivered a finishing blow. Black Rose, I think not. Breaking one's word would disgrace the name of the Elegiac Society. Are you prepared to insult me as well? Human hater, no, your majesty, of course not. Gargoyles, right? I'll send 2 over immediately. Black Rose, just 2. How miserly you are. Human hater, alright, 20. That's my limit. Black Rose, that's more like it. Watching Black Rose secure 20 gargoyles for him with just a few words, Ambrose felt a sudden surge of admiration. She was wealthy, generous, and domineering. No wonder she was a queen. That said, gargoyles varied wildly in price depending on material. Cheap ones cost about 1,000 gold apiece, premium versions could run up to tens of thousands. After a moment's thought, Ambrose added, Megamantiga, are they enchanted obsidian gargoyles? Those cost over 20,000 gold each. That would be way too much. The dwarf vampire didn't reply for a long time. He had probably logged out to prepare the gargoyles for shipment. Ambrose felt genuinely warm inside. His friends in the Elegiac Society were so kind and loving. Friends who gave gifts this expensive surely wouldn't deliberately harm him, so he began to seriously consider the suggestion of kingship. Becoming a king was out of the question. Ambrose knew himself well. He was better suited to research than rule. Managing an empire would be pure torment. It was strictly preferable for him to be in a kingdom that didn't belong to him. Under such circumstances, he could easily drain gold from the kingdom. If he owned the kingdom to begin with, though, everything would already be his. Whom could he even fleece? Worse, every expense would feel like he was tearing flesh off his body. He could not endure such a life for even a day. Conquest aside, perhaps he could teach those elves a lesson and show them what the true wrath of a lich. But first, what exactly was happening in Alchemia now? Only then did Ambrose realize he had been so absorbed in his experiments that he had completely ignored the outside world. Oh, right. I still had a bunch of subjects who ran off. The Lion Empire wouldn't massacre civilians. They probably fled into neighboring territories. That would not do. Absolutely not. Those were his assets. Fleecing others was fine, but letting others profit off him was not. Ambrose decisively left his laboratory and stepped outside the castle. He fixed his gaze on the nearby territories and took off at once. The sudden disappearance of Alchemia had had an enormous impact on the surrounding lands. The very day the city rose into the sky and vanished, every lord who received word dispatched scouts to investigate. Once it was confirmed that the city and its lofty alchemists were truly gone, everyone understood that war was coming. The cautious strengthened their defenses. The aggressive launched immediate attacks on neighboring lands. Population, gold, grain, anything of value. With chaos approaching, the lords who had once lived under Alchemia's protection now had to plan for their own survival. Weaker lords sought alliances. Stronger lords spread maps across their tables as they decided which territory to devour first. In just 3 days, over a dozen small-scale battles had erupted around the former perimeter of Alchemia. The death toll had already exceeded 100. Adventurers, sniffing out commissions like hounds, poured into the fray. The Porcupine Knight was an enterprising lord. In this perilous moment, he chose to band together in an alliance and strike at others. Those who had once joined him in subjugating Ambrose and later in annexing others' lands became natural allies. Overnight, the Porcupine Knight formalized their alliance, unified their forces, and launched rapid strikes against 2 minor territories, linking their lands together before immediately consolidating resources and erecting defenses. Curiously, although Ambrose's territory lay nearby, none of the lords dared approach it. That massive castle was far superior to most petty lords' ramshackle manors. It was defensible, well-positioned, and immensely valuable. Yet the Porcupine Knight resisted the temptation. Even after hearing that paladins had purified the castle, he still dared not claim it, at least, not yet. The horrors of that day had become a shared nightmare. He would never again set foot in that cursed place unless he had no other choice. Staring at the crude map on his desk, the Porcupine Knight felt a headache coming on. Though he had reacted quickly and now commanded one of the larger local forces, his troops were still insufficient. He had lost much of his forces in the Lich campaign, and then more had been taken away by the paladins. Even maintaining his current territory with his remaining forces would be a strain. Rubbing his temples, he muttered, if Harvey were still here, he might have some advice. He had never thought much of that mage apprentice. He had hired him only because he couldn't afford a real wizard. Yet in hindsight, every suggestion Harvey made had been reasonable. And every time, he had ignored it. Anyone who can become a mage apprentice is clearly smarter than me. Why didn't I trust him? It was too late for regrets. If the heavens saw fit to give him another such opportunity, he surely wouldn't waste it. A gust of wind caused the candlelight to flicker. A nervous servant hurried in. "Milord, a mage requests an audience." The Porcupine Knight sprang up. "A mage? Is it Harvey?" The servant shook his head. "No, milord. It's a blonde elf with several companions. They look like an adventuring party." "An elf? Full-blooded, or a half-elf?" the Porcupine Knight asked. The servant hesitated. I can't really tell. They all have pointed ears and blonde hair, and are very good-looking." The Porcupine Knight frowned. That didn't sound like an adventuring party at all. Just what was a group composed entirely of elves doing here? Pure-blood elves with golden hair and blue eyes were exceedingly rare across the 9 kingdoms. Elves lived long lives, possessed naturally agile bodies and formidable talent for spellcasting, and were blessed with strikingly beautiful features. They were, without exaggeration, a race favored by the gods. Yet they generally lived in near isolation within the court of the Silver Moon, seldom interacting with the outside world. In daily life, people were far more likely to encounter half-elves, or drow from the umbral depths. Cicero was a pure-blooded high elf. He had long, smooth golden hair and a slender, well-proportioned frame. Compared to other elves, however, his eyes were excessively sharp. That gaze stripped away some of the default elven elegance and replaced it with an unmistakable air of aggression. At that moment, he was seated directly across from the Porcupine Knight, staring at the lord with his keen, cutting eyes. Even the Porcupine Knight, who had single-handedly slain a griffin, felt deeply uncomfortable under Cicero's gaze, as though he were prey locked in a hawk's sights. The scrutiny left him increasingly irritated. If not for the fact that these elves were dressed in the regalia of the court of the Silver Moon, he would already have shown them out. Now that Alchemia had been destroyed, small lords like him had lost their patron. Offending a kingdom as powerful as the court of the Silver Moon was out of the question. The Porcupine Knight could only seat them politely and ask, "Lord Cicero, may I ask why you have paid me a visit so late at night?" Cicero spoke, his voice rich and magnetic. "You must understand that Alchemia has been destroyed. This land has become ownerless. I wonder how you intend to respond to the chaos that is about to come. The Porcupine Knight retorted, ownerless. I am the lawful lord of this land. Cicero chuckled softly. Your authority was recognized by Alchemia. And now Alchemia no longer exists. This region will soon descend into brutal warfare. You will be like insects trapped in a jar, forced to tear each other apart. Perhaps someone will be lucky enough to survive to the end, but do you truly believe that someone will be you? That's my concern. Are you elves from the court of the Silver Moon here just to mock me? The Porcupine Knight asked, suppressing his anger. Cicero shook his head. Of course not. We are here to give you an opportunity to live. Before this land collapses into total war, the elven race hopes to prevent bloodshed. Perhaps we can find a peaceful way to resolve these disputes. So the court of the Silver Moon intends to take control of this collapsing kingdom? The Porcupine Knight asked cautiously. And you've come today to ask me to serve under your banner? He felt a mix of confusion and excitement. Was that these elves' true purpose here? Joining the court of the Silver Moon did not sound like a bad option. He knew little about elves, but they didn't seem particularly notorious. Besides, he had always been a minor lord. What difference was there between submitting to alchemists and submitting to elves? If the elves truly intended to recruit him, joining early might even bring benefits. Cicero smiled. You are clever, but not quite clever enough. Elves rarely cooperate with outsiders. I am here today to discuss something else. If you are willing to withdraw peacefully, the court of the Silver Moon will guarantee your personal safety. The Porcupine Knight thought he had misheard. Withdraw? You mean, abandon my territory? Not entirely, Cicero replied calmly. After we stabilize the situation, we may reassign you a new tract of land. Reassign? The Porcupine Knight's hand closed around the hilt of his sword. Elf, mind your words. I welcomed you here as guests. While you enjoy a guest's privileges, you should also conduct yourselves accordingly or else. Courtesy was not unconditional. The Porcupine Knight had been chosen as the leader of a local alliance of lords. He had to maintain his authority at all times. Any hint of weakness would cause this fragile alliance to collapse. Oh. Such resolve does surprise me, Cicero said lightly. The other lords I've met didn't even dare look me in the eye. Still, courage and recklessness are often two sides of the same coin. He rose to his feet, looking down at the Porcupine Knight. To assert the rights of a host, one must first possess corresponding strength. Before negotiations can truly begin, both sides must confirm their respective standing. The Porcupine Knight waved his hand. The sound of crossbows being drawn echoed through the hall as more than a dozen weapons were raised and aimed at the arrogant elves. He stood as well, drawing his sword. Elf, I'll give you one chance to rephrase that. The court of the Silver Moon may be powerful, but this is not your land. I understand that arrogance may be part of your culture. Thus, I am willing to forget this unpleasantness and speak with you again as equals. His words were conciliatory, but he gripped his sword tightly. Even when the crossbows were raised, he saw not the slightest hint of fear on the elves' faces. He knew then that conflict was inevitable. Even so, he truly didn't want to clash with them right then and there. Cicero ignored the bolts aimed at him and said evenly, proceed. Do not kill them the first time around. The Porcupine Knight had no choice. Loose. Bolts flew toward the elves. Each elf was targeted by several shots. At such close range, missing was impossible. Yet magical shields flared to life around them, and the bolts were deflected harmlessly upon impact. Cicero's response was even more outrageous. He plucked the 3 bolts fired at him out of the air with one hand, as casually as if he were picking leaves from a tree. Then a cloud of mist burst forth, enveloping the entire hall. In the pitch-black fog, crossbows became useless. The Porcupine Knight raised his sword and slashed toward where Cicero had been standing. His strike was fast, clearly the work of a seasoned warrior, but the blade cut only empty air. Cicero had already anticipated the attack and dodged aside. Within the fog, the Porcupine Knight swung from memory. His movements flowed like a tide, smooth and swift. In just a few seconds, he delivered 3 strikes. A vertical cleave. A sweeping slash. An upward cut. Each attack perfectly predicted an evasive move, yet his blade met only missed. Just as the Porcupine Knight's strength began to wane, a short sword thrust forward and pressed against his waist. The blade was razor-sharp, carving a deep groove into his armor, just shy of piercing through. Had he not dodged instinctively, he would already be bleeding freely from his waist. Not only was his opponent fast, he even possessed an enchanted weapon. The Porcupine Knight's armor was made of ordinary steel, but had been solidly forged. Yet it had nearly been pierced with a single light thrust. If his armor could not protect him, then this fight would mean certain death. In a single exchange, the Porcupine Knight realized he was facing an enemy he could not defeat. He was about to retreat and regroup when the fog dispersed rapidly. When visibility returned, only the Porcupine Knight and the elves remained standing. Every other guard lay unconscious on the floor. Seeing this, the Porcupine Knight understood that he had lost. These elves were likely all high-tier adventurers, powerful, coordinated, and utterly beyond his ability to overcome. "Now," Cicero said, "can we sit down and talk?" The Porcupine Knight still gripped his sword. Resistance might be futile, but surrendering so easily felt like handing his life over to them. "Still unwilling to give up?" Cicero asked. He traced a finger through the air. An orange-red glow flashed briefly as a spell was cast with terrifying speed. The Porcupine Knight caught only a few syllables before his sword began to heat up. The metal grew searing hot, as though it had just been pulled from a forge. With a scream, he dropped it. This was the second-tier magic heat metal. It was a spell that superheated metallic equipment and was devastating against heavily armored warriors. Once his sword fell, the Porcupine Knight was completely helpless. "You are a qualified warrior," Cicero said calmly. "But your opponent is the Court of the Silver Moon. Human, we came with goodwill. Today was merely a warning. If you refuse to relinquish your land peacefully, the next time we appear, we shall deliver death." The Porcupine Knight stared at his scorched, blackened hands and finally understood the gulf between them. "Is this how you express goodwill everywhere you go?" he asked bitterly. Cicero nodded. "Indeed. Quite a few lords have already agreed to our peaceful relocation plan. Please consider carefully. The elven race has no love for unnecessary slaughter." The Porcupine Knight's expression darkened. His territory lay on the outskirts of Alchemia, far from the border with the Court of the Silver Moon. And yet the elves' advance force had already reached this far. Had the frontier already fallen entirely into elven hands? Why hadn't any news reached him? Despair filled his heart. Was he truly going to abandon land he had paid for with blood? Back then, to rise above the common masses, he had charged at the forefront of the war against a mass of magical beasts. He had personally slain a massive griffin to earn his knighthood. Now, with a single sentence, these elves were about to strip his titles. He would be nothing more than a commoner again. But if he refused, how could a handful of minor lords possibly withstand an elven assault? Even if they gathered enough troops, elves of this caliber could simply infiltrate their territory and assassinate them. There would be no need for open battle at all. Countless questions surged through his mind. In the end, the Porcupine Knight lowered his head. "If you can provide us with sufficient supplies and time, we will leave." Wood could not block a blade. No matter how stubborn he was, strength ultimately decided everything. He had no choice but to accept the elves' demands. "Very good," Cicero said approvingly. "Calmer and more willing to compromise than I expected." He produced a contract glowing with magical light and placed it before the Porcupine Knight. "Sign it. We swear in the name of the gods that your basic personal safety will be guaranteed." The Porcupine Knight took the contract, skimmed it briefly, and signed. The moment he set down the quill, it felt as though he had aged a dozen years. All the strength left his body as he sank back into his chair. At that instant, the doors to the hall were thrown open once more. A terrifying pressure flooded the room, instantly causing everyone to blanch. Cicero turned solemnly to see a young mage with black hair and black eyes standing in the doorway. That oppressive aura was his. The newcomer was none other than Ambrose, currently in human form. He was unfamiliar with most of the local lords, so his first stop had been the Porcupine Knight, to revisit their unresolved ransom negotiations. Who could have imagined that he would walk in on a group of elves bullying the Porcupine Knight? Had the High Elves already reached this far? The Porcupine Knight was even more shocked. Couldn't this intruder have arrived a few minutes earlier? The elves' sudden appearance caught Ambrose completely off guard. He studied them carefully, identifying their status from their attire. Twilight Wardens of the Court of the Silver Moon. This was a squad composed entirely of high-tier elven professionals, the elite of elven society. Unlike most elves, who were conservative and reclusive, those who aspired to join the Twilight Wardens typically first traveled across the continent to broaden their horizons and accumulate real combat experience. Only after reaching an advanced rank did they return to the Court of the Silver Moon and become true Twilight Wardens. The Twilight Wardens were also the reason half-elves were so common across the continent. Adventures were dangerous and exhilarating. When companions lived and fought side by side for years on end, sparks were bound to fly. Elves were beautiful regardless of gender, and no matter how conservative they were, decades of wandering, temptation, and eager advances inevitably wore down their resolve. After all, romance was part of elven nature. That was how half-elves often came into being. Because cross-racial births were difficult and often ended in fatal complications, a grim joke gradually spread among other races: half-elves often suffered twice the neglect. With their deadbeat elven fathers having returned to the Court of the Silver Moon, and with their mothers dead from childbirth, the child would be doubly starved of love. But regardless of whether the joke had started out of envy or resentment, it made one thing clear: Twilight Wardens were not the sort of elves who simply stayed at home weaving leaves. Every one of them had survived countless adventures. They were sharp-eyed, quick-handed, and undeniably powerful. That was why Cicero's expression turned grave after only a single glance at Ambrose. The young man before him had even more refined features than an elf, yet his body radiated a chilling aura of darkness. This was something Cicero had never encountered in decades of adventuring. After gauging that malevolent presence, Cicero probed cautiously: a necromancer, arriving unannounced. It seems that this lord has quite the social circle. The Porcupine Knight glanced at Ambrose and frowned. I don't recognize this mage. During his clash against Ambrose, he had only seen the latter in skeletal form. Now that Ambrose had shape-shifted into a human, the knight could not identify him. Can someone explain what's going on here? Ambrose asked. He had come to confront the Porcupine Knight, only to find an even greater source of trouble already present. The chaotic scene gave him pause. Cicero replied carefully, nothing more than a friendly exchange. We've concluded our meeting. The arrogance had vanished from the golden-haired elf's demeanor. He could clearly sense the immense magical power radiating from Ambrose. What he didn't know was that Ambrose's newly repaired body was so fragile that it was leaking dark mana he could not yet fully restrain. Cicero believed that the young necromancer was just passing through. And since he had already achieved his own objective, there was no reason to spark unnecessary conflict. Seeing this, the Porcupine Knight's heart began to race. Wasn't this exactly how he himself had looked moments ago? Cautious, restrained, desperate to avoid conflict. With a sudden surge of resolve, he shouted, "Master Mage, whatever business brought you here, for the sake of a fellow human, please help me. These elves are trying to seize my land by force. Drive them away, and I'll pay you handsomely." The Porcupine Knight had noticed the elves' expressions. They were regarding the lone young mage as though he were a dragon, so he would gamble everything on this slim chance. Such was the nature of the weak. Caught in a great tide, they knew that hesitation could mean death, but could not stop themselves from trying to thread the needle anyway. The future was a fog of despair. They edged left and right, hoping merely to advance a little further, unsure whether the next step would lead to salvation or the abyss. Even so, they were unwilling to give up without trying. Ambrose wanted to say that he hadn't come to help. But when the Porcupine Knight said he was willing to pay any price, Ambrose's fingers twitched involuntarily. He knew the words were probably meaningless, but it was like flattery, even when you knew it didn't mean anything, it was still pleasant to hear. Good. Now there was no need to decide which side to deal with first. Cicero reacted instantly. With smooth, practiced movements, he drew the longbow from his back and fired 3 arrows in rapid succession. The shafts burned with roaring flames. They were clearly no ordinary arrows. The other elves coordinated with him flawlessly. Before the flaming arrows could strike, a slick layer of oil spread beneath Ambrose's feet. It made his footing treacherous and would ignite violently from the slightest spark. Another elf hurled a silent spell, aiming to seal Ambrose's ability to cast spells. Though they looked like rangers, these elves all wielded magic with ease. As long-lived beings, elves had a natural advantage in branching into multiple disciplines. When one path stalled, they simply switched to another. In the past, such a group of coordinated elites would have forced Ambrose into frantic defense. With bad luck, he might even have been overwhelmed. But now, things were different. The Golden Throne manifested instantly behind Ambrose. With nothing more than a single mage shield, he blocked every incoming attack. Flaming arrows, oil explosions, magic missiles under the power of the Golden Throne, his low-tier mage shield displayed absurd defensive strength. Cicero's eyes nearly bulged out from his head. He recognized the Golden Throne as a legendary boon. How catastrophically unlucky did he have to be to run into a legendary mage here of all places? Legendary might could defy natural law altogether. The same was true of Black Rose's death gaze. Once she locked onto a target, all magical resistance became meaningless. She could turn her target into an undead, completely overturning the fundamentals of necromancy. That was why legends were known as demigods. Ordinary people stood no chance against them. Ambrose felt a genuine satisfaction. After all these years as a legend, he was finally experiencing the peak of legendary might. The Golden Throne blazed with radiance as Ambrose sat unmoving open it. No matter how the elves attacked, they could not break through the thin barrier of his mage shield. Moments later, their attacks began to falter. Their opening salvo had drained most of their mana and arrows, yet Ambrose seemed perfectly unharmed. Seated casually on the Golden Throne, fingers interlaced, Ambrose looked down at them and said, "Finished attacking? Then it's my turn." He snapped his fingers. A cluster of small teleportation circles bloomed in the air before him. His Jakix Type 6 skeletons emerged in swarms. Alongside them appeared a special skeleton clad in a black robe and armed with a bow. The mantis-shaped skeletons vanished the instant they appeared. Only the faint sound of bone claws skittering across the floor remained. At such close range, the elves had no time to cast detection spells before invisible skeletons pounced upon them. Screams rang out as several elves were slammed to the ground, fresh blood pouring from multiple puncture wounds. The luckier ones evaded the initial ambush by instinct. They drew short swords to counterattack only for the hooded skeletal archer to loose arrows, precisely knocking their weapons from their hands. Ambrose nodded in satisfaction at the archer. "Looks like you've fully mastered this body." The skeletal archer was none other than Husky. Ambrose had assembled a skeletal body for him and thrown him into his extra-dimensional space, which he sped up to its maximum. 1 day outside was 1 year within. Husky had spent several years within that space, learning to sense the world and control his body through soulfire. He was able to detect even the subtlest movement of the elves, allowing for flawless shots. Strictly speaking, Husky was also a half-elf. Yet he showed not the slightest hesitation in striking down his kin. Bone arrows whistled through the air, pinning the elves' limbs to the floor. Still, even a few years' worth of training hadn't been quite enough. Though Husky possessed the soul of a high-tier undead, his body had not yet caught up. This skeleton was only marginally stronger than an ordinary foot soldier. He needed more time to condense dark mana and strengthen it. But once he matured, his combat power would rival that of a Death Knight. He would be capable of trading blows with high-tier paladins. As elf after elf fell, Cicero realized he was unlikely to survive. Yet instead of fleeing, he cast a miniature teleport spell at top speed to send the magical contract in his hand away. Seeing this, Ambrose said in surprise, "I was deliberately holding back. I wanted someone to escape so I could negotiate a ransom with the elves. But you're not planning to run, are you? Cicero did not answer. He drew his twin blades and charged. In that instant, he transformed into a swift, agile warrior, slipping past Husky and reaching Ambrose in the blink of an eye. Runes flared along the blades. Though they were stopped when they struck Ambrose's mage shield, Ambrose felt the Golden Throne's power consumption spike sharply. These were powerful enchanted weapons. The elven elite deserved their name. But even so, the blades couldn't deal any damage. They froze in midair, hovering inches from Ambrose's face. Ambrose calmly brushed the blades aside and said to Husky, "Bind them all. We'll take them back and deal with them slowly." Husky bowed respectfully. Ambrose dismissed the Golden Throne and walked over to the Porcupine Knight. "What was that piece of parchment just now? You didn't happen to sign some kind of contract with these elves, did you?" Ambrose sat across from the Porcupine Knight, idly turning over the twin swords over in his hands, curiosity glinting in his empty eye sockets. The elves had all been stuffed into his extra-dimensional space. With a personal pocket where time itself could be halted, there was no need for magic suppression that all just tossed them in and freeze everything. Simple. There was nothing particularly special about those elves. These two swords, though, were unusual. At first, Ambrose had assumed they were enchanted specifically to pierce a mage shield. He was wrong. The magical runes etched along the blades were highly unusual, so unusual that even Ambrose had never seen their like. A closer examination revealed the truth: the twin short swords functioned like magical black holes that were capable of absorbing mana itself. When they struck a mage shield, they would siphon away part of its mana, destabilizing the structure and allowing the blade to punch through. This was no ordinary, anti-magic effect. The mana drained from the shield could be channeled directly into the wielder's body. "Whoever uses weapons like these," Ambrose muttered, "is really in a hurry to die." Mana was hardly some sort of chi that could be casually transferred from person to person. Someone else's mana was more like poison than power. Were these elves willing to slowly commit suicide just to strengthen themselves a little? The elf he'd faced earlier certainly seemed to possess that sort of reckless, self-destructive resolve. The Porcupine Knight sat stiffly across from Ambrose, his unease plainly evident. He had no idea what this powerful necromancer intended to do. Earlier, Ambrose had asked him what kind of contract he had signed with the elves. The knight briefly explained the contract, after which the necromancer had fallen silent, lost in thought. The Porcupine Knight dared not ask further questions. He couldn't handle that group of elves to begin with, let alone this terrifying necromancer. Ambrose finally put the two strange short swords away. He was planning to interrogate the elves properly once he returned to his castle. Their appearance was far too suspicious. They clearly weren't just scouting a path for the elven army. The main force hadn't even begun its invasion yet. There was no reason to push all the way into such a critical region. This had to be connected to the magical contract the elves had forced upon the local lords. With no concrete clues, however, Ambrose could only investigate slowly. Turning around, he noticed the Porcupine Knight standing off to the side. Ambrose beckoned him closer, and the lord approached cautiously. Ambrose cut to the chase. "How much gold do you have?" The Porcupine Knight froze, then hurriedly replied, "As thanks, I'm willing to pay a reward of 20,000 gold coins." Ambrose shook his head. "That's not what I asked. I'm asking how much you have in total." "Huh? You mean dash?" "I mean exactly that," Ambrose said indifferently. "You said you were willing to give me everything. I'll take all the gold in your treasury. That's not unreasonable, is it?" The Porcupine Knight grew agitated. "Master Mage, if you take all the gold, this territory will collapse immediately. What you're doing is no different from what those elves tried to do." Ambrose smiled faintly. "And what does your territory's collapse have to do with me? Besides, Alchemia is about to descend into open chaos. What use is gold then? Do you really think you can hold on to it?" The Porcupine Knight's eyes lit up. "Master Mage, are you willing to help me? I'd be more than willing to hire you as my magical advisor with all the gold in my possession." "Ambrose. How naive could this man get? Tens of thousands of gold coins wasn't worth even a half-baked legend's time. What I mean, Ambrose said calmly, is that even if you don't have money, others do. Didn't you form an alliance with a few minor lords? You could rob all those wealthy lords around the outskirts of Alchemia. The Porcupine Knight gave a bitter smile. Of course he had thought of that. But just as Ambrose said, their alliance was insignificant. They had less than 1,000 troops in total. They could barely manage to defend themselves, let alone launch an offensive. He grimaced, feeling a sense of acute regret over participating in that lich hunting campaign. He never should have listened to the paladin's nonsense. If he had stayed clear of them, his forces would have easily doubled by now. We have no strength to expand, the Porcupine Knight said helplessly. And the nearby lords aren't fools. They're all prepared for war. Ambrose's smile turned distinctly devilish. Even if you don't attack them, who's to say they won't attack you? You know your strength is lacking. Naturally, others will pick on the weakest first. Master Mage, what are you suggesting? Have you ever heard of a war loan? Ambrose asked. A war loan? The Porcupine Knight frowned. He truly had never heard of such a thing. As a commoner turned knight, poorly educated and newly installed as a lord, he was already overwhelmed just managing daily affairs. You don't have sufficient troops, so borrow more, Ambrose explained. For example, I can lend you a batch of undead skeletons for battle. In return, you'll pay me gold. With more soldiers, you'll conquer more land and plunder more spoils. I'll earn more gold. It's a win-win arrangement. At that moment, Ambrose was like a devil straight out of hell, slowly coaxing the Porcupine Knight toward the abyss. War was troublesome. Ambrose had no desire to fight personally. It was much easier to let others earn gold for him. Over centuries of existence, Ambrose had witnessed countless wars. Every era of chaos bred countless opportunists. The Porcupine Knight seemed rather weak, but he had been willing to gamble everything at critical moments. A little push might result in quite the satisfactory investment. There was also the matter of the contract he'd signed with the elves. Whatever it was, it would surely come up again later. The Porcupine Knight was deeply unwilling, but he had no choice. Ambrose could have killed him and taken everything outright. Compared to the elves' terms, at least this necromancer was offering him a slim chance at survival. Ambrose wasted no time. He emptied the treasury of over 100,000 gold coins. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. He then handed the Porcupine Knight a list, materials that Ambrose required, along with a table of costs for exchanging them for undead skeletons. Lack of gold was no problem. Ambrose granted him a credit line of 100,000 gold, charging only 15% monthly interest, meaning 15,000 gold a month. For a war loan, the rate was practically charitable. Even so, the Porcupine Knight felt his liver ache just looking at the documents. The cheapest mantis-type skeleton cost 1,000 gold. It was far more expensive than hiring adventurers. Fortunately, the list also included materials Ambrose needed, various skeletons, alchemical supplies, and the like, all deductible against the debt. The Porcupine Knight made a swift decision. He asked for 100 aberrant mantis-type skeletons and used piles of corpses and stored alchemical materials to offset part of the cost. These remains came from casualties during earlier territorial conquests, which had previously been buried with little care. Now, they would finally have a use. Ambrose was satisfied. After making plans for delivery, he had the Porcupine Knight inquire about Isabel's whereabouts. She had reasonable talent and was diligent. Not all alchemy apprentices could have helped him cultivate a bone proliferation virus. Perhaps someone other than Isabel might have died several times over by now. Ambrose needed her back to work for him. However, when Ambrose mentioned where the transaction would take place, the Porcupine Knight blanched. That castle. Wasn't that the Lich's dash? Ambrose smiled and dispelled his disguise, revealing his true form. The Porcupine Knight's legs nearly gave out. So the Lich had never been destroyed after all. The paladins of the Lion Empire were utterly unreliable. They had stormed the castle and still failed to eliminate the Lich. Inwardly, the Porcupine Knight felt a surge of relief. It was lucky he'd never set his sights on that castle. Otherwise, Ambrose would be here to claim his life, not to negotiate about business. "Prepare what I asked for," Ambrose said calmly. "And remember, debts don't disappear just because you're dead. If you owe me money, you'll be paying it back as a corpse." The Porcupine Knight could only smile bitterly and swear that he would repay everything on time. Satisfied, Ambrose nodded and returned to his castle. Opening up his extra-dimensional space, he stood before the elves frozen in time. He released the temporal stasis on Cicero and cut straight to the point. "The Court of the Silver Moon was in such a hurry to send you deep into enemy territory. What exactly are you trying to do?" Cicero stared at Ambrose's skeletal face, surprised. "So you're a Lich. I've heard of you. The destruction of Alchemia, it was your doing, wasn't it? I'm the one asking questions. You're the prisoner. Know your place." Cicero laughed confidently. "What can you do to me? Torture. Execution. An elf's soul returns to the gods in the end. If you think pain will make me submit, you're welcome to try." His confidence stemmed from elven nature. Blessed by their gods, elves possessed extraordinary mental resistance. Most mind control spells, such as charm and paralysis, simply failed against them. This divine blessing was beyond even the Golden Throne's suppression. Ambrose could not overpower the elven god's protection. It was well known that brute force was the only option against elves. Poison was useless. And Cicero, clearly a seasoned adventurer, was unlikely to crack under torture. More importantly, Ambrose had no time to waste. After a moment's thought, Ambrose said, "I think I already know the answer. The real secret lies in that contract, doesn't it?" Cicero's expression didn't change, but his pupils contracted involuntarily. Ambrose chuckled. "That's the difference between the living and the undead. Your poker face isn't perfect. Charm spells may not work on you, but neither can you use mental magic to suppress your own micro-expressions." Cicero's heart sank. He hadn't expected this Lich to be skilled in such interrogation techniques. Logically speaking, Ambrose continued, "the contract's explicit terms don't matter. Guarantees of safe passage for humans. Clauses that harsh are basically death sentences. The real key is what happens when the contract is broken, isn't it?" Cicero tried to close his eyes, but Ambrose placed a hand on his neck, reading his thoughts through pulse and heartbeat. "Oh. So I was right. But what do you gain when it's broken? You want the humans to be forced to surrender." "No, that's not it. Does it benefit your invasion somehow?" "Ah, so it does." Ambrose tested hypothesis after hypothesis, drawing conclusions from Cicero's heartbeats. The contract was tied directly to the elven invasion. It would activate the moment the human lords violated it, and its terms were supremely favorable to the elves. Moreover, the large-scale invasion would begin within days. Cicero's group wasn't the only vanguard, more Twilight Wardens had been dispatched, coercing lords along the way into signing similar contracts. Unfortunately, Cicero refused to speak further. Ambrose couldn't extract any precise details from him. Still, a low-ranking operative wouldn't know everything anyway. Ambrose sealed Cicero once more and stroked his chin thoughtfully. The elves were as stubborn as the Lion Empire. They likely wouldn't pay a ransom to retrieve these Twilight Wardens. In that case, it was time to contact the desert dwarves. After all, good business was about expanding markets. Even if the elves wouldn't pay, the desert dwarves surely would, in a handsome price, at that. This was the signature golden sand of the great desert of Sarcoma. At a glance, the sand looked like real gold, explaining its moniker as the Golden Kingdom. In truth, this had nothing to do with mineral wealth. Many years ago, a mage had cast the legendary terraform spell on Sarcoma, irreversibly altering the desert's atmosphere. As sunlight fell, it left behind a dazzling brilliance on the sand. All that effort was for aesthetics alone. Sand was still sand. Once taken out of Sarcoma, it was no different from ordinary desert grit. In fact, the desert was so blinding during the day that its inhabitants were forced to wear specially made sunglasses. Without them, they might go blind in minutes from the golden glare. Deep beneath this gilded desert lay countless underground ruins, labyrinthine in scale, said to be remnants of a bygone civilization. Despite Sarcoma's centuries-long excavation of these ruins, they had uncovered only the tip of the iceberg. Yet even the relics already recovered were enough to sustain the kingdom in lasting prosperity. In some sense, the entire economy of the dwarven kingdom of Sarcoma was built on grave robbing. As a result, the desert dwarves excelled at digging, tunneling, breaking seals, and disarming magical traps. Unfortunately, those skills were far less impressive on the open battlefield. Against the iron cavalry of the Lion Empire, the dwarves' fortifications were barely stronger than paper. Paladins who shouted of holy light and liberation marched beneath the banner of freeing human slaves. They ground Sarcoma into the sand year after year. What made it worse was their infuriating patience. A dwarf had once proposed feigning weakness, luring lion forces deep into the desert, then wearing them down with the environment. The plan had failed utterly. Lion wasn't in a rush. After capturing a city, its paladins would stop to preach, refusing to advance until every last resident had converted to the Lord of Dawn. Despite the bait placed right before them, they simply would not take it. It was as if they had seen through the dwarves' strategy from the start. For years, they trained troops in the border desert cities, seemingly determined to forge a force of paladins fully adapted to desert warfare before striking decisively. Faced with an enemy they could neither defeat nor outmaneuver, the Golden Kingdom was dying a slow death. Though the Lion Empire advanced at a glacial pace, its every step was steady and irreversible. Even if the dwarves could regain control of their occupied cities, the cities would never be truly loyal ever again. The hearts of the people had already changed. Under such circumstances, the Dwarven King was forced to change course, initiating a century-long policy of integration. Any non-human race could obtain full citizenship in the Golden City, including the undead, who were despised by most other races. As long as they obeyed the laws of the Golden Kingdom, they were allowed to live on this land. Heki Stone had regained his status as a lawful citizen of the Golden Kingdom under precisely these policy. Deep within an underground tomb, two crimson dots of light flared to life. A face with sharp, resolute features came into view, lit by the faint glow of a candle. Unlike the effeminate vampires of legend, Heki Stone's features looked as though they had been carved from marble. His gaze was deep and commanding. He addressed the kneeling orc before him. "Come here, my breakfast." The muscular orc, eyes vacant, stepped forward one pace at a time. Heki Stone slowly rose. Wrapped in a long cloak, he looked to be at least 2 meters tall. Yet as he moved, the outline of 2 feet appeared where his abdomen should have been. A meter tall, and another meter off the ground, Heki Stone strode through the air. He came before the orc who was, indeed, 2 meters tall and bit into his neck. After a few seconds, Heki Stone clicked his tongue in disgust and tossed the orc aside. "Orcs again," he complained. "Can't we change the menu for once?" From the darkness, 2 dwarven servants emerged, flustered. "Master, if not orcs, virgins are extremely hard to find these days." "In wartime, moral standards just keep sinking," Heki Stone remarked. Vampires preferred peaceful eras. More people meant more food. When war came, populations plummeted, and what remained was rarely appetizing. Despite his complaints, Heki Stone knew his servants had done their best. The situation at large was bleak, no amount of effort could change that. Wiping the blood from his lips, he asked, "Are the gargoyles I requested ready?" At the thought of those gargoyles, his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Just what was the relationship between that newcomer and that undead queen, Black Rose? A few paltry words had cost him dearly. He didn't even have 100 top-tier gargoyles himself, yet he was being forced to give away 20. It felt as if there were a wooden stake slowly being pushed through his heart, about to kill him, though not just yet. But Heki Stone dared not refuse. Disobedience against the undead queen, Black Rose, was not an option. It only made him more curious about Ambrose. What kind of connection did this newcomer have, to make such a cold, aloof ruler take his side so blatantly? He opened the necromantic codex, intending to have Ambrose foot some of the shipping costs. Gargoyles were bulky cargo, and the teleportation fees would be steep. Recovering even a little of the loss would help. Before he could send anything out, however, Ambrose messaged him first. Megamantiga, Senior, do you happen to have any ties with the desert dwarves? I've captured a few high elven twilight wardens, and am wondering if the desert dwarves would be interested. Had the elves already made their move? Hecky Stone was surprised. According to his intelligence, the elves were still assembling their forces. This newcomer was deep in the heart of Alchemia. How had he run into elven troops already? Human hater, what happened? Did the elves show up at your doorstep? I do have some connections with the desert dwarves, but they're stubborn as stone. You can't feed them false information, or they'll refuse to trade with you for good. Ambrose had tricked Hecky Stone out of 20 top-tier gargoyles, after all. Who knew if this was another trick? He had to be cautious. Megamantiga, don't worry. I recorded everything. Take a look. Accepting the transfer, Hecky Stone watched a memory crystal emerge from the grimoire. The footage confirmed it. Ambrose had nabbed 12 elven twilight wardens. Hecky Stone couldn't help but reassess Ambrose. Twilight wardens were elite troops. Defeating them wasn't too hard, but capturing so many alive was another matter entirely. Are all newcomers these days such monsters? He mused to himself. He quickly replied. Human hater, no problem, then. I'll talk to the desert dwarves. I'm sure they'll be very interested in those elves. Megamantiga, thanks, Senior. Let me cover the gargoyles' shipping costs. Human hater, generous of you. But the moment Hecky Stone sent that message, he frowned. Something felt off. Hadn't he planned to negotiate those shipping costs with Ambrose from the start? But now he'd spent a favor making introductions to waive the fees instead. He'd thrown in a favor for nothing. Had this newcomer anticipated such a move and cut him off in advance? No way, that's too absurd. I'm just overthinking it, Hecky Stone reassured himself. Besides, even if he took a loss here, he would still be a middleman. How much Ambrose could get for those elves depended on his negotiations with the desert dwarves. There was plenty of room for profit. After settling his nerves, Hecky Stone discussed further details of the gargoyle and elf transactions with Ambrose. Once the basics were agreed upon, he ordered his servants to send a message. Matters involving the elven race were serious. His letter had to be addressed to the Dwarven King directly. Hecky Stone steeled himself. He would have to extract a hefty price to make up for the loss of 20 top-tier gargoyles. On Ambrose's side, Hecky Stone's reply put him in high spirits. Choosing the right buyer really mattered. He'd tried selling Alan Watson back to his own father and ended up attracting a swarm of paladins over instead. Selling elves to their enemies was far more likely to succeed. Once the excitement faded, Ambrose threw himself back into work. The Porcupine Knight's order had to be completed quickly. Ambrose needed him as a walking advertisement. If everyone saw the Porcupine Knight conquering territories one after another with a skeleton army, wouldn't they see the benefits of working with him? Undead armies required only gold. No logistics, no disruption to farming or construction. They were the perfect weapons of war. Once word spread, more lords would come to buy undead from Ambrose. The more clients there were, the fiercer the wars would become, and the faster the undead would be consumed. And that meant an ever-growing demand for more undead, and stronger and more advanced ones at that. This was an arms race. Whether you liked it or not, once paying for undead armies became the norm, everyone would be forced to do so to keep up. And as Alchemia's only undead arms dealer, Ambrose would enjoy an endless flow of gold. Just thinking about such a future made his soul tremble with excitement. He shook his head. That was enough dreaming. It was time to get to work. As his showcase, the Porcupine Knight was going to receive nothing less than the best. The carriage jolted and swayed along the road. Seated within, Isabel watched the castle draw ever closer. Mixed emotions warred in her heart. The paladins had forcibly expelled all the humans within the castle. Isabel had no choice but to return to her former lands. The lord who had once oppressed her was already dead, and his territory had been swallowed up by the Porcupine Knight. Acting on Ambrose's orders, that knight had quickly found Isabel and her brother and sent them back toward the castle by carriage. Beside her, Raoul looked almost overly excited. He kept rubbing the bone controller in his hands. Even though the aberrant skeleton it had once controlled was already destroyed, Raoul could not bring himself to throw away this now useless object. It was proof of the time when he had stood above others and the first time he had ever tasted the benefits of power. Raoul was filled with anticipation. He couldn't wait to serve his Lich Lord again. Unlike her brother, however, Isabel didn't miss the place quite as much. It was certainly true that the Lich Lord was far more merciful than the other human lords, but humans who followed an undead lord would surely end up as zombies or skeletons in the end, wouldn't they? Even if that only happened after their natural deaths, they would be bound to eternal servitude. Was that really a good outcome? Isabel had worked so hard to become an alchemist in part because she was unwilling to accept the life laid out for her. She didn't want to marry some passable man like everyone else her age, wear her body down with backbreaking labor, bear children, and then close her eyes forever after a few short years. She didn't want to be buried in the ground in her 30s or 40s. She wanted a different life. Thankfully, Raoul had always supported her. Because of that, Isabel had had some free time in which she had learned how to read, traveled around, and picked up what lessons she could. At last she had become an alchemy apprentice, thinking that she had succeeded in changing her fate. It was only during her time with Ambrose that she discovered that her master had taught her almost nothing. Alchemy was a highly technical discipline, in which knowledge was prized above all else. She couldn't afford all that knowledge with just her hard work alone. Even remaining an apprentice for life wouldn't have been so bad. The pay was better than farming, and the work far less exhausting. Perhaps she could have lived into her 50s. Who could have imagined the disaster to come? Forced to flee her home because of the sharp tax hikes, she had finally ended up becoming a Lich's servant. Scenes from her time in the castle replayed endlessly in Isabel's mind. Was she really going to spend the rest of her life there? She felt utterly lost. She was just a girl raised in the countryside. Becoming an alchemy apprentice was already beyond anything she had aspired to. She didn't possess enough wisdom to answer such a complicated question. She couldn't help but feel upset. If she had had a good master, would her life have turned out differently? When she thought of teachers, the image that surfaced in her mind was not the stern, bald old man who had first taken her in as an apprentice, but the young man she had seen only a few times in the castle. He had guided her only briefly, yet what she learned in those few moments surpassed everything she had learned from the previous few years combined. If the Lich Lord is fine, I suppose Master must still be in the castle as well. Next time we meet, maybe I can ask for some guidance. Thinking of how generous the youth had been with his knowledge, Isabel immediately felt more at ease. After all, she was still young. She had plenty of time before she was forced to become an undead. The wheels rumbled on. Isabel and Raoul soon found themselves before the castle once more. The same familiar gloom hung in the air. Even under clear skies, the castle seemed perpetually shrouded in shadow. As she entered the castle, Isabel came across the imposing Lich Lord himself. That skeletal frame was just as terrifying as ever. When Ambrose saw Isabel and Raoul, he offered no pleasantries. He tossed Raoul a new controller and ordered, "The paladins made a complete mess of the castle. Raoul, there's a batch of construction skeletons here. You're in charge of restoring everything to its original state." Cradling the new undead controller, Raoul trembled with excitement. As for Isabel, Ambrose led the young woman directly to a new laboratory, then hauled over a pile of thick, heavy documents with mage hand. "You have one night to read through these," he said. "Starting tomorrow, you'll be responsible for assembling aberrant skeletons. This is my design for the production line. Your task is to put this small-scale production line together." Ambrose's words left Isabel completely stunned. Aberrant skeletons. A production line. And all in one night. Ambrose offered no further explanation. He tossed her a small booklet and said, "This is the index." With that final remark, he left the laboratory, leaving Isabel standing in a daze. There was no concern about what she had been through, no reproach for her escape. The Lich was exactly as focused as he had been. In the eyes of her Lich Lord, she was nothing more than a tool endowed with intelligence. Sighing softly, Isabel picked up the small booklet, the supposed index, and flipped it open. Inside, she found entirely new alchemical knowledge. Before long, she was utterly engrossed. The creation of undead was a necromantic art. Though it was tenuously related to alchemy, it was also fundamentally different. Isabel had no spellcasting ability, her alchemy was limited to chemistry, really, except with magical ingredients. She could not simply cast a spell and turn bones into undead. But Ambrose had reworked his scheme of creating aberrant skeletons completely. Isabel did not need to create undead herself. Instead, her role was akin to large-scale materials preparation. Once the bones were processed according to Ambrose's specifications and fed into a furnace saturated with dark magic, they would automatically transform into the aberrant undead he had designed. It sounded simple, but in practice, it was anything but. Despite having been given the specifications for the entire process, Isabel was overwhelmed by the abstruse formulas and principles involved. This little booklet was only an overview, the real details lay in the thick stack of documents beside her. It was hard to imagine how much effort this Lich Lord must have invested to dismantle and reassemble complex necromantic spells into an assembly line process that an ordinary person like her could operate. If the core design, the dark magic furnace, were easily accessible, then any minor lord with a territory could produce an undead army. Isabel felt genuine awe for her Lich Lord's abilities. Setting aside matters of race, he was a respectable and erudite scholar, one who would surely be outstanding even in a genius-filled city like Alchemia. She couldn't help but wonder why she had never heard his name before. Isabel refocused and cleared her mind. Now was not the time to think about the future. She had to complete the Lich Lord's task first, or her body might very well undergo the process she had been tasked to develop. Meanwhile, Raoul was also hard at work. Ambrose had prepared several specially shaped skeletons for him before assigning him to repair the damaged parts of the castle. The paladins who had dug for his phylactery had left the place in ruins. Many pits had yet to be filled in. Raoul's workload was immense, and although Ambrose's specially designed skeletons were obedient, they were far less flexible than humans. More than once, he found himself wishing the Lich Lord would assign him a few dozen human subordinates. It would make the work so much easier. But Raoul did not dare make such a request. Accustomed to serving under lords, he understood his position well. Only after completing the tasks assigned to him would he be qualified to offer suggestions. Both siblings threw themselves into their work. Ambrose returned, reassured, to his personal laboratory. He couldn't stop thinking about the pair of mana-draining daggers taken from the elves. He was convinced there was some special secret hidden within them. The enchantment itself was not particularly complex. In Ambrose's estimation, it seemed to draw inspiration from the unique abilities of Phelan, creatures that looked like long cloth sack with claws, their openings ringed with jagged teeth. They were grotesque and terrifying. Though their claws and fangs stood out, Phelan were actually highly proficient spellcasters. More absurdly, they possessed powerful innate magic resistance and wielded a unique spell capable of disrupting the effects of most magic. These traits, lumped into a single entity, made them a nightmare for spellcasters. In the past, Phelan had almost taken down a great magical civilization on their own. The enchantment on those elven daggers bore a striking resemblance to that ability. After striking its targets, it disrupted the magical effects on their bodies, absorbed their magic, converted it, and injected it into the wielder. Put simply, these daggers were mage killers. Ambrose himself had nearly fallen victim to them. Yet for all their brilliance, one crucial detail baffled him. How could the dagger's wielder safely absorb foreign mana? What was going on with these elves? Had they grown new magical organs capable of neutralizing the absorbed mana? Or had they received some new divine blessing? I really want to dissect a few and take a look for myself. Discovering a subject that intrigued him so deeply made Ambrose's bones itch. If not for the fact that those elves could fetch a fine price, he would have put them on the operating table and taken them apart piece by piece already. Dissection didn't guarantee that he would find anything. And if he failed, he would be tossing gold away. In the end, the lure of gold overcame his thirst for knowledge. Still, even if he couldn't dissect the elves, Ambrose had no intention of letting the matter rest. The elves were about to launch a large-scale invasion. Cicero could hardly be the only one who possessed such a weapon. Ambrose needed to develop a countermeasure before he fell victim to these daggers himself. After long consideration, he decided that the research on living mercury might provide a breakthrough. Stroking his chin, Ambrose sank into deep thought. Now that Alchemia had become a chaotic war zone, there was no longer any need to purchase any mines. He could simply seize them outright. Large-scale cultivation of his living mercury slimes would immediately be viable. No, that won't do. How could I think something so uncivilized? Lady Rose already agreed to give me money to buy the mines. How could I resort to robbery? I should get the funds from Lady Rose first, then negotiate prices with the mine owners. How much I can drive the price down is up to my skill as a negotiator. Having made up his mind, Ambrose took out the necromantic codex and sent a message to Black Rose. Megamantiga, Lady Rose, I believe it is time to start breeding living mercury spirit golems en masse. Shall we put the plan to purchase mines that we discussed before on the agenda? Black Rose, you still want to buy mines? Alchemia is already a war zone. Why not just seize them outright? Ambrose sighed. As expected, Black Rose wasn't a fool. Within the Elegiac Society, perhaps only the Dullahan was slightly lacking in intellect. After all, he was a knight who relied primarily on brute strength. Other spellcasters, though, all had to invest at least a few points into intelligence. They weren't quite so easy to deceive. Ambrose could hardly admit that he was just trying to squeeze money out of her, so he smoothly changed the subject. Megamantiga, speaking of contracts, elves have moved into my vicinity and forced the local lords to sign agreements for voluntary relocation. The contracts seem to carry some kind of special effect, but my information is limited. I couldn't pry any concrete details out of them. Black Rose, contracts. Do you know the exact terms? Ambrose relayed the clauses he had learned from the Porcupine Knight. The undead queen seemed to have thought of something. She left him only a brief message, wait for my word, before falling silent. Though it was a pity that he had failed to scam any gold out of her, Ambrose still intended to prioritize breeding the living mercury slimes. The elves were advancing aggressively. The desert dwarves were being beaten into the dirt by Lion and clearly could not be relied upon. In the end, it would probably fall to Ambrose alone to hold the line. His living mercury spirit golems were the best high-tier units he had in terms of both combat power or cultivation cost. They offered an impressive cost-to-performance ratio. Unfolding the map, Ambrose noted 3 mines near his territory, each belonging to a Grand Lord. Unlike the Porcupine Knight, a country bumpkin, who had risen through sheer martial prowess, these 3 were ancient noble houses with centuries of inheritance. They were likely connected by blood or marriage to members of the Alchemists' Council. Great noble families tended to produce their share of wastrels and lunatics, but they also had a decisive advantage, accumulated wealth and well-developed territories. Each of the 3 commanded more than 1,000 soldiers, not hastily trained militia, but real troops. Perhaps not all of them were equipped with full armor, but they were still far stronger than ordinary levies. Moreover, their lands were dotted with watchtowers and fortified walls, and they likely even possessed a few magitech cannons. These were lords that no ordinary people would dare provoke. Most of their neighbors, in fact, had to guard against them instead. The chaotic war had only just begun. These lords were likely biding their time and observing the situation. Once they decided to make a move, they would strike like lightning, sweeping through nearby lands and devouring everything in one go. But now, Ambrose was about to target them first. Which one first? He carefully recalled what he knew of the 3 lords, only to realize he had little impression of them. He usually stayed holed up in his castle running experiments and had little interaction with his neighbors. All he remembered were their distinctive family crests. One bore a hellhound with 3 heads, another a thunderstorm, and the third, most interestingly, a humanoid figure wrapped in thorns. If these crests were tied to faith, the hellhound needed no explanation. That noble house was clearly a follower of some archdevil of the hells. The thunderstorm usually symbolized Thanos, Lord of Storms. As for the thorn-wrapped humanoid, that almost certainly marked a devotee of Levitra, Mistress of Pain. The single common feature of these three faiths was that they were all insane. The hells went without saying. By definition, there was no one good there. Evil was their birthmark, and worshippers of archdevils were required to regularly offer blood and souls as sacrifice. Thanos, the Lord of Storms, was a powerful but utterly unhinged deity. He reveled in war and ruin. His faith was niche, and his followers tended to be crazed warlords obsessed with the destruction of lives and civilization itself. To destroy everything in the guise of a storm, was Thanos's creed. Ironically, Thanos was also an extremely generous god. Perhaps because he had so few followers, he was lavish in sharing his divine power. As a result, there were always many storm priests under his banner. He was generous even to lesser gods. The Lich god Valarun, for instance, had once been Thanos's subordinate. He had ascended to godhood thanks to Thanos's largesse. But the oppression of this crazed deity had eventually become too much for Valarun to bear. In his own words, he did not wish to be worn through like a foot soldier's boot. In the end, Valarun fled and sought refuge under Azoth, the god of mages. Just what that Lich god had experienced was anyone's guess. Still, the story made one thing clear: the Lord of Storms was truly deranged, so much so that even liches could not endure him. The last deity, Levitra, Mistress of Pain, was also a heavyweight. To put it simply, she was a goddess of sadists, bullies, and torturers. She adored all forms of torment and suffering. If you could accept pain and even take pleasure in it, you would earn her blessing. But if you indulged in comfort and rejected pain, Levitra herself would personally teach you what suffering meant. Alchemia really is open-minded, Ambrose muttered. So much so that followers of these three lunatics can all become great nobles. No sooner had he finished that thought than he remembered that he himself was a lich. In the eyes of ordinary people, a lich was far more terrifying than these three noble houses. At least they were still human, even if they had unusual beliefs. A lich, on the other hand, stood firmly in the camp of absolute evil. Seen that way, perhaps the three noble houses' faith wasn't quite so absurd after all. Alchemia was truly formidable to have kept all these lunatics coexisting peacefully for so many years. But now that it had been destroyed and its restraints had vanished, the side effects of this freedom of religion were bound to erupt. After studying the map for a long while, Ambrose decided to start with the followers of Thanos. The reason was simple: that noble house was the closest. The other two noble houses were farther from Ambrose's territory, with several minor lords' lands in between and poor roads to boot. Even with teleportation circles, the distance would still be troublesome. Since all three were lunatics anyway, he might as well pick the nearest one. Ambrose planned to gather some intelligence first, to find out how many troops the family had, whether they possessed any powerful classes, and so on. Ambrose glanced inside Isabel's laboratory as he passed by. She was making decent progress. Though she was merely assembling the undead production line step by step, she learned quickly and had not caused any major mishaps. The only problem was that, the moment she saw him, she rushed over calling out, "Master, Master." She flipped through her notebook in a furious rush and fired off dozens of questions in one breath. Ambrose had no choice but to answer them one by one. And though this would take quite a while, her questions were all related to the task at hand. He couldn't ignore them without jeopardizing his profits. After he finally finished explaining everything, Isabel took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and said, "Master, thank you for all your guidance. I have one last question I would like to ask." "One last question?" Ambrose raised an eyebrow. That sounds a bit presumptuous. Alchemy was a profound discipline. She would surely be asking countless questions in the future, too. "And no, that's not what I meant." Isabel panicked, took a few more deep breaths, then said, "Master, this question may be a little presumptuous. How does it feel to become an undead? Is it painful?" Ambrose gave her an odd look. Why was she suddenly asking something like that? "Have you made up your mind to abandon your pointless worldly desires and reincarnate as an undead?" If that was the case, he could help her after the undead production line was finished, of course. No, I just... Isabel's face went pale. In a small voice, she continued, I've realized I don't really have a choice. If I keep working here, won't I eventually end up becoming an undead, enslaved forever? Ambrose shook his head. You don't need to worry about that. A proper undead transformation ritual is very expensive. If you're unwilling, no one will waste the gold to force you into becoming one. Transforming her into an undead while preserving her mind would not come cheap. Ambrose himself had spent most of his fortune becoming a lich. High-tier undead that could continue evolving, like Husky, required continuous investment. Sentient high-level undead were very costly. Isabel's true value lay in her alchemical knowledge. Turning her into an ordinary skeleton would be meaningless. Preserving her consciousness would require enormous expense, and Ambrose had been intending for the ritual to be a reward for her hard work, rather than a punishment. If Isabel did not want it, he certainly wouldn't pay for it. But Isabel understood his words differently. Master, do you mean that this is all a matter of gold? Of course, Ambrose replied. Undead have no worldly desires. The only thing worth negotiating over is profit. Your role in this castle is to generate value. The more valuable you are, the more power you have. Remember that, and do your job well. With that final piece of advice, Ambrose hurriedly left the castle. He cast fly and flew toward his target. The followers of the Lord of Storms, the Letterman house, had existed long before Ambrose settled in Alchemia. Its lands consisted of one main city and 3 satellite towns, with an estimated population of 30 to 40,000. Such a population could sustain over 1,000 full-time soldiers. In most places, that would seem like reckless militarization due to food constraints, but near Alchemia, it was hardly remarkable. Enchanted seeds were easy to obtain here. Seeds that boosted yield, resisted pests, and the like, if purchased regularly in large quantities, could produce far greater harvests than ordinary farming elsewhere. If a territory maintained a certain number of alchemists, they could even refine enchanted seeds that normally degraded after one planting into varieties that lasted 4 or 5 cycles. When Ambrose entered Letterman territory, he immediately sensed the nature of their defenses. Though strangers were allowed access into their lands, the moment he stepped into one of the outer satellite towns, he felt 4 gazes lock onto him. The Letterman house was clearly preparing for the coming storm. There were more patrols on the streets than laborers. Well trained indeed. A direct assault would be troublesome. Could I just set up a teleportation circle near the mines and steal the ore instead? The Letterman lands were vast and studded with towers and fortifications. A frontal attack would take an unknown amount of time, and undead armies still drained resources. After conquering the place, who knew how long it would take to mine enough or to break even? Ambrose was considering cheaper alternatives when a man dressed in noble attire approached him politely. Greetings, mage. Have you come to sample our specialty, thunderfruit wine? Our lord is most hospitable. When he encounters a guest like you, he always insists on sharing a drink. The words were courteous, but the guards at the noble's side had already surrounded Ambrose and were ready to fight at a moment's notice. Ambrose had been planning to speak with the Letterman lord in the first place, to see whether cooperation was possible. Perhaps he could purchase ore at a low price and avoid an unnecessary war. But he suddenly sensed something amiss. As the guards closed in, another gaze settled on him, one that made him distinctly uncomfortable. With a brief probe, Ambrose identified the source, an elf clad in the leather armor of a Twilight Warden. As expected, the elves were not limiting themselves to minor lords like the Porcupine Knight. Their elite squads had already infiltrated various territories. The fact that no Letterman soldiers were guarding this Dusk Warden suggested that negotiations had already been concluded. Seeing Ambrose remain silent, the noble took a half-step back and continued, "Well, mage? Will you enjoy a cup of our thunderfruit wine as a guest of honor, or do we have to go talk elsewhere?" Ambrose smiled at the Letterman noble. "Of course I'd prefer to sit down with Lord Letterman and share a proper drink with him. I bring a message from the Dwarven King of the Golden Kingdom, one that must be discussed face to face with Lord Letterman himself." The moment Ambrose claimed he carried news from the Golden Kingdom, the elf who had been watching him frowned. Though the elf stood far away, as long as Ambrose could sense the elf, he would also be able to detect minute shifts in the elf's features. The letterman representative before Ambrose was likewise taken aback. The Golden Kingdom? A message from the Dwarven King? That is not something to joke about. Report it, Ambrose replied calmly. You'll know whether or not it's a joke soon enough. Of course, you could also expel me right now. But don't you want to keep your options open? Are you truly unwilling to hear the Dwarven King's offer before war breaks out, before you sign any contract with the elves? He smiled with utter confidence. An undead wore only the expression he wished others to see. Anyone else would be hard-pressed to tell truth from falsehood. The letterman noble pondered for a moment, then said, "Very well. Esteemed guest, please follow me." The elf Ambrose had been watching vanished swiftly into the distance, likely to report to his superiors. Ambrose boarded a carriage with the noble guide, passing through the satellite town outside the main city. Inside the carriage, the minor noble tried to probe for information, for a sense of Ambrose's background and the supposed message from the Dwarven King. Ambrose merely exchanged pleasantries and deflected with vague answers, revealing nothing beyond his name. While fending off these inquiries, Ambrose quietly took out his necromantic codex and sent a message to Hecky Stone. Megamantiga, Senior, can you send a message to the Dwarven royals right now? The vampire seemed to have plenty of time. He replied almost immediately. Human hater, I sent a message earlier, but don't expect an immediate response. What's the matter? Caught another elf? Megamantiga, not quite. I ran into a new Twilight Warden. They have their eye on a friend of mine, Viscount Letterman. The Court of the Silver Moon is putting him under heavy pressure. I'm speaking with the Viscount now and am hoping to borrow some influence from the desert dwarves. No troops, just some verbal reassurance would give him the confidence to keep stalling the elves. Human hater, you really do know people everywhere. All right. I'll contact the royal court now. Megamantiga, much obliged. Viscount Letterman is a friend of many years, someone I would entrust my phylactery to. He rules over tens of thousands of people. If he submits to the elves, it surely won't end well for the Golden Kingdom. I hope the dwarves will take this seriously. Human hater, rest assured. I'll let them know. Ambrose continued writing invisible arcane script in his necromantic codex. The young letterman noble glanced over curiously. Master Megaman, what are you writing? Ambrose answered solemnly, I'm reporting to the Dwarven King. He treats this mission with grave importance and requires me to keep him informed at all times. Otherwise, I'd already be back in Sarcoma enjoying the royal court's honey date wine. Informed at all times? The Dwarven King values us that much? The noble found it hard to believe. A correction, Ambrose replied smoothly. He values me. It was I who suggested opening talks early with the Lords of Alchemia. You understand as well, of course. Now that the alchemists are gone, this land is bound to be seized sooner or later. The elves of the Court of the Silver Moon have set their sights on it, but their exclusivity is well known. By contrast, the Golden Kingdom is the most inclusive nation of all and shares Alchemia's former policies. I trust you can make the right choice. The noble fell for the bluff completely. The carriage soon passed through the town and entered the Viscount's main city. As soon as Ambrose crossed the gates, he saw the towering statue of Thanos at the city center. As expected, these were fanatics of Thanos. That put Ambrose at ease. The Letterman house was unlikely to submit easily to the elves. The carriage rolled into a rugged, austere castle. Ambrose was shown into a spacious chamber in which to wait. Meanwhile, the guiding noble hurried to Viscount Letterman's quarters and reported everything in detail. Viscount Letterman appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He was tall and powerfully built, and his bald head was tattooed with patterns resembling lightning and storms. He wore silver mail, and a thick beard covered his face below his nose. He seemed perpetually furious, even without a frown, the deep crease between his brows was unmistakable. He was the classic storm priest, forever angry, forever ready to bring about destruction. Viscount Letterman asked his kin, do you think he really is the Dwarven King's envoy? He seems like it, the man replied. I saw no trace of deceit on his face. The Court of the Silver Moon, the Golden Kingdom. Do they truly think of this land as unclaimed territory? The Viscount snorted. Arrogant beyond measure. He slammed his fist onto the table. The thick marble surface shattered instantly. Lightning gathered within his body as sparks crackled through his beard. His kin dared not speak and only bowed his head humbly. After several deep breaths, Viscount Letterman reined in the lightning. Take me to meet this envoy of the Dwarven King. Elsewhere, Ambrose was reading Hecky Stone's reply. Human hater, I reached the king's hand, his cousin. He oversees nearly all administration, military, and diplomacy of the Golden Kingdom. Megamantiga, good. Please ask the king's hand to hold on. The elves are still lobbying my friend Viscount Letterman to sign a contract. I don't yet know the exact terms, but they likely mirror the previous ones. Let me be blunt, what conditions can the Golden Kingdom offer to persuade Viscount Letterman to reject the Court of the Silver Moon's contract? Human hater, he says Letterman may retain his original fief, so long as he nominally submits to the Golden Kingdom. Our policies differ little from those of Alchemia. Different races and faiths may live freely. Megamantiga, that's not sincere enough. The land already belongs to my friend. If you desert dwarves wish to take it, you should at least send troops to seize it. Know that my friend worships Thanos, Lord of Storms. Anyone who tries to take his land will pay in blood. The necromantic codex fell silent for a long moment before a new reply arrived. Human hater, then what does Viscount Letterman actually want? Ambrose smiled faintly and began to write in earnest. Megamantiga, first, large quantities of gold. Alchemia lacks no basic supplies. It has sufficient food and daily necessities, but after the economic crisis, prices have become wildly unstable. Viscount Letterman and the other lords all need gold to stabilize wartime prices. The Golden Kingdom's economy is based on archaeology. The crisis caused by the Court of the Silver Moon hardly affects you. Gold will not be in short supply. Second, the elves' Twilight Wardens specialize in assassination. Many lords were forced to sign contracts under threat of violence. Even resistance requires the means to survive. Surely the Golden Kingdom can spare some strength to protect these lords. Finally, beyond preserving their existing territories, you will need additional vacant land. Presumably, the Golden Kingdom seeks this region for strategic relocation, which entails migration, and migration requires space. I can identify which lords have fully sided with the elves, and their territories can serve as resettlement targets. To seize them, however, you will need local assistance. Why not begin with mercenary arrangements to establish early cooperation? Ambrose's fingers flew, outlining numerous broad yet comprehensive terms. Whatever fierce debate occurred on the other side, by the time a servant knocked to summon him, Hecky Stone finally sent a reply. Human hater, the king's hand agrees with your proposal in principle. Details will require further negotiation. Ambrose replied smoothly. Megamantiga, naturally. I will now convey the Dwarven King's sincerity to the friend with whom I share a lifelong bond, Viscount Letterman. Closing the necromantic codex, Ambrose rose and left the cramped reception room. After winding his way through the castle, he was led to a high tower to meet his phylactery-worthy friend, Viscount Letterman. The Viscount maintained a stern expression and cut straight to the chase. Master Megaman, you claim to carry a message from the Dwarven King? Indeed. Viscount Letterman, surely you might invite me to share a drink first. My time is precious, Letterman snapped. I will not waste it on pointless courtesies. Unruffled, Ambrose replied, I know you are pressed, but haste will solve nothing, least of all matters concerning the survival of your domain. Tell me first, have you signed a contract with the elves? Letterman frowned and lied. Elves? I have no idea what you are talking about. Negotiation requires sincerity, Ambrose said evenly. I know the Court of the Silver Moon has sent Twilight Wardens to make contact. They are targeting every lord in the region, and some have already been deceived into signing a contract. If you have already done so, what we discussed today would be a different kind of transaction altogether. Letterman studied Ambrose carefully. In the end, he finally nodded. The elves have indeed presented terms, but I have not yet agreed. Ambrose smiled. Excellent. Then the task entrusted to me by the Dwarven King may yet succeed. Let me be forthright as well. This land must have a new ruler. The Dwarven King of the Golden Kingdom is the best choice. He is a man I would entrust with my life. He promises that if you submit to the Golden Kingdom, everything will remain as is. Your lands will not change. We will not drive you from your home as the elves intend. Letterman frowned. Is that all? No concessions, no gifts? You expect me to submit on the basis of a verbal promise alone? Ambrose smiled. My lord, you may not yet see the situation clearly. There are only two buyers. One wants your land, the other does not. Which offers the better deal? With your wisdom, the answer should be obvious. Your proposal is meaningless. Letterman sneered. Accepting the Golden Kingdom means openly opposing the Court of the Silver Moon. War will follow immediately. I would be shedding my own blood to weaken the Dwarven King's enemies, and you claim there is to be no benefits for me at all. Do you take me for a fool? Ambrose nodded appreciatively. Your insight does you credit, my lord. Very well. I can guarantee that the Golden Kingdom will provide real military assistance. However, you know as well as I do that the Lion Empire is currently at war with the Golden Kingdom. Redeploying troops is no simple matter. And in Alchemia, you are not the only partner they must consider. What do you mean? Letterman roared. Am I to be some sort of second-class partner now? Ambrose replied calmly, just as nobles are ranked Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, Baron, so too the allies of the Golden Kingdom. The Dwarven King truly wishes to cooperate with you, but he needs a reason to prioritize your aid. For instance, a modest amount of gold and a share of your mineral outputs, paid as mercenary fees. With such resources, it would only be reasonable for the Dwarven King to aid you first. No one could object. I swear, as the Dwarven King's longtime ally, that the cost will be well within what you can accept. Viscount Letterman had no choice but to give Ambrose's proposal serious thought. Paying a modest amount of gold and mineral resources in exchange for the Dwarven King's troops. If the price was right, it might well be an unacceptable deal. Alchemia was in chaos. Minor lords were annexing one another at will. The Grand Lords, however, hesitated, afraid that they would be falling into each other's traps if they were to strike first. Though things seemed calm on the surface, in truth, a storm was brewing. Once the Grand Lords finally entered the fray, this land would plunge into total war. And if the Court of the Silver Moon invaded, matters would grow even more complicated. The Court of the Silver Moon was a colossus. The elves' military strength was beyond what any single lord could withstand. Viscount Letterman might worship Thanos, Lord of Storms, but madness didn't mean stupidity. He understood the disparity between him and the elves perfectly well. Dwarven support was therefore essential. In the early stages, he could even use the Dwarven King's forces to expand his own territory as quickly as possible, stockpiling strength to face the elven invasion to come. If only the elves hadn't been so inflexible. They had refused to accept any terms short of total territorial surrender and insisted on driving everyone out. Given that premise, cooperation with the dwarves sounded far more preferable. Viscount Letterman stated his willingness to accept this form of mercenary partnership. Ambrose was delighted. All that remained was straightforward bargaining. The Dwarven King would pay gold to purchase land for resettling migrants from the Golden Kingdom at a rate of 1 million gold per 100 square kilometers. It sounded like a bargain for the Golden Kingdom, but there were few restrictions as to the nature of the land. Mountains, canyons, lakes, all land was priced the same. Much of the wasteland was unsuitable for human habitation anyway, the territory just had to be marked out and handed over when the Golden Kingdom arrived. Then, Viscount Letterman would pay gold and mineral resources to hire the Golden Kingdom's army to fight on his behalf. Ambrose, acting as intermediary, would coordinate everything. The exact price depended on how many troops Letterman required and what kinds of units, Ambrose would need to draft a new list to calculate just how much he himself would earn. The key point was this: the Golden Kingdom would pay, as would Viscount Letterman, but neither side would know how much the other had paid. In other words, as the facilitator of the trade, Ambrose helped them exchange resources and troops while taking only gold and minerals as a commission. By any standard, that was downright conscientious. The negotiations lasted most of the day before the two parties finally settled on the general form and scale of the assistance. Although both the Golden Kingdom and Viscount Letterman felt that they hadn't gained very much, Ambrose was more than satisfied. This was going to be an extremely fruitful collaboration. In the magnificent royal palace of Sarcoma, the Dwarven king retired for the night. In recent years, as the Lion Empire pressed ever closer, the king's body and spirit had steadily declined. Major affairs of state had long since been entrusted to the king's hand, Hoffman Ironfist. True to his name, Hoffman Ironfist's right hand had been severed at the wrist and replaced with a steel gauntlet. It had been cut off by a sacred slash during a battle with the Lion Empire, though in the fighting that followed, Hoffman had personally slain 3 paladins. His valor earned the Dwarven king's recognition and inducted him into the royal circle. Later, while Hoffman was serving as an administrator, the king soon discovered that he was even more capable in governance than on the battlefield, and gradually elevated him to a position of absolute trust. With the king in ailing health, the entire kingdom rested on Hoffman Ironfist's shoulders alone. At that moment, Hecky Stone was seated opposite Hoffman Ironfist, communicating with Ambrose through the necromantic codex and relaying Ambrose's proposals to the king's hand. Hoffman Ironfist said to Hecky Stone, "Your friend is a master negotiator. Every condition is precise and reasoned. I can't argue with any of his terms." Hecky Stone gave a strained smile. "Yes. His precision is impressive." So precise were Ambrose's figures, in fact, that he barely had any room at all to skim a profit as an intermediary. During the negotiations, Ambrose had proposed terms the Dwarven kingdom could afford and made it seem as though prices were still open for discussion, only to suddenly produce a set of pre-calculated figures. When Hecky saw those numbers, he nearly ground his fangs to dust. There was almost no margin for him to exploit. Not that there was nothing to gain, but it was a far cry from what he had hoped for. Hoffman Ironfist pretended not to notice. "You and I have known each other for many years. Rest assured. You will be rewarded for helping broker this deal as well. Still, how extensive are your friend's connections in Alchemia? If this Viscount Letterman is all he knows, it won't make a significant difference to our overall plan." Hecky Stone replied, "Don't worry. No matter how many connections he had before, he'll soon have many more. The lords of Alchemia have only 2 choices, the Court of the Silver Moon, or the Golden Kingdom. Given the elves' arrogance, we'll definitely be able to win over more than half of them in advance. The question is whether we have enough strength to protect them. The Court of the Silver Moon seems to have deployed all of its Twilight Wardens." Hoffman Ironfist nodded. "I understand. Viscount Letterman must serve as an example. We must guarantee his safety so that others can gain confidence in cooperating with us. I will dispatch 100 Dwarven Iron Guards to protect our ally." Hecky Stone blinked in surprise. A serious commitment. Dwarven Iron Guards were effectively royal troops. They were specialists in protecting leaders and masters of counterassassination. Sending 100 of them to Viscount Letterman meant that Hoffman Ironfist was determined to drive a solid wedge into Alchemia. "My old friend," Hecky Stone asked, "are you truly prepared to abandon the desert? Has the war become that dire?" Hoffman Ironfist gave the vampire a bitter smile. "We truly are no match for the Lion Empire. Even by the most optimistic estimates, more than half of Sarcoma's territory will be lost. They've trained specifically for desert warfare for years. Their young paladins have fully adapted to the sands. We can only retreat beyond the natural barrier in the desert and rely on the endless sandstorms there to hold back Lion's advance." Sarcoma lay entirely within the desert. Its city-states were built around hundreds of oases large and small. This so-called natural barrier was a narrow boundary running across the heart of Sarcoma, within which sandstorms never ceased. A newly forged suit of plate armor thrown into that region would be scoured full of holes by abrasive sand within 2 days. The environment was so inhospitable that almost no life could survive there. Sarcoma itself relied on subterranean passages left by an ancient civilization to cross this boundary and maintain contact between its two halves. Given Hoffman Ironfist's words, it seemed that the dwarves of the Golden Kingdom intended to abandon all territory north of the barrier, seal the underground passages, and use the endless sandstorms to halt Lion's invasion. That would mean giving up even this very dwarven palace. The situation was far worse than Hecky Stone had imagined. Worry crept onto his face. The Lion Empire was the natural nemesis of the undead. The stronger Lion became, the less freedom Hecky Stone would have. If Sarcoma were to fall entirely, vampires like him would have no choice but to flee far away. He had to help the Golden Kingdom to help himself. Hecky Stone set aside any thoughts of skimming the profit and resolved to see the Dwarven Kingdom through this crisis first. Hoffman Iron Fist said, assembling the Iron Guards and setting up the continental teleportation arrays will take time. During that time, the elves will not remain idle. Warn your friend that he must protect Viscount Letterman at all costs before our Iron Guards arrive. Hecky Stone nodded. He decided to send those gargoyles to Ambrose today. Viscount Letterman was the linchpin, he could not be allowed to fall to elven assassins. Unfortunately, Hecky Stone's resolve came a moment too late. Ambrose and Viscount Letterman had spent the entire day in negotiations. Just as they were on the verge of concluding their deal, the elves lost their patience. A man claiming to be an envoy of the Dwarven Kingdom had shut himself away with Viscount Letterman for an entire day. The outcome was obvious to anyone with half a brain. It would be foolish for the Twilight Wardens to simply sit there. They demanded a meeting with Viscount Letterman outright. The Viscount, busy calculating just how much he was losing, had no desire to entertain a band of arrogant elves. After he declared himself unavailable, the elves chose the most direct approach. They attacked the tower in which Ambrose and Viscount Letterman were meeting. At first, their attack only consisted of dozens of crossbow bolts fired from the night sky. Ambrose didn't hesitate. He summoned his golden throne and turned its backrest toward the attack. Clink, clank, arrows struck the throne and bounced harmlessly away. Even without being empowered, it was a throne made of solid gold, its back nearly half a meter thick. Even a Magitech cannon would struggle to penetrate it. Viscount Letterman was not so fortunate. Though he raised a magical barrier in time, several bolts grazed him, causing sparks to flare across his chainmail. One bolt even pierced his shoulder, though Ambrose couldn't tell how deep the wound went. But the elves weren't finished. Several of them appeared in the meeting room, having teleported there with Mist Step. Their dual blades flashed as they charged straight for Viscount Letterman. Damn elves! I'll show you the fury of thunder! Viscount Letterman roared. Lightning erupted from his body. His bellow itself slammed into the attackers with physical force. 3 elves were blasted backward, but 2 remained unaffected by the sonic wave. Their curved blades were already swinging toward Letterman. In that split second, Ambrose prepared to intervene, but Viscount Letterman proved stronger than he had expected. The Viscount raised the warhammer at his waist. Brilliant white lightning leapt from it, chaining again and again between the 2 elves. This was a Stormpriest's signature spell, Chain Lightning. The unlucky pair of elves had been struck directly by the attack. They wouldn't survive. And indeed, Ambrose's assessment was perfectly accurate. By the time the lightning faded, the 2 elves were nothing more than blackened heaps of charcoal. Viscount Letterman crushed one scorched skull beneath his boot, no longer restraining his rage. By my command, kill all the elves in the castle. Thanos was a god of immense power and immense generosity. As long as you could endure his madness, he would grant you countless boons. Viscount Letterman was clearly one of Thanos's most devout followers. What flowed through his body seemed more like raging lightning than blood. The Twilight Wardens were elven elites, yet 2 spells from Letterman had already left 2 of them dead and 3 wounded. That was an impressive record by any standard. Ambrose was secretly glad he had never tried to take this territory by force. Storm priests truly shone on the battlefield. Against them, cannon fodder was nothing more than a steady stream of offerings. The elves sprawled across the tower floor proved stubborn. They soon struggled back to their feet and charged at Baron Letterman once more. Ambrose simply stepped aside and watched as the Viscount vented the fury he had bottled up for so long on these elves. Letterman swung his iron hammer, wreathed in crackling lightning, as he clashed head-on with the 3 remaining elves. Each blow of the massive hammer struck with the force of rolling thunder. The sizzling arcs of electricity became a battle hymn to Thanos' greatness. Though the elves were quicker and their short blades sparked wildly as they struck his body, they still failed to pierce his chainmail. After only a few exchanges, one elf misstepped and was caught squarely by the hammer. Half his body collapsed, the lightning charred the rest black in an instant. At last, the guards who had rushed over at the sound of battle arrived and surrounded the final 2 elves. Lightning danced around Baron Letterman as he advanced step by step toward them. Just as he was about to crush them both, a brilliant arrow streaked into the tower. A violent explosion followed, blasting a huge hole through the floor. Caught off guard, Letterman nearly stumbled. By the time the smoke cleared, the 2 elves were gone. The guards rushed to peer down through the hole. Only Ambrose looked up. The 2 elves were clinging to the ceiling of the tower, wrist-mounted crossbows already raised and aimed at Baron Letterman. Truly insane, Ambrose thought. Since when did elves become this fearless? Elves were never like this. After a failed assassination, they would usually retreat and regroup. Their suicidal determination to die as long as they took Letterman with them was new and dangerous. Twang! The bolts flew. At such close range, given their marksmanship, they would have punched clean through Letterman's eyes. Ambrose had no choice but to intervene. He summoned a mage hand and gently tugged at Letterman's arm. The 2 bolts skimmed past Letterman's head and clattered to the floor. The guards immediately noticed the elves above and unleashed a chaotic volley of arrows and bolts in response. Ambrose no longer paid them any attention. His focus shifted outside. There was another elf, an exceptional archer, out there. The arrow that had pierced Letterman's shoulder earlier, and the perfectly timed explosive arrow just now, had clearly come from the same hand. With such a sniper watching him, Letterman was in real danger. Yet the Storm Priest, already drunk on battle, felt no fear at all. Instead, his fury surged even higher as he unleashed bolt of lightning after lightning at the elves. Madness was madness. Once the fighting began, his ability to reason vanished entirely. Ambrose could only keep watch outside the tower, searching for the elusive archer. The archer, however, seemed to understand that Ambrose was the real linchpin. Even after the 2 elves were reduced to smoking corpses, he never fired another shot. Without a target, Letterman had nothing on which to vent his rage. He miscast a spell and sent several nearby guards convulsing as electricity danced across their limbs. He turned to look at Ambrose, lightning still churning within his eyes. Ambrose said nothing. He offered no warning, no rebuke. Seated upon the golden throne, he simply watched Baron Letterman in silence. The throne hovered in midair, and Ambrose looked down from above an unmistakably discourteous posture. In his current state, Letterman was like a maddened beast, and the guards feared he might lash out even at Ambrose. Ambrose was the dwarf king's emissary. If he were harmed. Yet under Ambrose's gaze, Letterman's rage subsided with startling speed. The lightning flashing across his body faded away. Smiling, Ambrose said, "Baron Letterman, do take care of yourself. Your safety is paramount. Elven retaliation will likely come soon. Until the Dwarven King's reinforcements arrive, I suggest you avoid exposing yourself." Letterman looked at Ambrose deeply, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. Moments earlier, intoxicated by lightning, he had been half-mad. In that state, everyone else had been reduced to tiny shadows in his vision. A single bolt of lightning would have reduced them to ash. But when he looked at Ambrose, he saw a vast black void. Even lightning could not escape its pull. He had the unsettling feeling that, no matter how much lightning he hurled into it, the darkness would never be illuminated. Fear took hold of him, a sensation he had not felt since childhood. It was so real that it forced his frenzied mind back into clarity. Hoarsely, Baron Letterman said, "Please, Master Megaman, contact the Dwarven King as soon as possible." Ambrose smiled. Rest assured. The reinforcements will be sent to you as quickly as possible. Letterman departed the tower with his guards. As long as he did not recklessly charge into open ground, nothing unexpected should happen. Ambrose didn't linger in the territory either. With a writ from Letterman and the first installment of the mercenary fee, he left the Letterman lands quietly. He hummed a cheerful tune along the way, his mood clearly excellent. Not long thereafter, though, he could hear shouts and the clash of steel echoing from afar. On the open plain, two forces were locked in battle. Their numbers seemed evenly matched, yet the fight was completely one-sided. The army bearing a banner of thorns was tearing apart and devouring the enemy formation literally. The thorn-bannered soldiers appeared to be under the effects of some spell. They felt almost no pain, ignored their wounds entirely, and bit savagely into their foes, tearing into flesh with their teeth. This madness shattered the morale of the opposing rabble, and they were swiftly annihilated. Ambrose observed the fighting carefully. Above the heads of these soldiers flickered faint, serrated halos of light. It looked like an improved version of the Crown of Madness spell, which could control humanoids, strip them of reason and drive them to attack designated targets. Beyond that, the spell seemed to grant pain immunity and vampiric regeneration. After gorging on enemy flesh, the thorn soldiers' wounds healed rapidly, leaving only superficial injuries. There were nearly 100 such soldiers. Whoever commanded this force was a capable spellcaster indeed. Though Ambrose watched from afar, even a passerby like him drew the attention of this frenzied army. Once its original enemies were wiped out, its commander fixed her gaze on him. As the thorn banner fluttered in the air, the maddened army surged toward Ambrose, seemingly intent on killing him as well. Blood and gore covered the soldiers as they charged. Some ran on all fours like beasts, a truly horrifying sight. Ambrose stood motionless, as if frozen in fear. The female knight leading them burst into manic laughter, clearly savoring the thrill of overwhelming a helpless victim. She wore heavy armor, black and crimson, bristling with sharp, thorn-like motifs. Instead of a lance, she wielded a long whip studded with barbs. The grotesque armor, her crazed laughter, and the brutal army behind her were enough to chill anyone's blood. Ambrose still did not move, as if he were resigned to death. At the moment the blood-red thorned army was about to swallow him whole, a figure appeared in the distance and loosed an arrow, glowing blue, toward Ambrose at full speed. The arrow carried a special anti-magic effect and would penetrate any magical barrier. The twang of the bowstring was lost in the din of battle, and it came from a blind spot. The arrow should have pierced Ambrose's neck, drained his magic, and torn his head free by sheer momentum alone. And the timing was perfect. Even in death, the troublesome mage would think he had been killed by the monsters before him. The elven archer had followed Ambrose for a long time, waiting patiently for this perfect chance to kill the dwarven king's emissary once and for all. At least, that was what she thought when she released the arrow. The instant it left her hand, Ambrose's head snapped around a full 180 degrees and locked onto her. "Found you." Ambrose smiled as he fixed his gaze on the elven archer. The brilliant blue arrow struck the golden throne instead. Its anti-magic effect was impressive. Like those twin daggers earlier, it bypassed his mage shield. But no magic was needed, simple physical defense was enough. Against half a meter of solid gold, the arrow left only a shallow scratch before bouncing away. Ambrose was growing fonder of this legendary boon by the moment. Gold truly was the most reassuring substance in the world. A dazzling golden light flared. Ambrose reached out and clenched his hand in the air. The elven archer felt her body seized by an immense force as she was yanked violently toward Ambrose. Telekinesis. Impossible, I'm too far away. Telekinesis was a high-tier transmutation spell, usually limited to a range of 10 meters or so. Ambrose had dragged her from nearly 40 meters away. This was the power of a legendary boon, which could bend reality and rewrite natural law. His pay-to-win ability massively amplified any spells he cast, and the results were absurd. No matter how she struggled, the elven archer could not resist. She was dragged inexorably to Ambrose's side. By then, the vast thorned army had already engulfed him. The blood-soaked soldiers lunged, trying to tear into his flesh. Ambrose merely snapped his fingers. A shockwave erupted before him, hurling the frenzied soldiers backward. Thunder Wave was a simple, practical spell that normally blasted lighter objects a few meters away. This time, Ambrose once again invoked the power of gold. The roaring thunder became a raging tempest, sweeping across the entire army like a hurricane and flinging them skyward as though landmines had detonated beneath them. Moments ago, the Thorned army had seemed unstoppable. But before Ambrose, they were no sturdier than paper. Only the heavily armored female knight remained standing. Ambrose did not spare the fallen a glance. Instead, he studied the elven archer in his grasp with keen interest. "You're the leader of this unit of Twilight Wardens, aren't you? And a female elf, no less. Do you know a Twilight Warden named Cicero?" The archer's face changed at once. She cried out, "So it was you. You're no emissary of the Dwarven King. You're that lying Lich." "Lying Lich?" Ambrose snapped. "Where did that rumor come from? I conduct business with absolute integrity. I never cheat my partners." Calling him evil or cruel was one thing, but a liar? That was unacceptable. The elf roared, "We've already uncovered everything. You deceived and abducted the paladins of the Lion Empire. You sabotaged the Alchemists' Council. You orchestrated the catastrophe that destroyed Alchemia. Your crimes are as countless as the demons of hell. You are the most wicked existence in the 9 kingdoms. Kill me. I will witness your downfall from the elven god's realm." Ambrose fell silent for several seconds. Then he asked calmly, "Did Gustavo Flynn flee to the court of the Silver Moon?"
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.